It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's so annoying. But again, I don't think that people are buying this, but maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know how brain broken like the average Texan is at this point. So I can't speak on it as far as like, is this a successful way to deflect attention and deflect blame away from the responsible parties? Maybe it's working. I don't think it is though, because people understandably are. I mean, this is turning into a Uvalde style situation very quickly, where there are many victims, there are many harm parties, there are so many families that have suffered so much, and they understandably want answers. And so far, the Republican answers are idiotic. I mean, this is stupid. It's like, oh yeah, we're like a football team. Sometimes your football team don't pass the ball too good. Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
In fact, I want to read you something that I received last night that's worth emphasizing to put this in context. Tragedy has come.
Oh.
That part is done. What we do now, who we are now, that's what the story is still being written. Let it be one of grace, of grit, of fierce love in the face of grief. Let it be the kind of story that proves that the hill country may flood, but it does not fail. Say what you will about Texas, but when the rivers rise, so do we. Not with blame, not with bitterness, but with boots on the ground, arms around strangers.
Bro, what are you saying, dude? You're the governor, man. You're the governor. You're not a random bystander who like lost family members and is still like trying to cope with the trauma by trying to find like a silver lining or something. You're the governor. This press conference is specifically about your lack of involvement or the actions that you took that led to the death toll being as high. Okay? Oh, well, here's a poem about Texans and heart and grit. Like this is the nuclear version of thought and prayers. It's like, bro, there are 161 people missing, more than 109. Like the death toll is insane in your state. This is a moment where they're demanding accountability from people in positions of power, answering for the 170 people that are missing. To make yourself here. That's this. When, for example, Iran struck, and people were like, "I don't fuck the sites." Me. Died in the process, right, in the rocket fires in Israel, and Benjamin Netanyahu on like day 10 was like, you know, we're all suffering. I postponed my son's wedding. Bitch, you're not a part of the at that point. Like, you are responsible. You are a politician. You're not like a random bystander that they're asking your opinion on. You know what I mean? Like, you did this. You did this. You literally struck Iran, and then Iran struck back. People are asking you for answers. And you're like, oh, we're all looking for who was responsible for this. And the same thing goes for Greg Abbott in this situation. It's like, what is this deflection, dude? What is this? Keep Texas' name out your mouth. How dare you blame Texas' beautiful rivers? You take Texas rivers' names out of your mouth. Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, I guess you hate Texans and their grit. It's like, no, man, I don't want people to die. And I want the state, I want the people in positions of power to literally do the thing. They need to do the right thing ahead of time. Do the mitigate. That's the whole purpose of the government. Otherwise, we're just giving money, just working the goddamn day and giving a percentage of the money that we're earning back to a group of wealthy assholes who don't do anything for us in return. What is the job of the government if not this? What is the job of the government if not to ensure that there is a proper alert system, a flood plan? What is the job of the government if not to make sure that there are campsites that are not on a historic dried riverbed, but like at least in a safe distance from areas that are susceptible to flash flooding, especially if flash flooding becomes more devastating year over year? Your job as the government is supposed to go to the scientists who literally spend every waking moment looking at how things are changing in the environment, okay, and how much more devastating these extreme weather events are, and take proper measures. Your job in the government is to fund those guys, the nerds that tabulate, that calculate, that do the research necessary, and then your job is to listen to their warnings and react accordingly so that you can save lives, so that you can mitigate the impact. Because I understand that natural disasters are impossible to perfectly deal with. Mother Nature is impossible to contend with. Obviously, everything that we do is against Mother Nature. But like, on the one hand, you're firing the scientists. On the other hand, you keep saying they're gay and woke, and that we shouldn't listen to them, and that they're alarmists unnecessarily, and that climate change is fake. And then you're also not putting the proper safety measures in place in terms of like warning systems. So they're like tornado sirens. Like, one of the things that I heard from people that were in the vicinity, people that were in Kerr County, was really interesting. This guy said, why can't we have those same sirens that Israel has when missiles are striking? And it was an interesting thing to hear from a Texan in that moment, because like, they've seen it. They've seen it every day. They've literally recognized it, where he's like, Israel has a great warning system, right, for missile strikes. In his mind, he might not make that connection, that Israel gets to have that because our money's going there, and you don't get to have that because our money's going there. Okay? Like, because remember, okay, maybe it's not directly for the warning siren, okay, for the flooding that was redirected to Israel, but didn't Greg Abbott push forth a bill or make a statement condemning the city of San Marcos' anti-Semitic resolution or something? On April 29th, Governor Greg Abbott today sent a letter to the city of San Marcos condemning its proposed anti-Semitic resolution, openly flouting Texas state law. Israel is a stalwart ally of the United States and a friend of Texas, reads the letter. I have repeatedly made clear that Texas will not tolerate anti-Semitism. You know what it was, by the way? You know what the anti-Semitic resolution was? It was that I think San Marcos in Texas had a ceasefire resolution. That was what was anti-Semitic. And then there was another thing. Wasn't there another thing that he basically, what was it called? wasn't there another thing where he was like he signed into law like more money going to Israel from Texas or something? Like it was like $3 million. Because one of the things that you don't know that is always shocking, one of the things that when people find out they're like alarmed by is not only the anti-BDS laws, like in the state of Texas, you have to sign a pledge of loyalty to the state of Israel to get a job. Like you can't be a public school teacher unless you sign a pledge of loyalty to Israel, that you will never protest Israel, that you will never divest from Israel, you will never demand sanctions from Israel. But there were I think San Marcos was also divesting from Israeli bonds. Okay. And that they didn't want to fund Israel, that they wanted like funding to go back to Texans instead of Israel. And Greg Abbott threatened the city. Yeah. You might say, Hassan, why do you always talk about Israel? But it's like, am I the only one? Or is it especially the states like Texas that are extra psychotic about this stuff? Texas City tells people no Hurricane Harvey aid unless they promise not to boycott Israel. That's from 2017. Texas City has required residents who are seeking government disaster relief funds in the wake of Hurricane Harvey to pledge not to boycott Israel. Like, Texas is one of the worst states for this shit. Okay? Texas is one of the worst states for like Israel loyalty stuff. Okay? I don't think you guys understand how bad it is. King Imam says you cannot boycott/divest from energy companies, Israel, or firearm companies if you receive money from the state. It's written into law. Yeah, this was what it was. San Marcos wanted $4.4 million in resident taxes.
Hanson's windows, roofing, siding, gutters, bathtubs, and showers are guaranteed. Get 50% off installation.
To not go to Israel, but instead to redirect those funds towards essential domestic priorities. That's what Greg Abbott said was anti-Semitic. Okay? I mean, it just sounds insane. Threatened to pull. Does this make sense, or is this confusing? Good time to remind people that Greg Abbott threatened to pull all state funds from a Texas city for wanting to redirect $4.4 million in taxes away from Israel back to domestic spending. That makes sense, right? Phoenix emoji, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yeah. And they also could have funded more warning, more alarm systems and more funding systems, and they chose not to. Extreme weather events aren't a new phenomenon in Texas, according to data from National Centers for Environmental Information, woke and gay. Okay, obviously, NCEI, more like, I don't know. I don't have anything. Never mind. NCEI sounds like DEI. Exactly. Yeah. Like, look at this. A city of 70,000 planned to vote to reallocate the millions of dollars it sends to Israel to domestic priorities instead. America First Republican Greg Abbott calls this anti-Semitic and threatens to withhold state funding. Of course, this only happens with one particular foreign nation. Yeah, I got a Steam invite from Sykuno to play Peak, which I will not be doing right now. Obviously, I am covering the news before you yell at me, chatters. Okay, but thank you, Sykuno, for the invite. Good time to remind people that Greg Abbott threatened to pull state funds from a Texas city for wanting to redirect $4.4 million in taxes away from Israel back to domestic spending priorities. He called San Marcos anti-Semitic for this demand. Oh my God. Oh my God. I should have never even mentioned this. Everyone is being so stupid and annoying. It's so funny. It's so funny that there are, VOD viewers, skip ahead 10 minutes, okay? Yes, I'm going to go on a rant because every single person that's chirping right now would immediately leave if I stopped doing news coverage in the middle of the day. It's 12:41. You guys are so goddamn annoying. Shut up. Okay, I have to do news. I didn't get to do all of the news that I wanted to do yesterday because I had Stavros and Noah Colwyn in the building. Please stop being annoying, chatters, okay? Gaming will return when I return back to Los Angeles. Bro, can you please game on your travel laptop when you're in New York City when there's a flood plus ice raids happening? Thanks. Exactly. So, yeah. If you want to understand the priorities in terms of expenditure, the frequency of costly and deadly weather events has steadily increased since the 1980s. I wonder why. When an average of 1.4 disasters totaled billions of dollars in damage or more per year to a peak of 20 events in 2024. But in recent years, even with the increasing threat of natural disasters, Texas lawmakers and officials have largely been asleep at the wheel, unable or unwilling to take better precautions that, in hindsight, seem both necessary and painfully obvious. This most recent disaster, a catastrophic flash flood in Texas Hill Country that has taken the lives of at least 100 people, including at least 27 campers and counselors at Camp Mystic, began to escalate in the early hours of Friday while most were sleeping. Over the prior 2 days, the National Weather Service had issued a series of emergency weather alerts. So had the Texas Division of Emergency Management. On Wednesday, the Division of Emergency Management activated emergency response resources across 10 state agencies because of increased threats of flooding in West and Central Texas ahead of the holiday weekend, and it escalated those resources Thursday. Flood watches distributed out of the Austin-San Antonio Regional National Weather Service office Wednesday named several counties, including Kerr, and a list of specific towns, including Hunt, where Camp Mystic is located. Flooding was anticipated, but per most local officials, not to the degree that ultimately it occurred. Texas Emergency Management Chief Nim Kidd said at a news conference that the forecast from the National Weather Service did not predict the amount of rain that we saw. It wasn't until 4 a.m. on Independence Day that the National Weather Service sent out an emergency alert urging residents to find higher ground and a series of subsequent and increasingly alarmed alerts from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. But according to a CBS News analyst, Kerr County didn't initiate any messages through its integrated public alert warning system used to send emergency texts from local government agencies. As a result, many swept up in the floods were caught by surprise, particularly in Kerr County, which doesn't have an emergency warning siren system, despite the topic being a subject of local government discussion for some time. Yeah, this is actually the tragic comedy here, which is that this is the Texas local government and state government version of it was on our radar. Okay, you know how the FBI will be like, oh, this person was on our radar in the aftermath of like a tragic mass shooting event or whatever. It's like, oh, this could have been prevented, but he was on our radar, but we just didn't do anything. This is basically the version of that, but for extreme weather incidents. Nearly a decade ago, the county had considered a system of sirens, but that wasn't pursued because of the high expense required and a rejected 2018 application for a $1 million grant from the Upper Guadalupe River Authority, which offered to cover only 5% of the estimated cost. As recently as 2023, the County Commissioner's Court was still discussing grant options, according to meeting minutes. Lacking support from the state or regional agency, Kerr County, with a budget of tens of millions, decided it couldn't afford it. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly, the county's top elected official, told the New York Times in a recent interview, taxpayers won't pay for it. There is a similarity with the devastation that was brought about with the recent California wildfires here. And that was expenditure priorities of the state. It is very similar in many ways because obviously it is an unimaginably escalation, right? Like it makes sense that there is a limit to how much you can combat Mother Nature. Okay? There is a limit to it, just like with the devastation caused by the wildfires. In Texas, there is a limit to how much you can successfully mitigate the damage and the impact of flash flooding. Okay? But these kinds of precautionary warning systems are an absolute necessity. And yet, it is seen as negligible by people in positions of power. Here is a long effort post from r/Texas Politics from 3 days ago that dives into, with great detail, some of the internal politics of the state of Texas. I normally wouldn't rely on Reddit, but this seems very well sourced. Okay? A man named John Cornyn is referenced by Rob Kelly in connection with ARPA funds. The only lawyer named John Cornyn I've been able to identify in the state is a current U.S. Senator. Additionally, just last year, July 25th, 2024, Rob Kelly requested that Governor Abbott declare a state of emergency for Kerr County due to severe storms and flooding. These are the regular session minutes from 6/27/2016. Okay? This person dug deep and found the literal minutes of 2016 Kerr County, where you have commissioners talking to one another about the necessity, commissioners talking to one another about the necessity of alarm systems due to and the expenditure priorities being reallocated to alarm systems due to the fact that, flooding could be a fucking major issue. We had a baby flood a couple weeks ago, says Commissioner Baldwin, a month or so, whatever it was. And I keep hearing these reports of the old system. And I know we're not going to deal with that, though. Expect that to be gone, where the Jones called the Smiths and the Smiths called Camp Rio Vista and Rio Vista, blah, 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 all along down the line. But it's still there and it still works. The thought of our beautiful Kerr County having these damn sirens going off in the middle of the night, I'm going to start drinking again to put up with y'all. I think, Commissioner Moser says, I think this and that what the committee is going to look at and how to do it. I think the going in position is that we don't have to change anything. And is there a need to improve what we have? And I think the first thing to do is say, why change anything? It worked this long, and maybe we don't need to do a thing. And then it gets into the thing we talked about earlier, and that's risk mitigation. And, there's still people getting drowned. And, Commissioner Baldwin interjects, says, and I hope you ask a question like, who are we notifying? And who are we trying to get the message to? Are they these crazy people from Houston that built homes right down on the water? Well, I think the thing is, you say it's for the general public and the crazy people from wherever they are, from Houston, okay, and then the camps. And then how to get the message out to those, that's all part of it. So it's a pretty complex project. I'm sure it is. And the question is, do we need to do anything? And what do we want to do? And what can we afford? Mrs. Stebbins says, Commissioner Moser, will you put it on the next agenda for discussion after you have this meeting on Thursday? Oh, absolutely right. Okay, thank you. I will comment that we don't have any crazy people that live here. The few that we do have, we handle them through CSU, or they serve on the board. I'm just trying to keep us out of trouble here. Okay, the media is still here. All right, any other reports? In 2016, Kerr County contracted for an engineering study on their current warning system, and we're told it was antiquated and inadequate. Okay? They did an engineering study. They found that their warning system was antiquated and inadequate in 2016. They had a session after it. Okay? We have a system that's not working. We need to certainly look at it. Technology is great, but it's still one of the best things. So you may disagree with me, the people upriver calling, but because you're going to get a call, I've just received this year, I've received just this year from calls before it's even had time of warning to go off. I'm getting texts from Divide Fire Chief, and I think, where'd the sheriff go? I sent you a text the other night. Like, they have a telephone chain as their antiquated ass version of alert systems, it seems like. Is this in English? I mean, they're just like free flow conversation minutes from commissioners talking to one another. The second part of the study contained recommendations for updating the system, and sirens were purposely left out even though other areas had implemented them. Como County has implemented a river gauge and siren system that includes New Braunfels, Guadalupe County, and the Water-Oriented Recreation District as funding partners. When gauge heights reach a certain level, emergency management personnel are notified and the siren is automatically activated. Emergency personnel can also activate the sirens remotely if they know floodwater is headed downstream. The data from each gauge, including river height and rainfall, is available online for anyone, including residents, to access. They filed for federal assistance via hazard mitigation grant for $976,000. Then they discussed the warning system. After failing to secure a grant, they continue to kick the can down the road. 2021 rolls around, and they have over $5 million in ARPA funds in their bank and will wind up with a grant of a total of over $10 million. So basically, other places that implemented these prevention measures, but Kerr County never did. And the reasoning for it was, as the judge said to MSNBC, is too expensive. So in the state of Texas, when a different County or San Marcos City Council votes to advance a ceasefire resolution and also wants to end their funding of Israel's military with federal and local tax dollars to the tune of $4 million, Greg Abbott puts a stop to that and says, we will defund you. You don't get to defund Israel. We will defund you. How dare you be so anti-Semitic? When it comes down to it, when it comes down to implementing warning systems for regular Texans living in a different county, in Kerr County, they say, we don't have money in the bank. Isn't that nuts? Obviously, these two places are not directly associated with one another. I'm not saying like St. Marcos is could have spent some of this expenditure on Kerr County or something. That's not the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that the local state government expenditure priorities are so distorted. They're so insane. It's all a matter of who gets the money and how much they are willing to spend for certain spending priorities versus other spending priorities. And I have already shown you this as well. Texas City, during Hurricane Harvey, required an Israel pledge for hurricane relief. So it's one of those, Texas is just like one of those insane states where, one, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to even get a job as a public school teacher. A loyalty pledge that dictates that you cannot ever demand boycotts from the state of Israel, demand divestment from the state of Israel, demand sanctions to the state of Israel. Same with, weapons manufacturers. You can't do BDS to them. And same with the fossil fuel industry. You can't do divestment from them either. Okay? It's just weird because Israel's a foreign nation. It's weird for a loyalty pledge to either of any of these things, right? But it's extra weird when you got Israel as a foreign nation that we have to give funds to. Yeah, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to do any business with the city of Austin. Is there another foreign nation that has this kind of expenditure priority? Are they in the state of Texas? Do you give multiple millions of dollars to Estonia? And if you don't give multiple millions of dollars to Estonia, or you say, hey, we have to stop giving. Why are we giving $4 million to Estonia? We should pull that back and focus on domestic expenditure priorities. Yeah, because MSNBC is a reliable source. That's so funny, VTuber Lance. MSDNC is not the most reliable source, but this reporting is not just coming from MSDNC. It's literally everywhere. This is just a summarization of things that we have covered already, and it's not even talking about Israel. Why would MSDNC ever talk about Israel in a critical manner? I am packaging that into this conversation. I'm also saying the truth. You can just like try to counter that instead of attacking an irrelevant source here. But it seems like you're too invested in trying to, I guess, undermine the argument by pointing to something that is completely irrelevant rather than recognizing the reality in the state of Texas and many other states as well. Coincidentally, usually winning teams say we got this before the big game. So, interesting. Just something to consider. Local officials not only failed to put in place emergency warning systems in an area known for sudden and potentially deadly floods, but they also appeared blindsided and unprepared to address tough questions. Kelly told reporters at a news conference Friday that officials had no idea the flood was coming, even though the area has a long history of deadly floods. Like, this is Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly, who we saw in some of the fucking meeting minutes that we were just reading, okay? And this guy's like, oh, MSNBC, not a reliable source. Okay, take it up with the Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly, the county's top elected official. Tell me you're fragile without telling me you're fragile. I'm fragile. Brother, you couldn't even handle, like, just a little bit of new information entering your brain without throwing a fit. Like, what do you mean, tell me you're fragile without telling me you're fragile? What argument do you perceive you have won here? You came in here and you said MSNBC is not a reliable source. MSNBC's reliability is not called into question here unless you have evidence that Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly is being misquoted here. That's not how you tackle an argument. I'm trying to educate you on how to properly identify bad talking points and accurately address them. If there's something wrong here with my coverage, I would be perfectly fine with going back on it and recognizing that I showed something that was incorrect. But you're not doing that. There are instances where I get something a little wrong and chatters will come in because we all come to you for an education law. I mean, many people do, as a matter of fact. And if you were to maybe be a little bit more charitable, you could also get educated in this instance. Like, I'm sure that you didn't know that you have to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel in the state of Texas to become a public teacher, for example, right? This is new information that has penetrated your consciousness, even if you didn't want to learn about it. Now you have this information. You will hopefully retain this information. You found out about a city in Texas that wanted to reallocate $4.4 million in expenditure away from the Israeli military back to their local needs, which Governor Greg Abbott, the governor of the state of Texas, said absolutely not to, and it claimed it was anti-Semitic to make such a demand. This is new information for you, I suspect, unless you already knew this. I'm not falling for the rage bait. I'm not raging. This guy's following that Nux guy, Mark Dice. His brain is like microwave hot dog. Here, he is here specifically to be obtuse. I'm sure his parents have combos about him with his siblings. Still, anyone can learn new things. And I will not give up on that chatter, or anyone else for that matter. But who knows? I'm holding out hope. Texas public teacher here. Yes, we do have to sign a no boycott Israel form. I had to sign one for judging a different Texas district's band contest. It's actually insane. Yeah. And if it's not that person that learned something new here, in the process of me addressing that person, there are plenty of new people that do learn something that they previously didn't know, which is why I don't think it's a waste of time and energy. Okay? So remember that. Let's continue. A review of the extant reporting on the disaster and the unfolding recovery efforts reveals a series of failures at the local and state levels. Local officials not only failed to put in place emergency warning systems in an area known for sudden and potentially deadly floods, but they also appeared blindsided and unprepared to address tough questions. Kelly told reporters at a news conference Friday that officials had no idea the flood was coming, even though the area has a long history of deadly floods. We have floods all the time, Kelly said. This is the most dangerous river valley in the United States, and we deal with floods on a regular basis. When it rains, we get water. We had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything like what's happened here. None whatsoever. Camp Mystic, the site of many of the confirmed deaths, was one of the several summer camps in the Kerr County area that weren't evacuated Friday. Camp Mystic restricts use of cell phones, which prevented counselors and campers from receiving national weather alerts and likely hampered response to the rising waters in the area, lacking evacuation sirens. Asked why they weren't evacuated at a news conference, Kelly said, "I can't answer that. I don't know." Well, I think we know. How is being kind and charitable to someone like this?
You can't be MAGA.
Not when they go low, we go high. Libtard bullshit. Genuine question because I'm struggling here. What is this?
I am MAGA and a Christian.
This is crazy. I know we're not Kerr County. I know we're not Kerrville. I know we're not San Angelo or San Antonio. But hell, we're human beings.
Uh-oh, I think you woke up this morning misinformed. The hate's on the left, not on the MAGA side. What you gonna do, crybaby? I'll wear alligator Alcatraz merch if I want to. And what you gonna do, baby?
Help us.
Wait, this is the same lady? Is this even the same woman? Or is this a different woman that someone just like patched together? And even then, I don't give a shit. Do you think she deserves to die? No. Okay? Yeah, this is a barely literate person. Okay? This is a barely literate person who's hopped up on fumes. Who gives a... I don't want her to die. Okay? Maybe I'm brain broken, but I don't care. I don't care that this is a bad person, objectively, okay? I don't care. They're still a victim of a natural disaster. I would much rather spend this time trying to help this person, and then simultaneously talk about how, you know, what I've been talking about right now, which is the priorities of expenditure in her own state from her own MAGA politicians is what has caused this devastation to be significantly worse than what it should have been. Okay? It's not about like when they go low, we go high. It's about having it is about having a moral system that is built around empathy. Okay? It is about making sure that your first principles, your first priorities is around mitigating harm. That's mine. So when I see someone like this who's like angrily posturing about MAGA or whatever the interlaced with like this TikTok, interlaced in this TikTok video where like she's begging for help in the aftermath of a hurricane. Okay, my attitude is to one, immediately offer help, and then two, use this as an opportunity for education so they don't make this mistake again. This is an impactful moment. Basically shutting this person off and just telling them that they suck and they're stupid and they deserve this pain and that they brought about themselves is only going to make things worse. Is not helpful. It's not productive. And I think that this is a byproduct of being online anyway. If you were around this human being, okay, if you were around this human being, if you were, I don't know, visiting Texas or something, and she was crying in front of you like this, even if you knew that she had said some horrifying shit online in the past, you would not have the capacity to be as like short with her as you are online. Okay? This is yet another byproduct of constantly experiencing things almost entirely online. That's it. Says you underestimate us? No, man, no. That's ridiculous. It's the same principle behind like people chirping all the time on the internet, being like, Azov sucks, he's this, he's that. And then I go out in the real world. I don't know what people have said about me online, but there's no bad blood ever in my interactions with people. Even like every now and then when haters or trolls try to show up, it's a much more limited way of approaching me in the real world. So I try to always think about like when I see someone online, I try to, and I have my weak moments as well for sure, but I try to see it as like these are human beings. They have the capacity to be misguided. Okay? They have the capacity to be violently angry, violently racist, but ultimately you have to be a bigger person and remind yourself that like they arrived at this way of thinking as a consequence of years and years of austerity, years and years of redirecting their priorities back to like marginalized communities. They've been duped. They've been duped into thinking like this. So you still have to you still have to be as empathetic as you physically can be towards someone like this.
I'm going to tell you FA and FO. We're not going to help out anybody. Y'all been living on food stamps, EBT, Section 8 housing your entire freaking life.
Dude, there's TV in the background screaming as she's also screaming about EBT is so funny because it's like she's talking about black people there, but I'm willing to bet that she also literally uses welfare herself.
And you're not going to do it anymore. If you can work, you're an able-bodied person, go get a job. I'm tired of paying for it.
But for God's sakes, Travis County, help us.
Have the day you deserve.
So yeah, when you see stuff like this, remind yourself that these are like normal human beings. Remind yourself that these are normal human beings and use this as an opportunity for education rather than an opportunity to shit on this person, okay? That's it. I don't know what Good Trouble is going to say. I hope he's not going to dunk on this woman. But yeah, we have an empathy problem in this chat. It's not just this chat. It's just online. We have an empathy problem online. People have no capacity to put themselves in other people's shoes in the same way that that lady has no capacity to put herself in someone else's shoes. When she's talking about that lady is so hopped up on fumes of virulent MAGA style white supremacy that she doesn't realize she's wearing the same shoes as the people she's shitting on when she's like, oh, well, you know, no more welfare state for you. Lady, you got the same shoes on. She can't even recognize that she herself is most likely in a similar predicament. So our goal should be to educate people like that, to be like, listen, do you take SNAP benefits? Do you have Medicaid? Do you have Medicare? Like, then you are actively advocating to take that stuff away from yourself as well, because someone duped you into believing that there are undeserving people that are taking advantage of the system, when in fact, in the eyes of the state, they see you just as they see those people that they've told you to hate. We have a severe lack of empathy online, and it gets only worse as a direct consequence of things having people having even less and less than they did prior. Okay, the less people have, the more vicious people get, the more ruthless people get, trying to take a crumb of the remaining resources for themselves. It's a knife fight out there, and it's especially bad online. But here's a person we can all get together and shit on actively. If you want to get mad at like individual right-wingers, get mad at people like this. Charlie Kirk on the deadly Texas flooding. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI.
The Democrats, they're so despicable.
In Texas, dude? Really? DEI in Texas? Are you saying Governor Greg Abbott is in a wheelchair? Is he doing the thing? He's like, Governor Greg Abbott is handicapped. We shouldn't have had him as governor. We need a governor who can dive into the water and swim and extract people himself, personally.
The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over 100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. What you are not being told by the media anywhere is that the death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI. This Texas tragedy is just the latest example. It's not just incompetence.
Yeah, DEI, divert extreme investment. Divert extreme investment to Israel. That's what the I stands for. It stands for both investment and Israel. That's what it is. That's what he's talking about. We have never had more stupid people in the White House than we do now.
As a federal government.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lordy Lordy. Oh my God.
This is DEI working to undermine meritocratic institutions and...
Brother, this is Texas. What the... Wait, Texas is also doing DEI? What's he talking about? Did he think that this was California? What does he mean when he says DEI? Is he talking about divert environmental investment? DEI, divert everything to Israel? What the fuck is he talking about? Is there something going on in Texas that I was oblivious to? That is Texas also doing DEI now? What? It's a red state. What the hell happened? Texas is so woke, they had a whole country full of Mexicans settle next door. I know. Some of them, when we drew the lines, remained in Texas, as a matter of fact. Hella Mexicans there. Teleprompter got the wrong script. Yeah, I'll have you know, there are Mexicans in Texas, dude.
More people likely died than otherwise would have because of DEI. The Democrats, they're...
Bro, this is also, like, this kind of commentary also is a direct consequence of people getting dumber and dumber year over year, where like he doesn't even need to make an argument. Have you noticed that there is no argument being made here? Okay? There is no correlation. There's not even a correlation. You can't even say like correlation does not mean causation. At least back in the day, they used to point to something. They used to like point to a correlation falsely, okay? They would do false equivalencies. They would do like silly ways of implementing logical fallacies to make a somewhat of a convincing argument. Now, it's just catchphrases, man. This is DEI. DEI is the reason why this is as bad as it is. And also because wokes. Yeah. Woke DEI in the state of Texas? Woke DEI in the state of Texas? That's what happened? Yeah, this is why Ben fell off. This is precisely why Ben Shapiro fell off, because at least he was like trying to make a clear argument as to, like, he was trying to at least like create some talking points that made sense to those in the margins. But nowadays, with increased political polarization and a lack of interest, a severe lack of interest in identifying issues and solving them, all you need to do is hit a button. It's like you could substitute reaching. No, I don't think that's a reach. I don't think that's a reach at all. Especially because like this is something that a professional political commentator would avoid. Okay? When I say something is a problem born out of capitalism, for example, okay? Or even if Charlie were to say like something is an issue with like socialization or something, like diverting funds away to like woke transgender surgeries instead of, like, I'm doing a better job of making a convincing right-wing argument here. If I was a Republican commentator, I'd be like, well, Texas actually had to reorient its expenditure priorities as a direct consequence of the federal government under the Biden administration to make sure that transgenders were getting bottom surgeries in immigrant detention centers at the federal facilities. Like, at least I'm lying, but I'm lying in a direction that kind of makes sense, okay? On the other hand, Charlie just goes, nah, Texas is a DEI state, man. Like, what do you mean Texas is a DEI state? I thought people voted for honest to God meritocracy in Texas. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between like trying to tie together lies that make at least some kind of sense versus just saying a talking point. At least like talking points that Republicans used to use back in the day were like somewhat associated with the issue at hand. Now, they're not even associated with the issue at hand. What the hell? And then when we're working through the details of like where the spending priorities were, come in here and go, that's for MSNBC. It's fake news. Okay, man. I bet you love MSNBC, you goddamn libtard. Like, no, I don't. As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly fond of MSDNC either. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not playing team sports. I don't care. I care about issues, and I care about solving problems rather than assuming that one team is going to solve a made-up problem that I now believe is a real problem. At the state level, a similar failure to prepare for the worst occurred during the last Texas legislative session. A bill aimed to establish a statewide city council. A statewide council to create a statewide emergency response plan and administer grants for things like improved emergency alert systems died in the Senate, with detractors pointing to the $500 million price tag as one of the reasons to oppose it. This shouldn't be about anything other than the fact that it's $500 million, State Representative Tony Tinderholt said during a floor debate in April. The fact of the matter is that if there was a flood emergency siren system implemented in Kirk County, okay, that they knew since 2016, people still probably would have died, but the numbers would not be as severe. There would be more people that would have survived this disaster. It's that simple, okay? That's it. And as climate change worsens, doesn't matter if you think it's woke, doesn't matter if you think it's a Chinese conspiracy or not, doesn't matter if you believe that climate change is worsening, okay? There are tangible and immediate impacts, okay? Like these insane flash floods, like the wildfires that rip through California. You have to deal with that. So it's crazy on the one hand. It's crazy on the one hand to just go, nah, it's not real, it's fake, it's woke, it's gay, climate change is made up. And then also not even try to build a proper prevention system, a proper warning system that will save people's lives in the very likely event that these things happen, that we know will happen with greater frequency and greater magnitude. It's also extra crazy, on top of that, to defund the recovery and relief part of this too. And we're doing it all. We're not only burning the candle on both ends, we're burning the candle in its entirety. We're dousing it in gasoline and lighting it on fire. It makes no sense. And here we have another absolute moron, Kirsty Noem.
Government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them. And that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately. But as soon as you signed the major disaster declaration, we were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned through state block grants.
In 2005, people were warned Hurricane Rita caused massive evacuations out of Houston and surrounding areas. Traffic congestion caused massive delays in evacuations. 107 fatalities were directly linked to the evacuation alone. After that, the city-state finally put in contraflow lanes to easily let traffic use both sides of a highway to evacuate. Disaster has to happen first for steps to be taken to fix it. And in 2005, people were warned, and just like today, they pretended it didn't matter. They had decades to be prepared for that as well. It's not like we are oblivious. It's not like we don't have scientists that are actively ringing the alarm bells with regular frequency. Okay? We do. We have these things. We've had these things for decades. People have been screaming about this exact moment for like 30 years. And every step of the way we've gone, lol, that's just weather, stupid. That's just weather. You're so stupid. It's just weather. I was having this discussion about Don't Look Up with some friends of mine that were obviously annoyed with the smug tone that it took. Shouts out to Adam McKay, love him, friend of the show, Hassan Abihed, Adam McKay. I didn't take issue with Don't Look Up. The reason why I didn't take issue with the bluntness of it, because it had no subtlety whatsoever, or even the smugness of it all, was because I think we're getting stupider and stupider. We're getting dumber and dumber every day. So I think that will stand alone as a brilliant work one day when people go back and rewatch it and go, well, this is exactly what is taking place. That's it.
Help them with cleanup, and we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate, and it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible situation. We still are looking for people. We're still, we as a federal government.
I mean, yeah, we saw a version of this in COVID too. We saw a version of this in COVID as well, where like dudes were literally in their last breath decrying that COVID was fake. It's like, brother, you are dying. You're dead. You're dead. In a couple hours, you will die. And you are choosing to spend your last hours on Earth with a ventilator shoved down your throat talking about some culture war shit. What the You're dead. You're dying. Maybe I'm woke, so forgive me for being woke and lame and a libtard. But I don't care how much it costs to save people's lives. Okay? I don't care. I don't care what it takes. I would much rather spend the money on proper prevention. I would much rather spend the money on harm mitigation. That is what the government is supposed to do. What the It's crazy, man. It's crazy out here. It's actually because you rich, boy. What the do you mean? We're talking about the government. What do you mean? Because you rich, boy. Okay, I pay more to the government than you do. And I'm saying use the funds adequately. Why is this CNN website just like busted? What is this? Okay, anyway. Yeah, some of Mamdani's far-left allies want to primary Hakeem Jeffries and other New York City Democrats, and they got issues with that. We're going to be covering that in a second. But, yeah. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
This is a montage of the changing stories on Jeffrey Epstein. Enjoy.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island.
with Jeffrey Epstein.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
You know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that. His plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense.
There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera.
I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking ring.
Absolutely, Senator. Child trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
Release the list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, is when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well, we'll
along
look
with
for
his
that.
co-defendant.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for
He
sure.
sure did.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable.
Flight logs tied to accused trafficker Jeffrey Epstein have been released to some conservative political commentators. They walked out of the White House holding binders labeled the Epstein files.
There was an expectation that this was going to be bigger. You had the same expectation.
We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein.
Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
What we know is that this was a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators who abused untold numbers of minors. Only one person has been prosecuted for these crimes, and that is Ghislaine Maxwell.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Did Jeffrey Epstein himself, or did somebody kill him?
Senator, I believe he himself in a cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Are you going to release all the information about that?
Senator, we are working through that right now with the Department of Justice.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
The Epstein files. What's the answer to that?
The answer to that is the same as everything else. I'm not going to withhold information from the American public ever, but I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it. So on the Epstein matter or any other matters, we are diligently working on that, and it takes time to go through years of investigations, years of political maneuvering, and years of cover-up to get the American people what they deserve. And that's what I'm going to give them. And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself.
We do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire. However, the video does show in that specific block that he goes in, made a phone call. You'll see 12 hours of guards going to basically check on him, come back. You'll see no one really comes out in that bay, in that area, than him. There's no one in there. When you combine that with the other evidence we will be releasing in the coming weeks, we're still finalizing some of the products. I think it's pretty clear.
Overnight, the FBI and Justice Department releasing 11 hours of footage they say helps confirm notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure. If
Pam, could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
Yeah, definitely looking like it's time to cut the grass. I'm not in the mood to mow. Let's let the Sunseeker Elite X5 do the work for me.
Oh, wait. It already is, because it's on a schedule. It was way ahead of me.
But what really sets this mower apart?
I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. Don't politicize it. I told you, right on script. Now is not the time. And this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. let's get started on the warning systems and the potential failures.
And this is a part of the country that people here know as a flash flood alley. There's a combination of extreme rain events, very thin soil.
Torrential rain caused one river to surge nearly 26 feet in just 45 minutes early Friday morning.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids.
Children's summer camps dot the shoreline of the Guadalupe. At Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, the river started running through cabins where children were sleeping. Nearly a dozen 3rd and 4th grade girls are still missing.
We're looking for places that they're gonna potentially be alive.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said no one anticipated the severity of the storm.
The moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water is a difficult decision whether or not to begin.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it, but like Republicans do actively work against the best interests of the public in every aspect of governance. Someone in the chat was talking about like harm reduction initiatives for safe injection sites. Like they're pro-capital, pro-profit, and anti-human for every single issue. But because this kind of death is often, as we've talked about before with Luigi Mangione, social murder, most people are oblivious because it's not immediate. It's just like, you don't see it as like action reaction. You see it as like something that is totally out of people's hands.
Despite deadly floods here in the past, there are no outdoor warning systems here, no sirens. Instead, people rely on predictions and forecasts from the National Weather Service. Now, local officials debated adding a system back in 2017. They held off because of the cost of that system.
We're also learning more about the people who died in this tragedy, including 8- and 9-year-old girls at Camp Mystic, just feet from the Guadalupe River. The pictures we're showing you here show the inside of cabins at the camp. After the floodwaters rushed through, you can see everything is covered in mud. It is not clear whether the girls in these cabins were able to escape. Janet Shamlian is downriver from here. She has been gathering stories about what happened. Janet, good morning to you.
Maurice, good morning. You can only imagine the anguish and the heartbreak as some families are still waiting on word of their loved ones. And the moms and dads who dropped off their little girls at Camp Mystic, some just a few days earlier, thinking these girls were about to have the summer of their life. Even though it has been 3 days, for those who haven't heard, you know, they are holding up.
Yeah, GOP cycle, cut funding, ruin lives, pray hard. Devastation takes place, rinse and repeat.
Out hope this morning.
This is the aftermath of unimaginable tragedy. Devastated bunkhouses at Camp Mystic, where some of the girls who went missing were staying as floodwaters engulfed the grounds. Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter said his 2 grandchildren survived, but their cousin, 9-year-old Janie Hunt, died. She's related to Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt.
God has wrapped his arms around her, in our thoughts and prayers with all of those involved.
It just started pouring in. We had to fight the door to get it closed.
Christina Wilson said her fiance.
Which one's cheaper, setting up flood detection systems or picking up kids' corpses? Kids' corpses for sure. Actually, it's probably not. It's probably not cheaper, but it's kind of like this. The calculation in the absence of government intervention, the calculation that like companies make in terms of safety and creating fail-safes and redundancies goes away because it's easier to make a cheaper alternative and cut corners in the production of airplanes, for example, and increasingly cut costs that way so you can keep driving up the profit margins, and then make this calculation that if people die in the process due to your elimination of safety measures, for example, ultimately, it's still more cost effective to let people die. And the same thing goes, and the same thing happens here as well. We need more tax breaks. We need to fund Israel. We need to fund military incursions overseas. We can't fund the safety measures because they're too costly. And we'll basically, you know, they're banking on people's inability to pay attention to a singular issue and who is perhaps most responsible for said singular issue. What ideological force is responsible for these issues? They're banking on people's inability to understand who the villains are here. So then they just move on to the next thing.
27-year-old Julian Ryan severed an artery in his arm as he punched open a window when floodwaters inundated their home in the community of Ingram. His family was able to escape. He was not.
He had lost all of it, all his blood. He looked at me and the kids and my mother-in-law, and he was like, sorry, I'm not going to make it. I love y'all.
In Kerrville, Emily Gutierrez told us her cousin Leo's house was swept from its foundation. She said Leo, his wife, and their 2-year-old son are still missing.
As much as we want to pray and hope, there's only so much a human can actually hold on. All the muck, all the dirty water, all the trash, the trees. If the cars are flipped over and the houses are moved, what chance does human have?
Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, if he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for.
He was, a man that made everyone feel safe and seen. He was just an extremely selfless person, and he showed that until the very end.
Once was lost, but now I'm found. On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation. The NFL and singer Shakira are among those already donating to the flood relief effort.
Reddit atheist ass chat. I mean, honestly, these are victims of natural disasters, but I do sometimes feel like we have a severe case of medieval peasant brain. Like, how is this any different? We live in 2025 and we're treating these natural disasters when we know what the causes of it are, when we have significantly better technological surveillance mechanisms and prevention and warning systems that we could implement. We have satellites that are mapping out every goddamn cloud, and we just turn around and we're like, oh, God willed it. We're not cavemen anymore, you know what I mean? We're not looking up at the ball in the sky and going oh, this is the sky gods taking out revenge. It's not that the people themselves, I don't fault the people themselves for praying to God. That's understandable in times of crisis like this. That's the purpose that religion serves. But you also have to still remember, beyond the grieving mothers that are saying this kind of stuff, who is understandable for them to grieve in this way, it's always important to analyze the incident and what contributed to it with cold, rational, logical thinking. Yeah, here, people don't understand how fast this developed. A time-lapse video provided by an eyewitness showed floodwaters rising over a causeway in Kingsland, Texas, completely submerging it in the span of a few minutes. This is a 50-minute increase, but look how fast it goes from 1711, the road exists. Look at this. 1711, road exists. Boom. 1717, it's gone. It went from 511 to 511 to 516. The road is completely submerged. That's crazy. It's basically like a dam collapsing. That's what it feels like. Yeah. The issue is there's massive drought. So then the environment is the environment is already susceptible to flash floods for that reason. And then there's massive rainfall that follows after the massive drought, and the ground can't soak up the water fast enough, and you create this incredible condition where these areas that are known floodplains have a significantly higher amount of water that blow through. You have to remember, there are always people that turn around and say oh, these are red states, they deserve it, or whatever the. Obviously, they don't. Okay, nobody deserves this. I don't give a what they voted for. I don't even care if they deny climate change. In many of these circumstances, you have 40% of the state, some of the most underserved, marginalized communities that live in these areas that are literally voting for the Democrats. It's just that they're so disenfranchised through voter suppression and numerous other methods that, it doesn't matter. Their existence doesn't matter. Just like there's 4 million registered Republican voters in the state of California. A lot of people forget that California as a state has more Republicans than Republican states, 2-3 Republican states combined. And in the red states, there's a ton of Democrat voters as well. Not that party allegiances matter at all. It doesn't, especially in times of like natural disasters. First and foremost, there should be an opportunity to lend support, and then educate people. Like that should be the goal here. Like this is yet another crisis that was avoidable. These things, like we have the capacity to create successful prevention methods. We have the capacity to harden our infrastructure. We don't do any of those things. So get mad at the real people that are get mad at the people who are actually responsible for these deadly events, rather than victims of said deadly events.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Texas is grieving right now.
Oh, wow. Ted Cruz is there instead of flying at the Cancun again. Shocked, I tell you. I guess it's because his house is not at risk of flash flooding, so he didn't have to escape. Yeah, maybe he had a layover. Yeah, maybe the flash floods actually didn't let him fly out with his private jet or something.
The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death.
This sociopath is trying to come across as though he's like empathetic here, which is crazy.
Toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic. That's every parent's nightmare.
Yeah, also, this is a point as well, obviously. A common progressive fantasy is that once conservatives see the consequences of climate change, they will have some sort of come to Jesus moment, but it's always pretty obvious to people paying attention that they are just going to blame it on deep state flooding tech and learn nothing. But I think this is a defeatist attitude to have, because for every 5 people that will do this exact same thing, there will be 3 people that can be convinced. So you have to work every single day to convince those 3 people, to find those 3 people and convince them.
But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850.
Cruz is a bad actor, I know. I mean, he's both a nefarious player here and also responsible, especially when you can like directly point to some of the initiatives of this government. This is part of the reason why I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but this is part of the reason why I get mad at the Democrats, because Democrats should be, one, immediately helping in the recovery and relief efforts, which they are, but also simultaneously speaking from every podium, every avenue available about how cutting the National Weather Service and cutting NOAA and the defunding and the austerity that this government is engaging in is so devastating, is so deadly.
All right, we're getting some breaking news that we've been following over the last hour with a Trump administration official confirming that about 5% of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration are being let go. That agency includes the National Weather Service. They work together to put together sometimes life-saving forecasts for severe weather threats.
People are still going to obviously talk about how this couldn't be prevented. It's a natural disaster. There are systemic reasons as to why these natural disasters that are supposed to be once in a lifetime are happening with higher frequency, right? There's obviously that, and that should be talked about, climate change specifically in this context. But then there's also the prevention and the infrastructure hardening that needs to happen. It's not even once every 5 years. It's happening yearly. And at that point, it's just a normal part of existence. And we have to, at the very least, create some sort of protection to make sure that we protect people and to avoid unnecessary deaths. And then at the last stage, we talk about the recovery and relief. There's also that aspect of it, because on the recovery and relief side, the Trump administration is cutting FEMA, reallocating FEMA resources to immigrant detention centers, to build immigrant detention centers like the Alligator Auschwitz that they build in Florida. They're utilizing the National Guard they're federalizing the National Guard, or utilizing the National Guard to work in these these kidnapping operations of your neighbors, utilizing the Marine Corps in this way. Our priorities are completely out of whack, and I think it's good to talk to people about that. It's good to talk to people about this and show them what the administration is tasked with doing. In the same ways that the Republicans will actively point the finger of blame at the Democrats and be like, oh, all they care about is like trans people. All they care about is trans people. Ironically enough, the Democrats don't care about trans people, but that's besides the point. Use Republican tactics in the same exact ways against them. They're nowhere to be found. And the moments where they are, they come in after the fact, after the devastation is done, and they turn around and say, oh, thoughts and prayers, when in fact, their actions also led to the devastation and the impact being much larger than it should be.
And I will tell you, the president said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage. But the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone.
Turns out Cancun Cruz was in Europe over the weekend. Ted Cruz caught vacationing as tragedy strikes again. The Daily Beast reports that Ted Cruz was vacationing in Europe as floods ripped through central Texas, killing at least 89 people, including 27 campers and counselors from a summer camp. The Texas senator was spotted visiting the Parthenon in the Greek capital Athens with his wife Heidi on Saturday evening. Brother, are you joking? Busted again.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is Buddy.
We're the founders of the Farmer's Dog.
We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog.
It all started with my first dog, Jada. I got Jada in my early 20s. It was just love at first sight. She was the most adorable, smart dog, but her stomach was just constantly a problem. Nothing seemed to help her until a vet recommended that I started home cooking for her.
All of her issues went away. Her life changed. So Brett started going down this journey of looking into what is dog food? How is it made?
Kibble can be made with ingredients that would be illegal to sell to a human for consumption, then turned into a powder using extreme heat, extruded into the brown balls we all know, and then sprayed with nutrients and palatants so the dogs will actually eat it.
We were told kibble was the best thing you could feed your dog.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Turns out it wasn't. We were told all the food was real meat and vegetables. That's also not true.
I think we all know as human beings that eating highly processed food every single meal, every single day of our lives is not ideal for our health. But pet food being highly processed was just the status quo.
So we decided, let's change it. Let's take the decades of pet food research and the understanding of what nutrients dogs need, use that, but avoid the excess processing. I think the question was, how do we make food that's fresh, healthy, and convenient, but do it for every dog across the country? That was like a tough challenge. So we thought we really need to get somebody who knows dog nutrition.
We had watched a seminar with Dr. Wachschlag, and I said to Jonathan, I was like, we need to get a guy like him.
I was like, okay, I'll call him.
To be honest with you, Jonathan called, and then he called again. He just said, you guys have an interesting idea, something that's revolutionary in the dog food world, and if you can pull this off, you'll have a whole new way of feeding dogs.
We ask a few questions about your dog, and we develop a personalized meal plan with the right amount of calories to keep them at a healthy weight. And our customers know that we don't look at them as just a number. We know their name, we know their dog's name, we genuinely care about their dog.
We start with meat and vegetables, gently cook them, and add all the nutrients dogs need for a complete and balanced diet. Every package of food is inspected and goes through a number of different quality controls and tests. And it's all human grade, which means it's made to the same safety standards as human food. Then we put it in a box, add the ice, and deliver it right to your door.
It's all done for you. From the moment you order your first box, you have an advocate for your dog on your side.
It's not about what we do to the food. It's about what we don't do that's creating these incredible health outcomes in so many dogs.
What started with just Jada ended up going from 1 dog to 8 dogs, to then 100 dogs, and now millions.
I just feel so lucky that Jada's legacy gets to live on in Darla and in other households all across the country.
We really believe that everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that. This is the best. I can't move now.
Mother Cancun cruise, this time in Greece. Oh my Lord.
I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers.
Dude, this motherfucker is also like trying to be like, we're all victims here. It's like, bro, you were in Greece. Like, oh, we're all victims here. Let me tell you, okay, me, Ted Cruz, I'm a victim of this flooding. You don't understand. Half of the people who live in that area, Ted Cruz literally voted to cut their Medicaid. You understand me? Like, that's coming down the line. Half of the people, he voted to cut their Medicaid and also has actively petitioned alongside the Trump administration to cut FEMA funding or to reallocate FEMA resources to the immigration detention scheme that this administration is doing, the immigration enforcement scheme that this administration is doing. And after doing all that, which is a lot of work, it's just a lot of hard work, he had to f off and go to Greece.
And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts.
Yeah, church should replace the welfare state. Here's another great take from this. Obviously, the initial reports are coming out already. Officials feared the flood risk of Texan youth camps were imminent, but rejected a warning system, deeming it too expensive. Officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected a warning system. And Adam Johnson says, one thing the left, such as it is, needs to emphasize over and over is that local/state budget constraints are entirely artificial. They're manufactured austerity. If the federal government can invent $38 billion out of thin air to fund a genocide, it can afford to build flood warning systems. These budget shortfalls are not real. The federal government can invent money and transfer it to states for essential projects whenever it wishes. We simply choose not to because subjecting 50 states and thousands of municipalities to a game of neoliberal bum fights empowers capital. This person doesn't understand the point. He says local state budget constraints are real. They are, except the federal government can always offer additional funds and additional resources in times of necessity. It is always a matter of interest. The biggest hurdle here is never, oh, where will we find the money? Because there's always money for war. The biggest hurdle is how do we actually reallocate these resources to these sorts of incredibly important and sometimes costly prevention methods. The conversation around deficits only become a serious point of contention when the expenditures we're talking about help the working poor. They only talk about how will we fund this whenever it's something that helps you out. Every single year, every single congressional session, we increase the military budget by hundreds of billions of dollars. Even in this last Trump tax cut bill, the big beautiful bill, the big bomb for the working poor, there was $150 additional billion for the military. There was $175 billion for Trump's immigration enforcement scheme. Here's the New York Times on this as well. As floods hit, key roles were vacant at Weather Service offices in Texas. Some experts say staff shortages might have complicated forecasters' ability to coordinate responses with local emergency management officials. Do not let these fucking assholes get away with it. They'll say thoughts and prayers. They'll say now is not the time. That's the thing that I told you. Initially, when people ask these questions like, how could this have happened? The first response from Republicans will be, oh, now is not the time. Now is not the time. No, it is the time. When is the appropriate time? They do this with mass shootings too, which aren't even natural disasters to begin with.
And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how you know kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. There's always a chance of disaster. God willed it. God willed it. God is great. God is good. We don't know the ways in which God works, but don't politicize it. I told you, right on script. Right on script. Now is not the time. And this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. The entire purpose of mankind that has been able to go to the fucking moon, that has been able to build ginormous dams, that has been able to build massive skyscrapers is to overcome nature. And yes, part of that hubris is what's causing these kinds of extreme weather events to take place because of anthropogenic climate change. But there is still so much more that we can do, okay? There's still so much more that we could do in terms of proper prevention, not building campsites and not building campsites around, for example, a riverbed. Or if we do, ensuring that we have the proper resources allocated to warning systems. That's why I gave like the Pompeii example, where it's like we just keep rebuilding in the ash cheeks of a volcano over and over again, and then the volcano explodes and the lava takes over the city, and then we rebuild the city once again, and we say, it won't happen again. And we don't even monitor the tectonic activities. We don't even we underfund the warning systems ahead of time so that there's no evacuation. We just refuse to learn any lessons from any of this, and it's so devastating.
And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster.
He's wrong. I mean, this is a lie also. This is literally a fucking lie. When he says we will learn from these lessons, his previous response and his current response, as a matter of fact, shows that he's not interested in learning any of the lessons. He literally said, there's nothing we can do about it. These things happen. And then turning around and being like, we'll figure it out after the fact. We'll figure out what went wrong here after the fact. It's like, no, you're just pushing it down when it's no longer important in the public's eye, when it's no longer newsworthy. This is a defensive posture that is the opposite of problem solving. An issue happens, people seek out answers. They don't want to give answers in this time of crisis on purpose, because if they were to properly analyze the situation as we have done so far, even with like the limited amount of information we have thus far, we very quickly arrive at the real villains in the story, which happens to be the fucking Republican Party. The people that are actively underfunding these systems of prevention, alerts, and analysis. He said the same thing in 2018. Senator Cruz, we will rebuild together because that's who Texans are. Surveys, flood damage in Burnett and Llano County urges Texans to heed warnings from local officials. They have just the same script that they hit over and over again, every single fucking time. Same footnotes, same bullet points. Thoughts and prayers. God is good. God is great. How could this have happened? We will figure out how this could have happened, and we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again, as they literally work to make it happen again and again and again and again, and make things worse in the process.
I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning.
No, those cuts were good. Those cuts were good. We saved so much money. Excuse me, sir. Talking about these cuts, you're kind of making it seem like I need to take accountability for things that I've advocated for, and I don't like it. How dare you, sir? This is not time for partisan finger pointing, sir. These cuts were good. These cuts were great. We need more of them. Also, how could this have happened? I don't like the facts that you are presenting to me. Yeah. Texas Observer, Trump's Doge cuts are a Texas-sized disaster. This came out on July 3rd, 2025. Reckless agency layoffs and the dismantling of federal relief programs could leave the Lone Star State in peril. This was before the fucking flash floods. A day before the flash floods happened, they were like, this is a ginormous issue. A lot of these things that the government is tasked with doing basically have to work invisibly. Like, they have to work, and they're working. They're working in a way where you don't even realize that they're working at all times. You only realize the government is failing when it actually isn't working. You only realize that the government is there when it actually fails in a moment like this. So this is a really important time for leftists and Democrats alike to explain that these are resources that we cannot take funds away from. These are government instruments that we have to rely on, that we have to continue funding, and the Republicans' austerity measures against the war that they're waging against these government systems is actually deadly and will continue to have devastating consequences, such as this one that we just watched.
Facts, and if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level, but number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the Doge cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good, actually, that we actually had key roles that were vacant. Like, there were people that took the retirement plan, the accelerated retirement plan, and the government did that specifically so that there were less people in these positions. They didn't directly lay them off. In some instances they did, but in many instances they just basically said, hey man, we're giving you an opportunity. Before we lay you off, we're just giving you severance pay off with no interest in rehiring. Here's the New York Times reporting on it. Crucial positions at the local office of the National Weather Service were unfilled as severe rainfall inundated parts of central Texas on Friday morning, prompting some experts to question whether staffing shortages made it harder for the forecasting agency to coordinate with local emergency managers as floodwaters rose. Texas officials appeared to blame the Weather Service for issuing forecasts on Wednesday that underestimated how much rain was coming. But former Weather Service officials said the forecasts were as good as could be expected, given the enormous levels of rainfall and the storm's unusually abrupt escalation. The staffing shortages suggest a separate problem, those former officials said. The loss of experienced people who would typically have helped communicate with local authorities in the hours after flash flood warnings were issued overnight. In an interview, Rob Kelly, the Kerr County judge, and its most senior elected official said the county did not have a warning system because such systems are expensive and local residents are resistant to new spending. Taxpayers won't pay for it, Mr. Kelly said. Asked if people might reconsider it in the light of the catastrophe, he said, I don't know. This is part of the reason why I sometimes say, like, it's better to just do it.
No matter what you need, we print all the signs that you can put here, so you stand out, even when they're way back here. Because at Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it. Get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
And not tell people that you're doing it. It's just like, why? Why do you need public feedback on all of this stuff? It's not like they ask every working poor individual whether or not they want to get their SNAP benefits reduced. They just do it anyway. I don't understand it. The National Weather Service San Angelo office, which is responsible for some of the areas hit hardest by Friday's flooding, was missing a senior hydrologist, staff forecaster, and meteorologist in charge. San Antonio office also has significant vacancies. Staff members in those positions are meant to work with local emergency managers to plan for floods, including when and how to warn local residents and help them evacuate. The office's warning coordination meteorologist left on April 30th after taking the early retirement package the Trump administration used to reduce the number of federal employees, according to a person with knowledge of his departure. Some of the openings may predate the current Trump administration, but at both offices, the vacancy rate is roughly double what it was when Mr. Trump returned to the White House in January, according to Mr. Fahey. John Sokich, who until January was the director of congressional affairs for the National Weather Service, said those unfilled positions made it harder to coordinate with local officials because each Weather Service office works as a team. Reduced staffing puts that in jeopardy. A spokeswoman for the National Weather Service, Erica Groh, did not answer questions from the New York Times about the Texas vacancies, including how long those positions have been open and whether those vacancies had contributed to the damage caused by the flooding. There's also another problem here where the NWS staffers that are still employed might be fearful of speaking out against the administration out of an abundance of caution, out of the fear that the administration might actually enact revenge upon them by firing them, which is insane to even think, but it is quite literally a reality. It is within the realm of possible options here. Part of what the Republicans do expertly is consistently claim that these services are not working, so we have to just continue defunding them. That is a part of their advocacy. A part of their advocacy quite literally is to say, these systems are failing. They failed our people. They failed our citizens, which is why we must defund them. They're just taking your tax dollars. Brother, are you joking? Are you fucking kidding me? Busted again. Motherfucker. Cancun cruise, this time in Greece. Oh my Lord. I mean, listen, guys, you have to understand something. After he did this like really, really difficult thing, voting for the continuation of tax cuts for the wealthiest in American society, he had to obviously take a big vacation. Okay, let's get started on the warning systems and the potential failures. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
We're going to begin this morning with the heartbreak and the hope you see there after that catastrophic flooding in Texas. More than 80 people have died, most of them in Kerr County, Texas. That's outside San Antonio. We're sorry to say that dozens are still missing at this hour.
And that number includes children from Camp Mystic, one of multiple camps along the...
This video would begin best with a quote from Abraham Lincoln in Ottawa, Illinois, in his debate with Stephen Douglas in 1858, in which he stated, "I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two which will, in my judgment, probably forever forbid their living together upon the footing of perfect equality, and inasmuch as it becomes a necessity that there must be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong having the superior position. I have never said anything to the contrary." The real Abraham Lincoln, the Lincoln that America forgot, is generally not well understood. Lincoln wasn't a unifying nor an egalitarian leader in any conceivable way. He was not a genuine abolitionist, as pointed out by the leading abolitionists of the era, such as William Lloyd Garrison, who said of Lincoln, "He has evidently not a drop of anti-slavery blood in his veins, and he seems incapable of uttering a humane or generous sentiment respecting the enslaved millions in our land." Lincoln was an incredibly racist man, even for his era, who hoped nothing more than to oversee the ethnic cleansing of every last African from American soil. Some do admit, yes, Lincoln was a racist, but he was simply a racist of the time. This is an entirely untrue assertion, which will be fully covered over the course of this video. Lincoln made many statements throughout his life which portray him as an egalitarian, a believer in equality, and the liberator of the slaves. Not unlike the politicians we are ruled by today, Lincoln too issued many declarations to some political factions while saying the opposite to other factions, and so if one digs throughout his speeches enough, one can find a large array of quotations from him which may show him either to be indifferent towards slavery or in complete opposition to it. Murray Rothbard was indeed correct in his assessment of Lincoln as a conniver, a manipulator, and a liar. Everything you know about Lincoln is false. A book by Charles T. Pace titled Lincoln as He Really Was reveals much about the president, such as that Lincoln was not a light-hearted, shy, gentle giant, but even from his earliest years an incredibly disturbed and morose individual who went as far as to murder his own father's dog when it was barking too loudly. Union General Don Piatt recounts that after the American Civil War, quote, "Abraham Lincoln has almost disappeared from human knowledge. I hear of him, I read of him in eulogies and biographies, but I fail to recognize the man I knew in life." Why? Because the cult of Lincoln has built a completely ahistorical image. Lincoln's Christianity was a ploy. His supposed love affair with Anne Rutledge was likely false. His military service was vastly overplayed, as he was a reserve troop who never saw combat a single time in the Black Hawk War. He was in fact court-martialed twice for misconduct during his service. There are many other things that most people do not know about Lincoln. In September of 1858, Lincoln, in his debate with Stephen Douglas, argued against the notion of social and political equality between whites and blacks, as I've previously covered, but he also rejected the notion of making them either voters or jurors. It denounced the very idea that they could ever hold public office, marry white individuals, or even live together among whites. Why? Because according to Lincoln, their immense physical difference prohibited this. During his aforementioned debate with Stephen Douglas, Lincoln, talking about American slaves, stated, "What next? Free them and make them politically and socially our equals? My own feelings will not admit of this. We cannot then make them equals." Addressing Southern planters, Lincoln stated, "When they remind us of their constitutional rights," referring of course to their supposed right to own slaves, he went on, "I acknowledge them, not grudgingly, but fully and fairly, and I would give them any legislation for the reclaiming of their fugitives, which should not, in its stringency, be more likely to carry a free man into slavery than our ordinary criminal laws are to hang an innocent one." What was this in reference to? Nothing other than Lincoln's official endorsement of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which was purposed to, as Lincoln himself says, reclaim fugitives. In other words, to reclaim runaway slaves using federal resources. Clearly, this was more than just rhetoric. This was Lincoln in action, showing the American people what he stood for. Why then, in 1854, did Lincoln oppose the expansion of slavery to the new American territories? Was it due to a personal opposition to slavery on moral grounds? No, it was instead because, in Lincoln's opinion, the presence of plantations would take up space which would be much better well spent as land for white wage laborers, who Lincoln didn't want to enter into competition with black chattel slaves. Lincoln didn't care for the welfare of black Americans. Instead, Lincoln was always regarding what was in the interest of the white man, so to speak. If anybody doubts this, they can simply take it up with Lincoln's official statements. In another reply to Stephen Douglas, Lincoln stated, "Whether slavery shall go into Nebraska or other new territories is not a matter of exclusive concern to the people who may go there. The whole nation is interested that the best use shall be made of these territories. We want them for the homes of free white people. This they cannot be to any considerable extent if slavery shall be planted within them." In his very inaugural address itself, which one can simply find online, Lincoln also affirms to all Americans, both abolitionists and Southern, "I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." One of Lincoln's closest political allies, Lyman Trumbull, endorsed by the president himself in Trumbull's run for public office, pointed out that in the opinion of the Republican Party, which do not forget Lincoln was a part of, slavery had to be abolished because it created competition for white laborers, not because it was a moral evil and not for the welfare of the chattel slave. What of the Emancipation Proclamation, then? Doesn't this show that Lincoln changed his mind regarding slavery later on? No, this measure was simply a wartime punishment for the South, a war measure in Lincoln's own words within the 1863 proclamation, where he stated, "I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of my power as Commander-in-Chief during a time of rebellion, as a necessary war measure to suppress said rebellion, do hereby proclaim, ... So goes on the rest of the proclamation. It is as clear as day. The Emancipation Proclamation was intended to be a punishment for the South for seceding, whose economy was entirely reliant on the planter class. In practicality, the proclamation, of course, couldn't be implemented in the South because the North had no jurisdiction over it since it was literally at war with it, and the Emancipation Proclamation meant nothing for the North, as was pointed out by the New York World, which published an article stating the exemption, which the proclamation made to the accessible parts of Louisiana, Tennessee, and Virginia, renders the proclamation not merely futile, but ridiculous. Not only would the Emancipation Proclamation cripple the South's slave-based economy if the North succeeded, but it would deter European powers such as Britain and France, who had recently freed their slaves, from supporting the South economically if the emancipation of the slaves was declared by the North to be the central purpose of the war against the South. Prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, it had appeared to Britain and France that the war was over a whole host of issues. Lincoln could not allow this perception to stand. Conclusive proof of the fact that the Emancipation Proclamation was merely performative was the fact that if the Confederate States chose to return to the Union before the effective date of the proclamation, it would never go into effect according to its own terms. Even Lincoln's Secretary of State, William Seward, pointed out, quote, "We show our sympathy with slavery by emancipating slaves where we cannot reach them and holding them in bondage where we can set them free." During the war, blacks served as slaves for the Union Army, as they were forced into labor roles by Union troops, oftentimes under living conditions worse than what they had found themselves under during slavery, which included working in plantations that had been seized by Union soldiers. Slave quarters were pillaged by Lincoln's troops, and blacks were threatened with violence and death when they would not hand over hidden plantation valuables. In one case, Union Army leaders removed the bridges across the stream before freed slaves could cross behind them, explicitly ordering to, quote, "not let a Negro cross," unquote. They abandoned them without any food or resources as dozens drowned in the creek trying to flee Confederate scouts. This was all while, as demanded by Lincoln's own Militia Act of 1862, black soldiers in the Union were given effectively $7 per month, almost half of what white Union soldiers would earn. What was to happen to the freed former slaves, who now had no home and nowhere to turn to other than a government which refused to even consider black citizenship? Lincoln offered an absolutely horrifying perspective, which the general public usually knows to some degree, but attempts to overlook in favor of the more palatable parts of his administration. Lincoln's solution was to send every single black slave to Africa, Central America, and various islands around the world, to eliminate the presence of every single African living in the United States, in extensive ethnic cleansing. His endeavor was referred to as colonization. It was a plan to send the slaves back to Africa, where they would supposedly carry back their culture, religion, and way of life. Never mind the fact that all of this had been stripped from them when they were ripped from their generational homelands years, decades, or centuries prior, to be dropped into the middle of a foreign land with no knowledge of its natural resources, no knowledge of the native languages, etc., meant certain death for these former slaves. In Lincoln's own eulogy on Henry Clay, he expressed, quote, "The American Colonization Society was organized in 1816. May it be realized, it will indeed be a glorious consummation." The reader would do well to take all of that in. What Lincoln is stating is that he believes that it would be a glorious consummation to remove every last African from the United States, that ethnic cleansing was not only necessary, but glorious. With opposition from the War Department and the failure of Lincoln's colonization mission, Congress cut funding in 1863, bringing an end to the venture of colonization, and only after Lincoln's Republican Party had lost its majority in the House of Representatives in the 1862 to 1863 House elections. After this point, Lincoln went largely silent on the issue of colonization. Why? Did he have a genuine change of heart? This is simply not the case. It's heavily evidenced by opposition from the government that Lincoln was simply forced to stay silent on the matter on the basis of having an extremely low level of support for the endeavor. Regardless, by 1865, just days before his death, Abraham Lincoln still privately supported the colonization of the slaves, stating to Benjamin Butler on April 11th of 1865, I can hardly believe that the South and North can live in peace, unless we can get rid of the Negroes. I believe that it would be better to export them all to some fertile country with a good climate, which they could have to themselves. Lincoln was no upholder of universal equality or the importance of equal rights, nor was he a good man at all. He was a supporter of the American Colonization Society, the Illinois Black Codes, the Illinois Constitution, the prohibition of the immigration of blacks to his state, an avowed supporter of the perpetuation of slavery, and an ally to the Fugitive Slave Act. As pointed out by Alan C. Guelzo and Thomas DiLorenzo, Abraham Lincoln was simply the average coward, which one can find sitting on the fence of all instances of resistance to oppression in human history. Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederate States of America, has been wrongly interpreted by history as being some sort of staunch defender of slavery and Southern reactionary thought. The historical fact is that Davis's actions during the American Civil War aligned him not with conservatism, but with the progressive political principles of his time. Principles that included public oversight over essential industries and a measured, gradualist approach to emancipation. As I will demonstrate, Jefferson Davis wasn't only open to the idea of ending slavery, but also spearheaded what may be considered as the first instance of war socialism in human history. Born on June 3rd of 1808 in the state of Kentucky, Jefferson Davis's early environment was very different from that of most of his Confederate contemporaries. His father, Samuel Emory Davis, and his older brother, Joseph Emory Davis, were established in the plantation economy, yet young Davis was raised on the frontier, region where slavery hadn't yet entrenched itself as deeply as in older southern states. As a young officer in the U.S. Army, Jefferson Davis earned high regards from the Native Americans, even being adopted into one tribe and given the nickname the Little Chief, as Davis not only respected but was respected by the indigenous people from his earliest years. One of the most telling and interesting relationships in Davis's youth was with a man named James Pemberton, a slave who had been given to Davis as a body servant. Pemberton remained fiercely loyal to Davis, nursing him through illnesses and later managing Davis's plantation himself. The dynamic between these two paints for us a picture of a relationship based upon mutual respect, as pointed out by scholar Walter L. Fleming from Johns Hopkins University Press, who noted that Davis and his manager treated one another as gentlemen. After leaving the military, Davis founded the Breerfield Cotton Plant. In a radical departure from era-typical Southern practices, Davis allowed self-governance among the chattel slaves who worked his plantation, thereby implementing a system where his slaves managed their own affairs and even established a self-governing court system. On this plant, no slave was ever punished except after conviction by a jury of their own fellow black peers. Davis's system of self-governance was so unusual that Union officers mistook his plantation for a Freedmen's Bureau experiment. Davis wasn't some sort of mindless defender of slavery, and he was clearly open to alternative approaches to solving race relations. Furthermore, Davis, unlike his Southern contemporaries, believed in treating blacks with equal dignity and respect, refusing to use derogatory names for slaves as most planters did, instead referring to them in all cases by their full names. When asked why he did this by Mrs. Davis, who noted that he would return the bows given to him by his slaves, Davis said, "I cannot allow any Negro to outdo me in courtesy." These practices represented, within the context of Southern culture, an early form of enlightened labor management in what was a deeply divided society. During his tenure as U.S. Senator and Secretary of War, it is true that Davis defended the right to transport slaves into new territories. However, this was only because, as Davis himself expresses, he simultaneously believed that slavery was a mutable institution. In 1860, Davis argued that the personal relationship between the slave and the master could foster in small plantation settings kindness and nobility of soul, expanding upon this point, stating that large-scale plantations enabled dehumanization, which only arose when slaves were treated as impersonal property. Thereby, his argument concluded that in smaller, more intimate household settings, the institution of slavery would gradually evolve toward eventual emancipation. In other words, Davis was implicating the theory that economic and social evolution would lead to a natural phasing out of slavery. Unlike most of the planter class as a whole, Davis openly opposed the mistreatment of freed blacks. On one occasion, he visited a northern reformatory, where a young black boy had begged him for help. Noting down privately to himself, "I tried to procure the little fellow's liberty and offered to take him and guarantee his freedom, but he was in a free state, and I could not get him. It was bad enough to keep white children there, but it was inhuman to incarcerate that irresponsible Negro child." When discussing Davis and the Confederacy, one of course has to confront the oversimplified and revisionist narrative that the Civil War was fought solely to preserve slavery. The economic grievances and complaints of federal overreach were not merely peripheral issues for the Southerners. First, consider the impact of the moral tariff. Although this tariff was only enacted on March 2nd of 1861 after the start of the Civil War, it had been introduced long before during the 35th Congress of 1857 to 1859. The tariff was a direct economic assault on the South's export-based economy and forced Southern states to choose between economic devastation and political self-determination. The tariff increased the effective rate on dutiable imports by about 70%, raising the average American tariff rates to about 26% overall, 36% on dutiable items. Only 4 states issued ordinances of secession explicitly citing slavery as a motive. In contrast, 9 states did not, and slave states such as Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and New Jersey chose to remain in the Union. Even within the Union, legal protections like the Corbin Amendment upheld the institution of slavery, and the Emancipation Proclamation applied only to the Southern slave states, not Northern slave states. Southern grievances were further compounded by an unequal fiscal system. Despite paying 85% of federal taxes, Southerners saw 75% of that revenue funneled to the North. This economic imbalance, coupled with the destabilizing influence of Northern-backed agitators such as John Brown, who murdered, looted, and burned down Southern towns, created an environment where political self-determination was not a luxury but a necessity, not just for planters but for average, everyday Southern producers and consumers. Moreover, the timing of this secession of Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina speaks volumes to the facts. These states delayed secession until after President Lincoln had called for troop mobilizations to invade the South, which clearly proves that their secession was motivated not by slavery, but by what was perceived as an existential threat to their existence, not some inflexible commitment to the institution of slavery. Finally, consider the demographic landscape at the war's outset, with the Union comprised of more slave states than the Confederacy. The Union had Missouri, it had Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, all slave states, versus the Confederacy, which had only 7 slave states. Entirely breaking from the long-held norms of the South, Davis began to advocate for the enlistment of black men, not merely as laborers but as active participants in the war effort in 1863. By August of 1863, Davis announced plans to enlist black slaves, and by early 1864, proposals were underway that tied emancipation directly to military service, instigated by Confederate Major General Patrick R. Cleburne. The underlying logic was clear to everybody at the time. At this point, if slaves were to be freed, it was to be done in a way that directly contributed to the defense and eventual survival of the state. This policy was unprecedented in Southern history. Davis was willing to completely do away with a principle that had long defined the Southern way of life in the name of independence. By doing so, any notion that the Confederacy was fighting simply to preserve slavery was done away with, and it was made clear that the primary goal of the Confederacy was independence at any cost. Understandably, when Jefferson Davis first presented Cleburne's proposals to his cabinet, it was shot down with much objection from the Confederate government and traditional politicians who viewed this as a betrayal, and so the idea was forced into secrecy to avoid public uproar. However, later, by November of 1864, when the war had become more dire, Davis moved to support Major General Cleburne's proposal openly, knowing it would be more acceptable for public opinion at that point as the war had become more and more steeped in Confederate blood. It was Davis who had stated to James R. Gilmore, quote, "We are not fighting for slavery, we are fighting for independence, and that or extermination we will have," in 1864, after slamming his fist down on his desk in a heated discussion with the fellow. Davis himself pointed out on November 7th of 1864 that a radical modification in the theory of law had become necessary to address the Confederacy's manpower shortages, later stating, quote, "Should the alternative ever be presented of subjugation or of the employment of the slave as a soldier, there seems no reason to doubt what should then be our decision, then implying eventual emancipation." Davis sent Duncan F. Kenner to Britain and France in December of 1864 in a desperate bid to secure diplomatic recognition for the Confederacy, offering gradual universal emancipation as a bargaining chip to those nations, which demonstrated that Jefferson was overtly more than willing to sacrifice slavery for the greater goal of Southern independence. In the Confederate law authorizing the enlistment of black soldiers, the Confederate government moved to begin the enlistment of 10% of the Confederate slave population into the armed forces. Jefferson Davis interceded in this law through Military Order 14 on March 23rd of 1865, in which Davis overrode legislative authority and mandated an executive order initiating the process of Confederate emancipation. Although some academics have argued that Order 14 didn't guarantee emancipation for veteran slaves, the facts are quite different. The initial Confederate law authorizing the enlistment of black soldiers did have no provisions for Southern emancipation to any extent initially. However, at Davis's personal command, emancipation orders began to take place. Although Order 14 appears to leave emancipation in the hands of the slave's master, the language of the military order was intended to create a legal pathway to emancipation. Consider the requirement, for example, that no slave be accepted as a recruit, quote, unless with his own consent and with the approbation of his master by a written instrument conferring, as far as he may, the rights of a freed man. Through this text, it was guaranteed that freedmen rights were to be granted to the individual, completely altering his legal status upon execution and filing. Davis's executive intercession further stipulated that as a condition of enlistment, these individuals would receive the same rations, the same clothing, and the same compensation as white Confederate soldiers, a provision not even accounted for in the northern enlistment of black soldiers who were paid considerably less than white soldiers under the command of Lincoln. Under military law, these benefits were inherently granted to free Confederate citizens, which meant that the former slaves were then equals among Confederate troops. The order also made a requirement for the superintendent to file and record the individual's transition from slave to freedman. Although Section 5 states that nothing in the Act shall change the slave's relation to his owner without consent and state law, the operative clause conferring the rights of a freedman legally mandates that the individual be treated as a free man. This duality here is resolved by the fact that the military rights conferred are exclusively those of a free person, which leaves no room for ambiguity regarding his status. By conditioning enlistment on the execution of a legally binding instrument that transfers freedman rights to said former slave, the Act didn't merely suggest or imply freedom, it required that those rights be conferred absolutely. Although it would only be a short time before the fall of the Confederacy, by the time that this military order was enacted, hundreds of Afro-Confederates would be enlisted, with many seeing combat during their time in service. Confederate courier R.M. Doswell recounts, quote, I saw a wagon train guarded by Confederate Negro soldiers. When within about 100 yards of and in the rear of the wagon train, I observed some Union cavalry a short distance away on elevated ground forming to charge and the Negro soldiers forming to meet the attack, which was met successfully. The cavalry charged again and the Negro troops surrendered. All in all, the Union counted 320 white and 310 black prisoners in that encounter alone. Beyond matters of race and emancipation, which I've thoroughly made my point on, Davis's leadership extended into economic policy. What did the government do within the Confederacy in matters that meant anything for the average Confederate citizen? As the Confederacy struggled to sustain its war effort, Davis presided over an economy that increasingly abandoned laissez-faire capitalist principles in favor of centralized governance. The Confederacy didn't merely regulate industries as a standard interventionist capitalist nation would do during wartime, it outright nationalized key economic sectors, banking, powder mills, ironworks, and shipyards. All of these became state-owned, while the government became the regulator of production and distribution of goods and services. By 1863, Davis implemented sweeping governmental reform and control over transportation, nationalizing railroads and telegraph lines, dictating prices and profits for companies supplying the armed forces. By the end of the American Civil War, the Confederate government had attained 70,000 employees, rivaling some of the largest centralized states around the world at the time. Confederate Chief of Ordnance Josiah Gorgas created state-owned cannon foundries and small arms factories, boasting, quote, where 3 years ago we were not making a gun, pistol, nor a saber, we now make all these in quantities to meet the demand of our large armies. Even quotas for production in both agriculture and manufacturing were introduced, while farmers were required to pay taxes not in money but in actual goods, meaning the state directly controlled agricultural output, particularly cotton agricultural output, which it stockpiled in hopes for trade with Europe. Of note was the fact that Davis instituted the first conscription in American history, and in 1864 had recommended a 5% tax on land and slaves. All of these policies made Davis extremely unpopular among slave plantation owners, libertarians, and some state governors who saw Davis as recreating the exact same system that they had been intending to secede from. The method of management utilized by the Confederacy would heavily inspire the economic strategies employed by Woodrow Wilson during World War I, where industries were placed under federal supervision to maximize wartime production. Davis's limits on cotton and tobacco production, while having the government purchase excess crops to redistribute, also certainly mirrored and perhaps inspired later New Deal policies, which would be instituted by FDR during the first half of the 1930s. After the Confederacy's defeat, Davis was imprisoned at Fortress Monroe, where he spent years reflecting on the future of the dreams of African Americans. In his memoirs, he said of the African Americans, I liked them and am gratified by their friendly remembrance, further adding yet another riveting statement expressing that whatever may be the result of the present experiment, referring to emancipation universally, the former relation of the races was one which could incite to harshness only a very brutal nature. This quote shows for a fact that Davis at least believed that the pre-war racial hierarchy was entirely enforced with unnecessary cruelty, and at most placed some hope in the trajectory of the current system of the time. In other words, it can be said with complete certainty that Davis hoped to see a non-coercive system at play in mediating race relations. Numerous free African Americans attended his funeral. One letter from former slaves who had been under Davis's wing to Davis's family stated, "We, the old servants and tenants of our beloved master, Honorable Jefferson Davis, have caused to mingle our tears over his death, who was always so kind and thoughtful of our peace and happiness. We extend to you our humble sympathy." Jefferson Davis, who is almost always depicted as a reactionary and a sinister thinker, was in fact rather progressive and forward-thinking during his time, opposing laissez-faire capitalism and pursuing a publicly managed economy. His approach to emancipation without a doubt positioned him as an excellent leader, willing to adapt to the rapidly shifting world around him, even throughout much resistance from the reactionary planter class of his time. His legacy is that of a great man blighted by history and placed in nothing but the most unfortunate circumstances. By the end of the war, the Confederacy had abandoned free market capitalism in favor of a socialized economy that would later directly influence American federal governance during the World Wars, as well as the Populist Party, Socialist Greenback Party, and Socialist Party, all of which were chock full of former Confederate soldiers. The Populist Party, for example, placed former Confederate Major James G. Field as their vice presidential candidate. Barzillai J. Chambers, another Confederate veteran and lawyer, was a member of both the Greenback and Populist parties. Marcus Pomeroy, infamous for his anti-Lincoln sentiment during the American Civil War, would also become a member of the Greenback Party and later formed the Union Greenback Labor Party. Jefferson Davis's legacy, then, isn't that of a backward-looking traditionalist clinging to an old order, but of an unintentional progressive pioneer of self-determination and state-driven economic policy maligned by unfortunate circumstances. Retrospecting on the events of the American Civil War, in 1881 Jefferson Davis stated, "'Tis been said that I should apply to the United States for a pardon, but repentance must precede the right of a pardon, and I have not repented. Remembering as I must all which has been suffered, all which has been lost, disappointed hopes, and crushed aspirations. Yet I deliberately say, if it were to do over again, I would again do just as I did in 1861.
Each week, American History TV's Real America brings you archival films that help to tell the story of the 20th century.
One of the most precious privileges in the world today is the right to vote, to choose the man who will head the most powerful nation in the world during the next 4 years. The candidates have been named. The choice is yours. In the 1960 presidential election, more than a third of the eligible voters did not go to the polls. Only about 100,000 votes out of 69 million made the difference between victory and defeat. So no one can say his vote doesn't count. One vote could change the course of history. The supporters who turn out to hear Senator Goldwater are sometimes as large as this mammoth rally, sometimes smaller. But always they are fervently for him all the way. He brings them, he says, a clear choice to make in November, not an echo. Nor does he tailor his remarks to the known views of prejudices of regional groups. Often he takes locally unpopular stands to prove that he is consistent with the principles of his acceptance speech in San Francisco. His followers respect his refusal to compromise. Since Labor Day, Senator Goldwater has traveled tens of thousands of miles to discuss the issues of the campaign. The problem of civil rights, he says, cannot be solved by legislation, but rather in the hearts of the American people. He advocates the use of small tactical nuclear weapons at the discretion of NATO commanders. And he charges the Democrats with being soft on communism.
These are old words to you, but appease an aggressor, try to make friends with him, and eventually you'll have to go to war with him, unless you're willing to hand over your freedom without a fight, and I don't think Americans are. I speak as you speak, for peace, not war, when I say that America must take a firm line with communist leaders until their evil system ceases to threaten the world and threaten the freedom of man and the peace of the world.
Other Goldwater charges are failures in South Vietnam, too much presidential power, and the decline of morality in our times. Barry Goldwater Jr. and the candidate's 3 other children work in a campaign that's notable for participation by families of all candidates. Also pitching in to help is Peggy Goldwater. Though by nature the shyest of all the contenders' wives, she, with or without her husband or children, makes public appearances where she thinks it might further the cause. Mr. Goldwater himself lists among his qualifications for the high office he seeks many years of business and military experience and 12 years in the Senate. He thinks his knowledge of flying and of electronics would help. And finally, that a Republican would be better than a Democrat for president. But Mr. Goldwater himself has admitted he is the underdog against a formidable opponent in President Johnson. However, the president, in turn, respects the intense campaign drive put on by the senator. Mr. Johnson carried his case to the people. Ignoring pleas from his staff and the Secret Service, he tries to shake every hand that reaches for his. To many, of course, he is the president first and a candidate second, but his speeches draw resounding cheers. As with the Goldwaters, the Johnson family is busy on the campaign trail. The 2 daughters, Lucy and Linda, find fertile politicking at barbecues, while their mother boards the Lady Bird special for a whistle-stop tour of the South where Democratic defection threatens. Mr. Johnson seems assured of all of the labor vote, the most powerful single segment of the electorate. Day in and day out, he hammers at what he calls Goldwater's nuclear irresponsibility. His oft-repeated theme is unity and continuity, with a Democratic president, of course.
A united country, a unified America, submerging petty difference in common purpose, will find no limit to its achievement. We have the knowledge, we have the resources, we have the tools. All we need is the courage and the faith and the vision. And you know in your heart that I'm telling you the truth.
As the election drew near, came the changes in the Soviet Union leadership. And Mr. Johnson was quick to point out that the world is looking more than ever to a stable U.S. leadership. Mr. Johnson set out on a political career 27 years ago, a road that led to the White House. Now the day approaches that he may have dreamed about in Texas long ago, to be elected to the office that had been thrust upon him when tragedy struck in Dallas. When the polls open, November 3rd, it will be you who will decide which man will carry on for the nation.
You can watch Real America every weekend on C-SPAN 3's American History TV. And you can view our archive of programs online at cspan.org. Search for Real America and browse the topics.
You can now learn chess on Duolingo. Yes, that chess. The one with the pawn and pony. Want to train your brain for speed and strategy? Or crush your friends with a devastating checkmate? Well, giddy up. Come learn chess today. It's your move.
taking a stand for investors. Everyone says it. Vanguard does it. Announcing Vanguard's largest expense ratio cut ever, which includes nearly half of our fixed income and equity funds, saving investors over $350 million this year alone. See how we've delivered for clients since 1975 at Vanguard.com.
Every single politician, Democrat or Republican both, for the record, if met with even basic questions, would flub around and flail around the exact same way.
So you've come out for regime change.
Billion in the past 80 years and a severe increase under the Biden administration that has only continued under the Trump administration. The United States government actually is responsible for 70% of all of Israel's offensive and defensive capabilities. 70%. And I think Biden's package was around like 18 billion, and Trump is slated to hit another 18 billion. Israel also has safety nets that Americans don't have. And part of that is because they don't have to waste money on defending themselves and also blowing up everyone else around in the process. It's fantastic. Wonderful that they get to have social safety nets, but we don't.
And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members.
Obama gave a $30 billion defense package to Israel to replenish the Iron Dome and Israeli defenses. That was a 10-year defense contract. It was $3 billion per year. That's probably the reason why Ted Cruz is saying we give him $3 billion a year. Biden, in a matter of 1 year, gave $18 billion since October 7. The idea that we're only giving Israel $3 billion a year, as though that's something to write. As though that's nothing, by the way. He's like, it's just $3 billion. You know how many fucking problems you could solve with $3 billion? You fucking asshole. Yeah, here it is. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us, he says, as the U.S. bankrolls the exact war he's talking about. The U.S. has given Israel over $250 billion in military aid. That's why it's such a joke when Elon Musk is like, we're gonna cut government spending. We're gonna cut government spending. Yeah, okay. Stop giving aid to Israel. Yeah, look, guys, chill. Guys, chill. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us. Look what we're getting done all on our own. This is why, like, the entitlement and the arrogance from pro-Israel writers is so annoying. Here is from Iron Dome to F-15s, U.S. provides 70% of Israel's war costs. A report by Brown University's Wasson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel, from weapons and equipment to the deployment of aircraft carriers. Israel receives more U.S. military aid than any other country and is uniquely able to use that funding to spend on domestic goods. Israel finds it easy to engage in and expand endless wars because some other suckers are always picking up the tab. We Americans are the suckers. America first to get I don't know. It's like, bro, you're signing off on it. You don't know? I thought you were a penny pincher. I thought you wanted small government. I thought you wanted to cut wasteful spending. And you don't know? You don't know how much money we're giving? Okay, here's the Council of Foreign Relations. Israel is, of course, the largest recipient of cumulative aid. Total aid from fiscal years 1946 to 2024, with constant U.S. dollars from 2022 adjusted to 2022 levels of inflation. The economic aid is at $80 billion total, and the military aid is $228 billion. So it's $320 billion adjusted to 2022 US dollars. Now you might notice that other countries have also a lot of economic and cumulative military aid as well. Some of those countries are a part of NATO, like Turkey, $29 billion in economic aid, $52 billion in military aid. The United States provided Israel considerable economic assistance from 1971 to 2007, but nearly all U.S. aid today goes to support Israel's military, the most advanced in the region. The United States has provisionally agreed via a memorandum of understanding, which is what he was talking about, which is $4 billion through 2028. $3.8 billion per year. So he even lied about that. He was like, oh, it's just $3 billion. We have a memorandum of understanding. Since the start of Israel's war with Hamas on October 7, the United States has enacted legislation providing at least $12.5 billion in direct military aid to Israel, which includes a $3.8 billion from a bill in March 2024 and $8.7 billion from a supplemental appropriations act in April 2024. That was branded. Other analysts, Linda J. Blimes, William D. Hartung, and Stephen Semler from Brown University, have reported that Israel has received $17.9 billion in U.S. military aid during this period, a figure that additionally accounts for the cost of U.S. Defense Department replenishing the stock of weapons provided to Israel. There are blips in U.S. military aid, 1974, 1976, 1979, and then additional blips in 2000, and then also 2003. But this is a whopping preliminary amount for the fiscal year of 2024. That number increased, by the way. There have been months and months of additional aid to Israel as well, including the missiles that we send so that Israel can have defense. I would even factor in Egypt and I guess this doesn't like showcase Saudi Arabia or Jordan in this, but Jordan, Egypt, the weapons that we give to those countries, they also factor into aid against Israel, or aid for Israel, Egypt especially. The reason why I say Egypt is a vassal state, when you see, for example, when you see images of Egyptian police apprehending people that are trying to do a peaceful march to the Rafah border, and dumb Zionist accounts are like, look, the Egyptians have had it with these stupid Western leftists. This is the reason. This is why, because it's a vassal state. Most of the aid, approximately $3.3 billion a year. Oh, here it is. Saudi Arabia, $164 billion in U.S. arms sales, also in defense of Israel, for the record, just so you understand. Saudi Arabia has been a top recipient of U.S. arms sales to the tune of $164 billion. That is also to defend Israel. Same with Egypt. One could even make the argument for Qatar, and definitely for UAE. They use it on Yemen. They use it on their, they take some of these weapons and then supply, like with the case of UAE, some of those weapons that we're supplying to the UAE, some of them that we're selling to the UAE, go directly into the hands of the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. You know how like stupid, dumb genocide defenders will be like, why do you not care about Sudan? Well, there it is. Here's the mention of Sudan. Another genocide being conducted by America and American allies. Additionally, $500 million a year is slated for Israeli and joint U.S.-Israeli missile defense programs, in which the two countries collaborate on the research, development, and production of these systems used by Israel, including the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 2. Iron Dome was solely developed by Israel, but the United States has been a production partner since 2014. For instance, the U.S. military contractor Raytheon manufactures the Tamir interceptor missiles for Israel's Iron Dome at its facilities in Arizona. Are there any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid? Transfer U.S. military equipment to Israel, as to other foreign governments, are subject to relevant U.S. and international laws, would be something I would say if I was a stupid person. Because no, of course we don't have any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid and the weapons that we send to Israel. That much is clear from the previous government and also the current one, clearly. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't say that we have any restrictions for any weapons that we sell to any of these other countries, considering that Saudi Arabia is the largest recipient of U.S. arms sales, and those weapons ended up in the hands of literal al-Qaeda militants in Yemen. I will repeat that one more time. The weapons that Donald Trump was selling to Saudi Arabia so that they can use those weapons in Yemen were ending up in the hands of al-Qaeda militants. How did that happen? Let's get back to the interview. Israel is at the heart of so many contradictions that it bricks every politician, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican alike. You start scratching the surface of the fealty and loyalty that American politicians demonstrate towards Israel, and the allowance that the American government gives Israel to do a bunch of shit. And you start talking about, like, why are they allowed to be this favored client state? And they just brick. Their brain short circuits. This is perhaps the major reason as to why all of these conversations need to be stamped out before they're had. And the most effective way of doing that is by tying this back to anti-Semitism, which is ironically one of the this is ironically the reason why anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism has been one of the only real bigotries that is effectively weaponized and defended by both parties. My argument, as always, is not because Americans just have a special status for Jews, for the record, like American politicians or whatever, or they're like legitimately super careful about Jews because they're in positions of power or anything like that, but instead, directly as a consequence of what I just mentioned, which is it's the most effective way of stopping that question entirely by associating Israel with Judaism and criticisms of Israel being packaged as anti-Semitic. If there was no Israel, if Israel did not exist in the violent ways that it does, if like Jews were allowed to peacefully migrate and it wasn't about like a violent settler colonial enterprise, the American government would not give a about anti-Semitism at all. If that was not a foothold in this region, if Israel was not a foothold in this region, a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, but it was simply a diverse country mixed with Christians, Muslims, and Jews in the initial commitment that the likes of Albert Einstein had post-World War II, American governments, the American government or the institutions would treat anti-Semitism in the same exact way that they would treat like any other form of bigotry, with no care or consideration whatsoever. That's why there's no comparison between any other real bigotry, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, right? It has caused historically tremendous harm to Jewish people, from pogroms to the Holocaust. The reason why it has so much institutional power as opposed to any other kind of bigotry, and it's like also defended by Republicans and Democrats alike, is because of how it is used in modern American political discourse as a stopgap measure to stop people dead in their tracks from ever investigating why America's foreign policy relies on Israel and why Israel gets to do all of these ridiculous things and why American politicians don't say anything about it. Yeah, it ultimately comes down to, why does Israel have this special status? And the honest answer for that is because it is immensely important to America's foreign policy goals in the region. Now, of course, that's the steelman position, but that's also the reality. And even then, though, it's still indefensible how much Israel gets away with, which is precisely because it's not just about American foreign policy goals. There's also a healthy dose of Zionist ideology that American politicians and American Christians, American Jews that agree with this. Like there is not only a material reason for it, but there's also definitely like an ideological predisposition towards defending Israel due to tremendous propaganda. Because it is a very sophisticated network of influence. And that is precisely the reason why then you turn around and you say, okay, why don't you, why is this allowed? You can always point to other allied states and ask, like, if England did half the shit that Israel did, we would punish them. Like outward, open espionage at the behest of the British state, for example. Jonathan Pollard was literally released and was able to fly in a private jet by Trump booster Sheldon fucking Adelson back to Israel. Jonathan Pollard was in American prison for spying on the United States of America at the behest of Israel. Donald Trump released him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. Don't worry. Only because you finally agree with him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. No, I feel deep shame. Not in the way that you think. I feel deep shame for the people that I know, actually very intelligent people in mainstream media. I feel deep sense of shame for the profession of journalism, because Tucker Carlson should not be the person who is asking these questions. Everyone should be asking these questions. And it only took Tucker to lose his standing with mainstream media, with Fox News, to come out this way.
Let me just be clear.
Ted is smart enough to actually comprehend the difference between the biblical Israel and the decision to name the 1948 state Israel, a name which was literally among multiple candidates at the World Zionist Congress, or is he just incredibly f***ing dumb? I think he doesn't know that. A lot of these guys don't give a shit. Obviously, they just don't care. But if you dig into the history of Zionism and its inception, all of the, ironically enough, all of the religious seasoning added as a justification for the nation state was put there by secular Jews who do not give a fuck about Judaism, and did it so that they could potentially bring in support from religious Jews who were directly opposed to the development of a state that was for the Jews. The notion that this is a 3,000-year project is so stupid. There were, and perhaps always throughout history, a far larger number of Christians who believed in the Zionist project than there were Jews who believed in the Zionist project. There has never been a moment throughout history where there were more Jews than Christians that believed in Zionism. It has not existed till this it does not exist today, and it has never existed. The people that universally back Zionism as a project has always been Christians. Overwhelmingly. You could say there are more Jews that believe in Zionism as opposed to Jews that don't believe in Zionism in comparison to Christians that believe in Zionism as opposed to Christians that don't. Fair. I don't know what the percentage breakdown would look like within Christianity, but by totality, by numbers, there has never been a fucking moment on the history of this planet from the inception of Israel or the inception of the Zionist project at the behest of developing a nation state for Jewish people, okay, from Theodore Herzl onwards until this very moment, there's never been a moment where there were more Jews that were Zionists than Christians. But our different religions, it doesn't matter. The purpose is the same. The purpose has always been the same. Zionism in and of itself, with all of the religious associations, was completely concocted by motherfuckers who don't believe in that shit at all. There's no, like, Theodore Herzl is secular and was not a religious Jew at all. Every aspect of the myth making associated with the modern Israeli state is designed that way so that dumb in 2025, like 100 years later, will turn around and act as though there was a 3,000-year history here. The Uganda scheme was proposed by British Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain to create a Jewish homeland in the portion of British East Africa. It was presented at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in Basel in 1903 by Theodore Herzl, the founder of modern Zionist movement. He presented it as a temporary refuge for Jews to escape rising anti-Semitism in Europe. The proposal faced opposition from both within the Zionist movement and the British colony. I like that this conversation surrounding the Bible has led us down this path of trying to justify the existence of a modern nation state by pointing to just something that's made up. It is mind-boggling to me. Who cares? Like, oh man, shit, the Bible said so? Well, oops. I, as I've said before, don't care what people believe in. You can believe whatever the fuck you want, as long as it doesn't, your beliefs don't justify doing violence to other people, at which point I'm out. You can't take away someone else's liberties. You can't take away someone else's rights. The application of a modern nation state that is literally ethnically cleansing the indigenous population is antithetical to my belief system. So of course that's an insane justification. Like, that's ridiculous. The moment where you're like, well, the Bible said so, and I'm like, okay, I don't care. Then you should probably also perish. The Bible says a lot of stuff that you're doing, you know, mixing and matching cottons and eating shellfish. You should probably be stoned to death for those things, right? Like, who gives a now I'm turning into a Reddit debate lord. Do you see what I mean? It just so happens that the Islamic Republic of Iran and Reddit atheists are aligned on this one particular issue. Yeah, get ready to be mauled by 35 bears if you make fun of a bald person. Yeah, there are Jews who moved to Palestine before Balfour or even modern Zionism. There's nothing wrong with that, or anyone moving there for personal, religious, or whatever purpose. The problem is when a genocidal apartheid state is created to exclude and displace rather than exist within the local population. But Israel writers act like hating the latter means you hate the former. Yeah, the idea that, like, Jews actually came not as a settler colonial enterprise from its inception, deliberately crafted by a colonial entity that was in charge as Palestine, British Mandate Palestine was its bounty after World War I for defeating the Ottomans, as though this wasn't a deliberate attempt to displace the existing population and then continue its domination, do ethnic cleansing, planned ethnic cleansing in an effort to develop a nation state. Like, all of this is completely unjustifiable. It wasn't like people were just like, oh yeah, I want to move here, this seems great. And then people were like, no, f you. That's not how this works. That's not the function. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a nation state called Israel right now. It'd be still called Palestine, a diverse, most likely secular nation state that has equal rights and representation for all Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike living inside of it. No, that's, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson actually put forth a fairly strong case, I suspect, that he makes in the rest of this argument. But even judging by like what the thing that you just read from your foldable quote that you printed out is that going to war with Iran is not in the best interests of America. Further destabilization in the region is not in the best interest of America. Getting your notes from Israel and putting Israel in the driving, behind the steering wheel of our ambitions in the region is not a smart thing to do, especially considering that they already have an incredibly costly ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinians that is even creating more enmity towards the United States of America in this region, and is going to make it even harder to maintain stability in this region with leadership of these countries maintaining some structure of like a monarchy or different forms of autocracies that will always remain stable. Eventually, this will unfold in uncontrollable acts of violence and potential even regime change. America is too short-term focused to think that they can continue death and destruction campaigns in the region in perpetuity and basically destabilize all these places, and without considering the potential for blowback, even though it is a country that has experienced blowback in the form of 9/11. Pretty sure agreeing with Tucker Carlson is the first sign of an apocalypse. I think his major reason for isolationism, I assume, is because he doesn't want immigrants to come to the country. Like, that's he's taking like an Oregonian abolitionist framework. Like, Oregon as a state was developed to be an anti-slavery state because they didn't want black people to be in the state. You know, it's kind of like that. It's the old attitude of like not invading Mexico when America had the capacity to do so because too many Mexicans. They don't want to live with all these Mexicans. There have been isolationist right-wingers in the past that think that you know, more war means more refugees, more brown people coming here. Here's the thing. Either Tucker Carlson sees the writing on the wall about the popular resentment against the state of Israel and wants to get ahead of the wave and is no longer contracted by mainstream media and therefore doesn't have the same career ambitions, or he is isolationist because he doesn't want the destabilization, the immigration that takes place after the destabilization. Was Biden as bad as everyone says? No, he's worse, because they never criticize him for the appropriate shit. They criticize him for the one good thing he did in his goddamn administration in terms of foreign policy, which is the Afghan withdrawal. Ironically enough, it wasn't even his own personal policy. It was literally the continuation of the Trump plan. And everybody shit on him for it. That's the one thing, as far as his foreign policy decisions, that I unconditionally, 10 toes down, defended. Every other aspect of his foreign policy has been a disaster. Whether it be refusing to try and immediately pack up the Ukraine situation to the best of his goddamn ability, or even if he was going to warmonger, slow rolling weapons, sending dusty ass equipment, like not even doing the warmongering aspect of it correctly, saber rattling against Vladimir Putin, thinking that like bringing in Finland and Sweden into NATO is somehow going to be a big prize for him. Continuing along with Trump's demands that European countries offer more of a higher percentage of their GDP for NATO, which when Trump did it, liberal media thought it was disastrous, for the record, even though it was an Obama-era policy that Trump actually forced European countries to commit to. Obviously, there's also the whole genocide situation. I mean, that is an unimaginable, cruel, singular, legacy-tarnishing act. I mean, his legacy, obviously, but like, I think Biden will be forever remembered as Genocide Joe, who oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It still sucks how he executed it. No, let's just cope. No, he didn't. Remember, numbers on the board. 13 of our best soldiers died, right? 13 of our best soldiers died. Okay, 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan when Donald Trump was overseeing the Afghan withdrawal that he never actually committed to. If anything, the Afghan withdrawal was f***ed up because we killed an aid worker on the way out and his whole family. The bombing in Kabul.
It invited, and by the way, look, I despise war.
Bad? All the people on the planes going crazy. I mean, as far, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to someone who doesn't give a shit about the civilian population of Afghanistan and only cares about Americans. Yes, on that front, it was disastrous. And things that came after were also disastrous, like freezing the assets of the Afghan government and refusing to give back the newly constructed Taliban-run Afghan government the billions of dollars that the previous Afghan government had. Also shutting off any opportunity from NGOs from working with the Taliban government in Afghanistan and making things infinitely worse. There was a ton of things that the Biden administration did that were disastrous for the population of Afghanistan. But these guys don't give a fuck about that. They're talking about how like 13 soldiers died. That's all they care about. Germany did not want Nord Stream 2 anymore. Stop. Come on. Yeah, famously, countries hate cheaper energy. That's the one thing that sovereign states despise. Please stop. It became an issue of major political consequence, even at the domestic level. While Germans certainly, plenty of Germans certainly despise Russia, are afraid of Russian encroachment. We depend on it, but didn't want to buy it from Russia. No, man, that's the cope that your government tells you so you can feel less angry. So that you can be like, no, you don't understand. My energy bill is like way higher, but that's for a good cause, a higher purpose. I would much rather get it from what? America, the moral authority on the planet? What country is providing energy to Germany that you think is a beacon of morality, chatter? Quick answer. This is if we even assume that nations don't. This is even if we assume for a brief moment, we suspend our disbelief and we assume for a brief moment that countries actually operate with morality. Countries operate. Oh, you mean, Qatar. So Qatar and Iran. It's like, I mean, look, I don't got a problem, but I don't think the German government would have the same fucking attitude. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you get it from Qatar and the Gulf Arab states plus the U.S. They're totally way more moral than Russia. No, listen. My point is, morality doesn't even factor into the equation, as evidenced by the fact that most of the energy providers are not exactly beacons of morality themselves. America will genocide an entire population so that gas at the pump is $2 cheaper. And this man is trying to tell me that the German government places morality above cheaper energy. That's awesome. Even make a compelling case. Like, just say Ukraine is in the right for being invaded or something, dude. Jesus Christ. This is the one issue where America is involved for the worst reasons, but they are at least morally on the right side. You could just literally be like, well, honestly, it felt good to be on the right side for once, even if it actually advanced our interests, okay, against a foreign adversary. Just say that. But he can't. He just can't even do that. He can't just be like, listen, this guy invaded a foreign nation You know, we're supposed to be a we have international rules. I can't even get it across without laughing. Imagine an American politician saying that in 2025. Oh my God. Okay. We have to defend the international rule-based order. Oh, imagine any American politician being like, sir, excuse me, it's unacceptable for a country to violate so many norms. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, can you imagine that? You are wrong. Ukraine population was used and abused to provoke Russia, which is living under U.S. empire hegemony. This position is your worst, to be honest. I don't disagree that America absolutely interfered in the affairs of Ukraine because they did not want Ukraine to be in the throes of Russian influence, and it was an entry point into an area that is close in proximity to Moscow. I am in disagreement with the way Russia conducted itself. I think that Russia's conduct in terms of literally invading Ukraine was a gift to American generals, the military-industrial complex. It basically turned into a major gift. There was a $50+ billion hole in the military-industrial complex budget left after our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we very quickly moved all of those numbers to Ukraine. That's all it did. And in the process, like Lindsey Graham says in his moments of honesty, they used 5% of their military budget, didn't actually kill a single active duty service member, while simultaneously fighting and trying to actively cripple a foreign adversary. Russia's invasion of Ukraine also galvanized Europe's militarization and also caused 2 additional countries to join NATO that previously had a handshake neutrality agreement. Like before Israel, the entire planet was at the very least like thinking that they were on the morally righteous side, and they were constantly patting themselves on the back. The entire Western world and America's sphere of influence grew as a consequence of that, because all of a sudden NATO was justified. All of a sudden, NATO's existence was justified because the one reason why NATO is supposed to exist is because Russian encroachment, or the USSR, right? It's supposed to be anti-communist formation. It's kind of like when the mafia comes over to your storefront and says, it'd be a real shame if your storefront broke because there's some other scary organized criminal elements out there. And then you volunteer and you join the protection racket. But then there is actually another fucking gang down the line, and it does break your window front. And then, of course, all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it wasn't so bad that the mafia was on my side. You know, America's the first gang that came up. The second gang is the Russian gang. That weirdo Tucker Carlson is so fucking weird. The whole like fake laugh thing that he does, it like really freaks me out. I don't know why. It's so disarming.
Everything you think you know about the relationship between the Soviets and the Nazis before, during, and after World War II is incorrect. Many people know about the Non-Aggression Pact signed between these two nations, known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and many more do not. Many know of the brief period of supposed neutrality which existed between these two nations, from the late 30s to the early 40s, while others downplay this as the Soviet Union merely buying time before it could attack the Nazis when they weren't looking. But what are the facts behind this intriguing era, and just how deep does the rabbit hole go? Before we discuss at any length the relationship between the Soviet state and the Third Reich, we have to lay down precedent. Precedent which is to be found in the arm of Stalinism in Germany. The Communist Party of Germany, or the KPD for short, which was dominated by the influence of Stalinism through individuals such as Ernst Thälmann, who led the party. Before being banned in 1933, the Stalinist KPD had tried its very best to befriend the Nazis in every way that they could. The anti-Social Democratic Party referendum in Prussia was backed by not only Hitler's Nazis, but by the KPD, which publicly announced on July 22nd of 1931 that it would join the Nazi-initiated plebiscite in order to overthrow the SPD government. On November 1st of 1931, the KPD newspaper Rote Fahne published an open letter to the, quote, fellow workers of the Nazi Party and its stormtroopers, declaring the Nazis to be honest fighters against the hunger system. But this collaboration wasn't new, which one ought to find extremely surprising, at least at first. The fact was that not just in 1930, 1931, and 1932, but going way back into 1924, the KPD of Germany voted on the same side as the Nazi Party in the Reichstag 7 times out of 10. The KPD, the NVP, and the Nazi Party ended up aligning the most frequently out of all of the parties in the Reichstag, followed by the close alignment of the Social Democrats and Catholic Centrum Party, which themselves tended to vote together as a bloc. There were more votes shared between the Nazi Party and the KPD than between any combination of the other parties within the German government at any point since 1924. Throughout the entire period of 1924 to 1932, between the 197 votes taken by the government, in 145 of those votes, the KPD aligned themselves with the Nazi Party. KPD leaflets took up statements such as "Down with the Jewish Republic" to appease Nazi voters as well. Pravda, the official newspaper of Soviet Russia, having heard of the new events, expressed that the rise of the Nazis could only mean that new millions have awakened from their political winter sleep. Early in the 1930s, the quasi-Nazistic strategy of the KPD had its greatest outward expression in the creation of the communist-aligned Scheringerstaffel in Linden, Germany. This unit was headed by Richard Scheringer, a German lieutenant formerly belonging to the National Socialist Party. In March of 1931, after leaving prison, Scheringer was again in the news, as he had been before, for his move from the National Socialist Party to the Communist Party. The Scheringer-Staffel unit went so far as to wear SA uniforms, which were then adorned with symbols of the Soviet Union as part of Richard Scheringer's attempt to bring National Socialists into the Communist Party. The KPD would use his example to encourage other members of the National Socialists to join the Communists. What is being shown in front of you on screen now is an image of a KPD militia known as the Rote Front in Dresden in February of 1933. One can only guess where the Communists gained the inspiration for such a march from. The KPD strategy would become known as the Scheringer Kurz strategy, mixing Marxist and Nazistic elements to appeal to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Rudolf Diels, the first head of the Gestapo, pointed out that in Berlin, 70% of the new recruits to the Nazis' militant SA since January of 1933 had been former militants of the Communist Party of Germany. One of the most interesting facts provided by Diels was that entire KPD Rote Front units had been moved into the Nazis' SA. Albert Gruszinski, social democrat and head of the Berlin police between 1930 and 1932, pointed out that around a third of the members of the SA in Berlin were ex-communists as early as 1932. Hans Bernd Gisevius, an undercover member of the opposition to the Nazi regime and part of the secret police, noted that at least one-third of SA members in 1933 were former Communist Party members. These SA members were known as Nazi Rindersteak, or beefsteak, in reference to them being brown shirts on the outside and red Marxists on the inside. The SA themselves calculated that 50% of their members had come from the ranks of the communists, and reports from both the Gestapo and KPD intelligence confirmed a considerable presence of former communists within the SA. For example, in the Altona district of Hamburg, between 30 and 50 of the SA's 50 members had been communists before, including the right hand of the leader of Altona SS unit. A KPD propaganda piece meant to attract Nazi sympathy can be seen here, and an image of two National Socialist and KPD members on strike together should be seen here. This photo was taken from the 1932 Berlin transport strike, where both the Communist RGO and National Socialist Factory Cell organization worked together with KPD and Nazi street fighters, blocking depots, fighting the police, and sabotaging BVG service, sometimes together. Despite being nominally against the Nazis, leader of the KPD, Ernst Thälmann, himself believed that the Nazis should be allowed to rise to power first to make a communist revolution in Germany more politically expedient. Importantly, Joseph Stalin, when Hitler finally did rise to power, did absolutely nothing to oppose the rise of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, despite the large presence of the KPD, which took directive directly from him. Stalin lost his ideological grip over the nation entirely, as the KPD was quickly banned by the Reich government in 1933. So much for internationalism. Let's fast forward about 6 years to Berlin on April 17th of 1939, after the Treaty of Rapallo, where the Russian ambassador reported to the State Secretary of the Third Reich, "There exists, for Russia, no reason why she, Germany, should not leave with us on a normal footing, and from normal, the relation." In 54 Polish prisoners, or 33% of all of the Poles who had ever been captured by the Soviet military up until that point in the war, many of these Poles would find their ways into Nazi concentration camps where they would perish. In 1940, a trade agreement was organized between Nazi Germany and the USSR, which benefited the Reich's economy immensely, as the rubber and zinc which the Reich obtained from Russia was as important to them as Russia's timber was important to the Brits. Joseph Stalin stated, almost hilariously to Karl von Ritter, "If we, Russia and Germany, go on collaborating like this for another 4 or 5 years, Russia will be able to produce enough raw materials to supply 2 Germanys." On the other hand, Pravda, on February 18th of 1940, released a publication which stated, "All the agreements reached between Germany and the USSR during the last 3 months, the Non-Aggression Pact, the Boundary and Friendship Treaty, and lastly the Economic Agreement, have established a solid and lasting basis for the development of cordial economic and political relations between the two states. They fully correspond to the basic interests of the German and Soviet peoples, to the interests of peace, and to the interests of the popular masses in every country. Karl Schnur ran the calculations of the balance sheet for the trade agreement between the USSR and Nazi Germany and found that the deliveries were set well to the benefit of Germany, as in a single year Soviet grain deliveries to Germany were 1 million tons, as well as 900,000 tons of oil and more than 500 tons of metal ore. Even the day before Operation Barbarossa, a Soviet train carrying 2,100 tons of rubber entered into the Reich to deliver it to the armed forces. Soviet Russia, despite Nazi Germany's intentional delays in holding up its end of the bargain throughout the course of the agreement, stayed faithful and true to its new Nazi compatriots in delivering absolutely all resources which it had promised up until the very day it was betrayed by the Nazis in Operation Barbarossa. In an interview on September 14th of 1945, Prince Kono of Japan would state, again in September, Stammer, the German ambassador to Tokyo, informed the Japanese government that the German-Soviet agreement had worked out remarkably well and that it had been faithfully carried out by Russia right up to the delivery of the last drop of oil. Ribbentrop brought confirmation to the words expressed by Prince Kono regarding Karl Stammer's report in a conversation with Benito Mussolini, the Prime Minister of Fascist Italy, stating, "In confidence, the Reich Foreign Minister can announce that Russia is being very generous in supplying raw materials and is using some of her own gold to buy raw materials which Germany needs." Archival reports do well to show us the scale of Soviet shipments to Germany. By late 1940, one German diplomat reported, Russia has supplied over 300 million Reichsmarks worth of raw materials, roughly 100,000 of which was grain to Germany, while only 150 million Reichsmarks in German goods returned. He adds that this transfer was at the expense of the Russians' own consumption. The Soviets were eating into their own stocks to meet German needs. Overall, deliveries included hundreds of thousands of tons of grain, oil, cotton, metals, timber, etc. In the first year of the 1940 pact alone, Moscow committed about 650 million Reichsmarks worth of exports to Germany. Though less public, some collaboration on military intelligence and training occurred. German and Soviet military attachés exchanged assessments, while earlier in the 1930s, the USSR had secretly hosted German tank and air training. After 1939, Stalin reportedly invited Wehrmacht generals to brief Red Army officers. Most interestingly, Stalin's own military staff included a number of German advisors in 1940 to 1941, and Red Army officers collected German manuals. At a minimum, the two regimes, at least to our knowledge, coordinated on radio intercepts of Poland and France. The Soviet Union released an entire book entitled Falsifiers of History, in which it falsified history, and attempted to debunk the obvious relations which it held with the Nazi government between 1939 and 1941. Within the prologue, the government admits that it resisted the publication of German documents which exposed the Reich's ties to the USSR under the impression that public knowledge of the coalition would make the general public more anti-communist. Falsifiers of History spends the entirety of its first chapter complaining about how the Allied powers were hesitant to resist Hitler and how Western private businesses worked with the Reich in a sad attempt to excuse the Soviet Union's own alliance with the Nazis after the war had already started. The Soviet Union then claims that it alone was doing everything in order to block the fascist aggressor's way, a flagrant lie as Russia broke away from the Allies and joined the Axis powers to pursue war conditions which benefited it more. The Soviet diplomat Viktor Israelian commented, "History's falsifiers certainly did nothing to disprove the existence of Soviet-German cooperation in the first years of World War II, a cooperation that to a certain degree assisted Hitler's plan." In 1939, Stalin personally began to oversee the purge of leading Jewish Soviet officials, including two prominent Jewish commissars, party leader Artemyan Ryutin and the foreign commissioner Maxim Litvinov. Yiddish cultural institutions were already being curtailed by 1939, and by 1940 to 41, only a few Yiddish newspapers and theaters remained, and any hint of Jewish self-organization was suppressed. In the 1940 elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR from Western Ukraine, White Russia, and Poland, not a single Jew was elected to the Supreme Soviet despite its 750 seats available, and within the occupied territories which the USSR had conquered, not one Jew had been placed into a single important and concentration camps. Between May of 1945 and January 6th of 1950, 10 principal camps held upwards of 157,000 detainees under direct control of the NKVD and later the MVD. These were death camps of malnutrition, disease, and utter isolation. Under NKVD Order Number 00315, April 18th of 1945, Soviet authorities were to round up anybody deemed a hostile element. Some former Nazis, some suspected werewolf youths, while others were social democrats, landowners resisting the theft of their property by the Soviet Empire, journalists, or simply anybody suspected of anti-Soviet activity. No evidence was required because arrests were purely administrative, without any judicial oversight required. Detainees were classed either as interned with no trial, or in a minority of cases sentenced by a Soviet military tribunal whose trial took about 15 to 20 minutes on average. From the moment they arrived, prisoners were wrenched from the world with no mail or visitors allowed. Tuberculosis, dysentery, typhus, and dystrophy ran rampant. Although they received standard rations compared to the rest of the Soviet-occupied zones, they had no black markets, so inmates starved. Unlike Nazi camps, there was no forced labor, but that only compounded the stagnation and physical decline. By late 1946, camp populations peaked at over 80,000 men, women, and even children, as many as 10,000 youth under 18. Half of these youth never returned. In the first half of 1947 alone, 31,404 individuals had died, 60,774 remained alive but debilitated, 43% were suffering from serious illnesses such as dystrophy, tuberculosis, or open wounds. Officially, 43,035 people died. Only 45,261 were ever freed. The remainder were deported to the Gulag or reclassified as prisoners of war, or alternatively handed over to East German authorities. 756 were executed outright. Few dared to speak. In 1946, Eugen Koga noted in Der SS Staat that the NKVD camps had become a mirror image of Nazi brutality, stating, anyone suspected of being a state enemy, agent of a foreign power, class enemy, or kulak was seized. The only difference was that they were not gassed, but starvation, disease, and isolation did their work. Others, like Franz Neumann, observed on an SPD platform in 1948, the camps are the same, but in 1948, the hammer and the sickle have replaced the swastika. After the war, Ernest, a Jewish publishing house, was shut down by the state. Ennenkite, the only Yiddish daily paper, was suspended as well. Not one Yiddish newspaper or publishing house existed anywhere in Russia by mid-1949, and critics who held Jewish ancestry, such as Johann Altmann, a theater critic, were targeted in Stalin's anti-cosmopolitan campaign. Johann Altmann was denounced as a double dealer, a man with the dark soul of a traitor, a servant of the imperialist West, a diversionist in art. Of the 50 or so intellectuals attacked by the USSR between mid-February and April of 1949 under the anti-cosmopolitan campaign, 49 of them were Jewish. Pravda, referring to cosmopolitans on January 28th of 1949, released a paper stating, "They penetrate our press and operate most freely in the pages of the magazine, theater, and the newspaper. They represent a rootless cosmopolitanism which is deeply repulsive and inimical to Soviet man. They obstruct the development of Soviet literature. The feeling of national Soviet pride is alien to them." Between July 17th and 27th of 1949, dozens of Jewish editors of Russian ran papers in occupied territories, such as Berliner Tägliche Rundschau, Der Abend, Die Volkstime, Ostreichscher, I'm not going to say that, Zeitung, and Volkswatch were unanimously dismissed from their posts. The chief editor of the Volkstime, a Jew, supposedly committed suicide, while the chief editor of Abend, a Jew as well, was arrested and deported. The National Democratic Party of East Germany, NDPD for short, would be founded in 1948 by the former SS officer Wilhelm Adam. It would attain 35 seats in the East German legislature in 1950, becoming the fifth most powerful party in East Germany out of 12 total parties in the legislature. Stalin had suggested that the Nazi paper, known as the People's Observer, be revived as an official newspaper of the National Democratic Party of East Germany to appeal to former Nazis, a proposal which was in the end rejected, of course. Starting in 1951, Stalin's security organs had alleged that a cabal of prominent Jewish doctors was planning to poison top Soviet leaders, inspired, of course, by the medieval blood libel that Jews secretly poisoned Christian Wells during the Black Death. 6 of the 9 accused physicians were Jewish, portrayed by Pravda as inhuman beasts, exploiting their medical roles to commit assassinations. Official dispatches warned of, and I quote, "an international Jewish bourgeoisie nationalist organization recruiting saboteur doctors on behalf of US and British intelligence. Arrested doctors were to be beaten relentlessly." At their core, German National Socialism and Stalinist communism were nothing less than ideological siblings. Beneath the aesthetic of power was an admiration of organized terror against society for the sake of exalting some pure segment of the nation, be it race or class, agreeing that this end, however brutal, justified the purge of their own people to reshape civilization in their own distorted image. Consider the steps taken by these ideologues to appease each other in practice. These weren't choices made for mere political convenience. When Stalin's purges against the Jews began to echo Hitler's blood libel rhetoric, and when East Germany's National Democratic Party began to recycle old SS officers, the mask finally slipped and revealed that at the end of the day, the communist system trafficked in the same currency of fear, exclusion, and control. History's lesson is unfortunate. Communism and Nazism, though dressed in different colors, marched to the same drumbeat, wielding their ideologies not as outreached hands, but as hammers against the aspirations of their own people. Syria is in grave danger. Since the fall of the dictator Bashar al-Assad, a new government has taken power and been hailed by the international liberal order as ushering in a golden age of freedom in the country. However, this praise is misguided, to say the least. The new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, known also by his alias al-Julani, is not who he claims to be. Prior to founding his own militant organization in 2013, Ahmed was a significant member of al-Qaeda and was also one of the founding figures of the Islamic State. The purported liberalization of his ruling HTS has been nothing more than a calculated deception which was intended to earn international legitimacy, a legitimacy that the HTS's members have since forsaken. The reality is that Sharaa was effectively a member of ISIS from his earliest militant days until 2013. As many know, Sharaa was a veteran of al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and their insurgency against American forces in 2003. AQI was the continuation of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's JTJ, also known as Jama'at, a group in which al-Sharaa had been an important member. Originally established in 1999 and later merging voluntarily into al-Qaeda, JTJ was where al-Sharaa became a close friend and confidant of al-Zarqawi. In 2003, during the Iraq War, Ahmed al-Sharaa was captured by American forces and detained at Camp Bucca, where he developed a personal relationship with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, his cellmate, and the man who would later declare himself as caliph in 2014. After al-Zarqawi's death in 2006, AQI was rebranded as the Islamic State in Iraq under al-Baghdadi's leadership, though it continued to be known as AQI until its expansion into Syria. The Islamic State in Iraq, or ISI, then established the al-Nusra Front as its Syrian branch under al-Julani's command, initially giving him control over about 50 fighters. Al-Nusra then quickly evolves into a broader coalition which acts as a high command for a handful of Islamic militant organizations in the region, including the Islamic State-aligned Caucasus Emirate. In essence, Ahmed al-Sharaa answered directly to Baghdadi. To put everything I've just said simply, al-Julani's original al-Nusra was conceived as a project solely intended to extend the Islamic State's influence into Syria, a designation that was confirmed by the United States government in 2012, with al-Baghdadi entrusting him with command over ISI, or Islamic State Iraq assets in Syria, such as the Caucasus Emirate. In fact, Western intelligence initially referred to al-Nusra as Islamic State Syria, or ISS for short. Al-Julani's decision to break away from the Islamic State only came from his desire to avoid long-term subordination to al-Baghdadi and to establish an independent organization. The Syrian Salvation Government, which preceded al-Sharaa's eventual control over the entirety of Syria, adopted the Syrian independence flag, emblazoned with the Islamic Shahada as its national emblem. In the earliest days of the Syrian transitional government, following Assad's overthrow last year, the Tawhid flag, the symbol of Islamic theocratic statehood, was used alongside the Syrian independence flag. Although I'd be surprised if people are still unaware of this fact by now, but upon overthrowing Assad, al-Sharaa, acting as the de facto leader, unilaterally declared himself as president of Syria, has dismissed parliament indefinitely and abolished the constitution, announcing that it will take up to 3 years to draft a new constitution and 4 years to hold new elections. Those were his initial announcements, though the suspension of elections has since been extended to more than 5 years. On December 8th, the day of Assad's overthrow, one of Sharaa's first acts was to deliver a speech at the Great Mosque of Damascus, proclaiming a new chapter in Syrian history. Beginning in Idlib and now spreading to other major cities, the ruling HTS has imposed severe restrictions on women's dress code, mobility, and public participation. Women are required to be accompanied by a male guardian in public, and violations of these rules can result in fines or detention. In an interview with Lebanon's Al Jadid TV, the chief of political affairs of Syria, Obaida Arnaout, announced that women will henceforth be excluded from certain aspects of public life due to their biological, psychological, and mental characteristics. Especially alarming is the appointment of Syria's new chief of women's affairs. Al-Debs, who heads this department, has publicly praised Hamas, mourned the death of its leaders, described the revolution against Assad as inherently jihadist, has rejected the notion of gender equality, arguing that secularism has harmed women, and stated that feminism will no longer be tolerated in a post-Assad Syria. Meanwhile, HTS member Shadi al-Waisi, formerly a judge for al-Nusra, and recorded on video ordering the execution of Syrian women for violating Islamic law, has been promoted as the Minister of Justice under al-Sharaa. Additionally, Abdulaziz Dawood Kudberdi, commander of the Turkestan Islamic Party, has been appointed as a brigadier general, as have many other Islamist militants from Jordan, Turkey, Xinjiang, Egypt, and Albania. Over the course of this very weekend, the Druze people have begun to face notably increasing aggression from the Syrian government. Israeli authorities, who grant special protection to the Druze, have demanded the defense of Druze settlements near Damascus, including in areas such as Jarmana, where violent incidents, which have been instigated by the Syrian security forces, have already been resulting in casualties. Gunmen from nearby suburbs have been harassing local Druze defenders, while in Swaida, the Druze have been resisting handing over their weapons in defiance against the new Islamic regime. Many are happy to see the overthrow of Assad. However, the fact is that without decisive intervention, Syria is on the track to suffer a fate similar to that of Iran and Afghanistan, where long-standing social freedoms were entirely eradicated following the rise of jihadist regimes, which have, in the region, consistently been far worse than their preceding secular regimes across the board. Unless international intervention occurs, or a miraculous victory by remaining Ba'athist insurgents is achieved, one can only hope that such international pressure might at least temper the actions of this emerging jihadist dictatorship for the sake of the Syrian people. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon may be rightfully credited as the single greatest thinker to emerge from 19th century France, having first influenced a young Karl Marx, having founded the political term anarchism itself, and having later inspired Russian, Italian, and French socialist and syndicalist thinkers. Proudhon in his era represented the most practical current of left-wing political thought. But what did he believe? To answer this question, I will be making an attempt to analyze the ideology of the father of anarchism in more depth than any other channel ever has in a single video. To even begin to answer the question of what Proudhon believed and what his theories entailed, we need to first define what anarchism meant to Proudhon. In his first major works from 1840 to 1846, Proudhon ruthlessly critiqued government as a corrupt instrument of privilege. He refused to identify as a monarchist, a democrat, or an aristocrat, claiming only the identity of anarchist. At that time, Proudhon saw all governments, monarchies, republics, or dictatorships, as enemies of liberty. In his book System of Economic Contradictions, written in 1846, Proudhon argued that the state necessarily reproduces social inequalities. Thus, in 1840 to 1846, Proudhon's platform was radical anti-statism. The state needed to wither away, and society instead should have, in his view, organized bottom-up through free federations and mutual aid, not through any fixed political authority. Following the fall of Louis-Philippe in 1848, which Proudhon welcomed, Proudhon quickly grew pessimistic about the viability of a proletarian revolution. Without the strong institutional checks which Proudhon believed were ensured by federalism and local liberties, France would merely trade one master, Louis-Philippe, for another. Proudhon thus continued to exalt federalism and municipal autonomy during 1848 to 1852, criticizing any centralized bourgeoisie republic. Meanwhile, he now anticipated a republic formed by a network of communes and associations. He championed on the idea of bottom-up federalism, believing that sovereignty should reside in free municipal as well as industry-based bodies. His federalist stance was theoretically consistent with his early anarchism, as he was still advocating for a balance of free associated citizens organized by profession and locality. The true embodiment of Republican government under Proudhon's conception must include a multitude of properties. First and foremost, a definition of economic rights to secure freedoms for all participants in economic life. Secondarily, the balance of economic forces, including the hierarchical formation of agricultural and industrial organizations, alongside the socially oriented organization of public services for the well-being of the general public. The aforementioned agricultural and industrial organizations were very important to Proudhon's theory. The republic's legislative body must, in Proudhon's republic, correlate to the relationship of industrial groupings within society. The only way universal suffrage could mean anything positive in a moral or democratic sense to Proudhon was for the citizenry to vote on the basis of economic category and function. Proudhon's later works on justice in the Revolution and in the Church, written in 1858, elaborated his aforementioned Republican vision. Both legislative and executive power would fuse in representatives chosen by industrial, corporative, and communal groupings. Proudhon explicitly rejected the dual-chamber system, instead proposing one legislative body alongside an office of jurisprudence to advise it. Strangely, Proudhon insisted that legislative or executive power would not be separate. In his own words, the legislative power is not distinct from the executive power. He explains that the representatives of the nation, being the delegated heads of the various public services, industrial groups, corporations, and territorial districts, are all, in fact, true ministers. In other words, deputies would be chosen by industry groups and local communes, making them simultaneously legislators and administrators. By having all representatives drawn from economic and territorial categories and subject to recall at any time, they form together the nation's convention, ministry, council of state, and legislature all at once. This arrangement was a reflection of Proudhon's doctrine that power should mirror the society's economic structure. He even argued that to make universal suffrage intelligent, it is necessary to have citizens vote by categories of functions, in accordance with the principle of collective force which forms the basis of society and the state. In plain terms, he believed universal suffrage should not be a mass anonymous vote, but rather an election organized by categories of function such as job, guild, or region. In other words, instead of one person, one vote, one territory, votes would flow through functional federations to balance competing interests such as workers and capitalists by tying deputies to their group's economic rules, thus ensuring interdependence. The third point, which was important to Proudhon's idealized republic, was the assurance of political guarantees designed to protect individual freedoms such as the freedom of speech and press, legislative initiative, freedom of assembly and association, the inviolability of the individual, the home, and private writings, etc. Fourth, administrative decentralization accompanied by a revival of localized city life. Fifth, and finally included the abolition of standing armies, as Proudhon expected, perhaps naively, that within socialized society, the spirit of struggle would transfer from the battlefield to the workplace, imbued into the production processes within the economy, thus ending wars between states. Proudhon believed this form of genuine republican government to be an abolition of the state, as to Proudhon the state was definitionally nothing other than a repressive centralization of authority over the masses which it falsely proclaimed to represent. Within this understanding, through the new form of republican governance, the state is absorbed into society, swallowed by it in the totality of the social being, putting an end to taxation, simplifying the bloated bodies of bureaucratic administration, and centralizing each economic class of function separately, thereby organizing universal suffrage in a proper manner. One could very much argue that Proudhon doesn't, in fact, abolish the nation-state in his theory, and in connection with Pierre Leroux, Proudhon admits that from a certain standpoint this can be viewed as true. Within Proudhon's system, mutual credit societies would emerge in every town, allowing workers and farmers to borrow without usury. Above them, a central bank of the people would exist for public interest, run by delegates from all industries. This People's Bank would discount producers' bills and circulate its notes at par. Each subscriber is obliged to accept in all payments the paper of the Bank of Exchange. The effect would be interest-free credit. Since the bank's notes are backed by goods themselves, not gold, the members need only reimburse in kind, abolishing usury and freeing trade from gold's royalty over society. All associations, economic and political, were to be voluntary contracts. A truly democratic pact must be, to Proudhon, commutative. Each party gives as much as it gains and retains its sovereignty over all else. In his book, The Federative Principle, published in 1863, he writes, for example, that when citizens enter any association, the citizen must receive as much from the state as he sacrifices to it. Thus regulated and understood, the political contract is what Proudhon calls the federation. Federation is, of course, to Proudhon, a pact among free communes or groups, each keeping more rights than it gives up. The federal authority only handles specific common functions, with its delegates strictly agents of the member groups. A true confederation isn't precisely a state, it's a league of autonomous entities, and the so-called federal authority isn't a government, but an agency created by the states to perform common services. Factories, farms, and workshops would form local co-ops that link by contract into larger regional and national federations. This network would replace the capitalist market and the unitary state. Taken in its entirety, Proudhon's mutualism means liberty in exchange, free contract, free competition among producers, and credit provided by the people themselves. To Proudhon, the social revolution would come not by seizing state power, but by association under the golden rule: do not do to others what you would not want done to you, do the good you would wish to receive. Previously mentioned in passing very briefly, and central to Proudhon's ideological framework, was the concept of struggle. Proudhon espouses struggle and conflict and the tension which emerges from this conflict as the manner in which society progresses. Struggle determines by the trial of strength through various methods, including battles of arms, which of two or more contending powers engaging in conflict are superior. The struggle between Hercules and Eurystheus, between authority and liberty, between revolution and tradition, these represent the constant poles around which society is constantly moving and organizing itself. Because of this doctrine of Proudhon's philosophy, the world is always in a permanent state of change and revolution, regardless of whether or not we would like it to be. Proudhon, in his book Peace and War, states, "War, a still more false philanthropy, showed us nothing but a frightful scourge, the explosion of our innate wickedness and the manifestation of heavenly wrath. War is the most incorruptible expression of our conscience, the act which, in the final analysis, and in spite of the impure influence that is mixed with it, honors us most before creation and before the eternal." To Proudhon, even battle was a beautiful ideal to uphold. Not only this, but it laid down the framework for the very basis of civilization itself, in his view, as only through struggle and its resolutions would the human race ever continue to evolve. On the other hand, the pacification of society into a state of consumerist and inactive stupor would mark its deterioration and eventual collapse, as without conflict, no resolution, and therefore no advancement could ever occur. Proudhon begins his book War and Peace by asserting that war, like religion and justice, is an intrinsic moral phenomenon, not a merely external physical political conflict. He writes that war, like religion and justice, is in humanity a phenomenon more internal than external, a fact of moral life. In his view, war is rooted in the depths of human conscience and encompasses in its idea the universality of human relations. By this, he means that war gives rise to and reveals almost every human institution: religion, law, art, economics, politics, even classes such as nobility and bourgeoisie. Proudhon declares that through war, nations are regenerated, states find balance, progress continues, justice establishes its rule, and liberty finds its guarantees. To remove the idea of war, Proudhon argues, is to extinguish all meaning in human history and civilization. Proudhon thus elevates war as a fundamental form of our reason, a law of our soul, and a condition of our existence akin to time, space, beauty, or justice. It is almost a metaphysical given to Proudhon, a divine law of society. War's inevitability is portrayed by Proudhon in cosmic terms. He states, "I'm not afraid to say it. War is eternal. Hail to war. It is through it that man, scarcely risen from the mud, asserts himself in his majesty and his bravery." When he calls hail to war, Proudhon isn't celebrating wanton violence. It's the heroic struggle that for him brings mankind out of brutishness and towards nobility. Philosophically, then, war is for Proudhon a divine and primordial reality. He declares war is divine, that is to say primordial, essential to life. It has its source in the depths of consciousness. Contrary to the common view of war as immoral murder, Proudhon argues that true war is morally justified. He rejects the notion that a warrior is either a hero or a brigand depending on the justness of his cause. Instead, Proudhon argues that true war is no more unjust on one side than the other. It is on both sides, and necessarily just, virtuous, moral, and sacred. In other words, genuine warfare as a juridical act embodies justice on both sides and even attains a sacred character. By this very paradoxical criterion, war elevates rights instead of abolishes them. When two armies fight honorably and the honorability of the combatants and the presumption of right are equal, each side may claim the moral high ground. Death on the battlefield is, in Proudhon's framing, the crowning of life, a noble end for a free, intelligent human being. Proudhon observes that unlike animals that fight merely as instinct, human war is infused with conscience and justice. Wolves and lions make war only on other species, but they don't wage war amongst themselves, while among humans, war alone has produced civilization, freedom, and progress. Proudhon argues that without pride in heroism, the pride and spirit of valor in conflict, humanity would have sunk to the level of purely industrious, peaceful animals. And so, for Proudhon, war brings out humanity's chivalry and our capacity for justice and heroism. This conviction leads Proudhon to embrace war with almost a theological commitment. He anticipates the pacifist objection that war is murder. He calls this an abominable sophism to equate honorable war with mere homicide. In Proudhon's account, it is not war that falsifies conscience, but the pacifists who disregard the human conscience, which they do not understand. The fact that states are founded on bloody conquest is a puzzle that Proudhon throws back at the critic. For him, the moral order itself has emerged from war. Sociologically, Proudhon saw war as a fundamental institution of human society. It was more than an occasional outbreak of violence. It was to him a principle, an institution, a belief, a doctrine that permeates civilizations. One could find the true foundations of society to Proudhon by chronicling the development of both law and war alongside each other throughout history. In fact, he argues the common view that war is arbitrary conflict is completely incorrect. The law of nations, in his view, is essentially the outcome of martial struggle, the first expression of rights being determined by which side's force or right prevails. The jurists who deny any right of war misunderstand that war itself creates new rights by establishing victors and vanquished. Regardless, Proudhon is also attentive to how society resists war's brutality. Every social group instinctively seeks to avoid deadly slaughter, even as it depends on conflict for meaning. Proudhon frames this as the fundamental contradiction of society. Our very progress depends on struggle, but we flee its excesses. He writes that without war, civilization falls into the void, and the very idea of human progress becomes meaningless. But since people flee war and tend towards peace, there is an enduring problem to solve. Beyond literal war, Proudhon famously claimed that society is based on persistent contradictions or antagonisms at every level. Any attempt to eliminate conflict is for him akin to destroying humanity entirely. His concept of federalism is in part an attempt to channel antagonisms without eradicating them, and so war in Proudhon's vision has its analog in the peaceful but inexorable clashes of interests within society. He says there is struggle or lutte before any stable resolution. Before a new social order, there is necessarily a fight. Even institutions like religion and justice arise from conflict. In Proudhon's De la Justice, for example, he portrays the Church Militante as an inherently warlike organization, conquering souls and opposing false ideas as though on a battlefield. Moreover, Proudhon argues that war, or latent war, is what ultimately disciplines society. In Justice in the Revolution, he warns that a society lacking faith turns into a deadly struggle where the law of the strongest is replaced by the law of the most cunning, ending inevitably in servitude to tyranny. In this view, the absence of any moral sanction renders all relations warlike, and the end of conflict would paradoxically be servitude and tyranny itself. So all in all, social life thrives on struggle. Out of warlike antagonism emerges any balance of power or justice we achieve. A conflict that simply destroys both sides isn't a war, but a subversion, an anomaly in the social order. The healthy war, by contrast, preserves a dynamic equilibrium. Proudhon's positive stance on war is created by his dialectical view of history. It was his belief that humanity is perfectible, born capable of progress, but that progress requires perpetual effort and conflict. War is one mode of this struggle. In War and Peace, Proudhon argued that if war truly ceased everywhere, civilization would become inert. This is something that's already been covered, but it needs emphasis. Ending antagonism means ending the world to Proudhon. Regardless, Proudhon doesn't glorify pointless massacre. He makes a distinction between war as massacre and war as production of peace. In his sociology of war, the just war is one carried out under equal rules and rights. If antagonism is the social law, as he believes it is, it needs to be checked by justice. Proudhon scorns the jurists who say there is no law of war. He argued that war itself has its own positive law, consecrated by victory, which imposes itself on the vanquished as surely as a court's judgment does. Proudhon's dialectical approach means that each struggle brings synthesis. After war, a new balance is struck and society is renewed or regenerated. Antagonism is itself creative. The end goal of humanity is progress, which only through continual confrontation of opposites proceeds. Any attempt to impose a static peace would reverse said progress. Hence, he provocatively claims that peace without war lacks substance. Yet, the tension between war and peace, the will to reconcile conflict, is itself what pushes civilization forward. Starting in 1848, disappointed by the revolutionary incapacity of the working class on its own accord, Proudhon believed that the middle class, the property-owning class, and the workers ought to merge their interests together, as it has been said, into a singular force for the progressive movement of the revolution against the government. It was the revolution of 1848 that first drew Proudhon into politics and led him to seek a compromise with the middle classes. In 1849, it was clear that a balance, a class entente, so to speak, between the middle class and the working class could not yet be achieved quite at that point, yet Proudhon had strongly stated that the proletariat and the middle class, divided right now by the selfishness of their respective tendencies, are in essence of one mind on principles as well as on aims and on means. In the general idea of the revolution, written in 1851, he addressed the bourgeoisie as the elder sons of the revolution, praising them for advancing liberty and urging them to side with the people. As he states, "Save the people, save yourselves, as did your fathers through the revolution." Many academics posit that by 1865, Proudhon had lost his faith in the class alliance and had begun to advocate for a solely proletarian revolution. This, however, is false, as in his 1865 book, The Political Capacity of the Working Class, he counseled workers not to abolish all bourgeoisie rights. He wrote that workers should not destroy the middle classes, but win the same liberty of action that the bourgeoisie enjoy. He urged the industrialists and liberal politicians to defend societal progress, warning workers against smashing the middle class, and instead instructing workers to treat the latter as, quote, our elder brother in emancipation. On top of this, Proudhon points out that liberalism, an ideology of the middle class, has ever since its founding resisted the authority of the government in favor of individual freedoms, and argued that liberal philosophy and non-Marxian socialism complement each other as two halves of one singular whole against oppressive government. This class entente envisioned by Proudhon shows itself to have been a necessity, as all successful revolutions have required the coordination of not only the working class but the business-owning class to succeed as well, whether that be under Lenin's new economic policy, Mao Zedong's new democracy, or any of the other popular revolutions against the systems of old times. In line with this all-inclusive view of the base of society, Proudhon believed that representative political institutions within a nation must be founded upon the inclusion of every social and political element, which can express itself freely and obtain justice, achieving its own influence and sovereignty. This healthy, pluralistic ideal of representation would later be emulated in the goals of the syndicalists of France, who would emerge only a few decades after Proudhon's death in 1865. To Proudhon, to live properly meant to abandon the excess of pleasure and to pursue frugal, modest living. In his own words, poverty is not ease. It is not good for man to live in ease. It is clear that it would be misplaced to dream of escaping from the inevitable poverty that is the law of our nature and of society. Poverty is good, and we must regard it as the principle of our joy. Reason commands us to align our lives with it through frugality of manners, moderation in pleasures, diligence at work, and the absolute subordination of our appetites to justice. This existence recalls the archetypal modest hero of ancient Western literature, or the idealized brave warrior class of Plato's Republic. As Plato stated, but when the cobbler or any other man whom nature designed to be a traitor, having his heart lifted up by wealth or strength or the number of his followers or any like advantage, attempts to force his way into the class of warriors for which he is unfitted, and either to take the implements or the duties of the other, then I think you will agree with me in saying that this interchange and this meddling of one with another is the ruin of the state. Another ancient Western thinker, which this ideal of modesty recalls, is the Spartan lawgiver Lycurgus, who called for all men to stand in solidarity with one another in complete poverty. To Lycurgus, by continuing poor and not coveting each man to be greater than his fellows, one best defends their society against those attempting to destroy it. Proudhon was a radical opponent of hyper-intellectualism during his life. He once stated, "The idea, with its categories, is born from action and must return to action, otherwise the agent decays." To Proudhon, all meaningful knowledge emerges from the necessities of actual life and labor, not due to spontaneous divine revelations, as posited by religion. Therefore, the thought of the Platonists, where the highest life was spent pondering the abstract forms, was in fact nothing short of a farce, a lie. To live purely in abstraction and in the realm of intellect bore little fruit to the only life which genuinely matters, the only life you know for a fact you are going to live. The form of thought which is genuinely meaningful is only that which can be practically applied, directly or otherwise, indirectly, to the production processes which help all of humankind. Proudhon, with all of his brilliant ideas, made countless blunders, among them his summarization of the various phases of capitalism. Proudhon, as he expressed in his book, The Stock Exchange Speculator's Manual, believed that capitalism would have various phases which have now been proven to be at least partially outdated. First and foremost was industrial anarchy, whereby an era of the free market and competition was established, an era of capitalism idolized by conservative liberal thinkers today. What emerged from industrial anarchy was industrial feudalism, which oversaw the establishment of trusts and cartels. Industrial empire, a period which lasted until the 1960s and 1970s, would be classified by the centralization of private enterprise under authoritarian leadership on a mass scale, embodied in Proudhon's era under the leadership of Napoleon III, where the head of the state was nothing other than the head of large corporations. Proudhon believed that after the rise of industrial empire, industrial democracy would occur. The last stage he bothered to predict, as participation of the masses within the government and the self-management of the workers would be curated. This, however, is a proven falsehood. Industrial democracy did not succeed the rise of industrial empire, as the empire has been stripped of its industry under an era of neoliberalism, making the very category of industrial empire completely outdated. On the other hand, the classification of the development of capitalism by Proudhon up until that point does still stand as true. Another error of Proudhon was his belief that once free mutual credit banks and federations were established, as he says, the revolution externally will consist in preaching by example, with no need for conquest or armies. This, however, has proven to be not the case, even or especially within fully realized socialist revolutions. Within Economic Contradictions, we encounter another error of Proudhon, where he states that the role of the woman is the responsibility for the management of the household, for everything related to consumption and saving inferior to that of the man, whose proper function is the command of the workshop, that is, the government of production and exchange. Here is perhaps Proudhon's worst mistake. Although he touts the concept of universal suffrage, when personally inquired about his opinion on women, not only in his book Economic Contradictions, but also in his more insufferable work, The Pornocracy of Women, Proudhon expresses his absolute hatred towards them. While Proudhon's racism is another horribly thrown problem, it's never anywhere near as prominent within any of his works as his, albeit still infrequently referenced, misogyny is. Upon further consideration, in fact, it actually has to be said that his prejudice towards women was not, in fact, his most egregious stance. Proudhon was among the foremost rabid anti-Semitic theoreticians of political thought in Europe during the 19th century, stating in his private journal, in a text known as On the Jews, written in 1847, that the Jew is the enemy of humankind. They must be sent back to Asia or be exterminated. Although this was one of Proudhon's earlier works, and this extreme level of anti-Semitism never finds its way into any of his later works, it does leave a dull mark on his legacy, which he could never make up for in any of his grand reasonings or his brilliant economic treatises. The truth is that Proudhon's hatred of capitalism was, according to him, one-to-one with his hatred of the Jew, while at the same time his commitment to libertarian social order never did extend to gender or racial equality. Historical context can, in part, explain why he thought such things, but it doesn't entirely excuse them. But unlike many other reactionaries in history, Proudhon knew his views to be backwards and stupid. As he stated, "I dream of a republic where I would be guillotined as a reactionary." As Proudhon acknowledged, his cultural positions, influenced by his background within a reactionary family, were not and could never be progressive, hoping others would never pursue the adoption of them. In Proudhon, we find a man who acknowledges that his ideals are those of an antiquated past long forgotten, and yet also lacks the will to break free of them, a slave to his own sentiments. What was the relationship between Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Karl Marx? In 1842, Karl Marx publicly praised Proudhon's work, What is Property?, first published 2 years prior. He declared that Proudhon had produced a penetrating work that required prolonged and profound studies to critique. In his book The Holy Family, published 3 years later, in 1845, Marx hailed Proudhon as the embodiment of proletarian thought, comparing him to Sieyès in the French Revolution. However, by 1846, Proudhon and Marx began to split over their views on the urgency of revolution. Prior to their split, the overlap between the two had already been astounding. In Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions, written in 1846, he engaged in a dialectical analysis of capitalism influenced by Hegelianism. Though Marx later mocked Proudhon's Hegelianism in his 1847 hit piece, The Poverty of Philosophy, he had, oddly enough, in fact, encouraged Proudhon's approach when they were allies in 1844. Marx attacks Proudhon's dialectics as idealist, though, as Georges Gurevich notes, Marx's attack on Proudhon was in part a proxy for Marx's break with Hegel himself. Proudhon marked up his own personal copy of Marx's 1847 Poverty of Philosophy, a book dedicated to defaming Proudhon. After Marx's scathing Poverty of Philosophy, Proudhon called it a tissue of crudities, slanders, and falsifications. Within his markups, Proudhon accused Marx of inversion of his own previous ideas, charging Marx with simply inverting Proudhon's federalism into dictatorship, one aristocratic sovereignty for another. Despite this, Marx later acknowledged What is Property as epoch-making, in his own words, in his 1865 letter to Scheiwitzer. Marx indeed borrowed the conceptual framework of class struggle and value from Proudhon's writings, as well as from the economists, which Proudhon knew, while discarding of Proudhon's liberal mutualism for state socialism. Proudhon's famous phrase that property is theft found its mirror in Marx's view that private property in the means of production underpinned class oppression. Both men used dialectical reasoning about historical progress, and it is pretty undeniable that Proudhon's notion of history as a series of revolutions finds its echoes in Marx's materialism. Proudhon can first and foremost be thanked for introducing the concept of surplus labor value utilized by Marx in Das Kapital, originally conceived of within Proudhon's first book, What is Property? In Proudhon's What is Property, Proudhon already argues that capitalists exploit workers by appropriating the collective force, as he calls it, generated by labor collaboration, which remains unpaid. Marx expands upon this concept in Capital, but he never still acknowledges Proudhon's influence, likely due to the rift between the two socialist thinkers, which started in 1846. Not only this, but the distinction of utopian and scientific socialism, emphasized and expanded upon within the theories of Engels and Marx, was only first envisioned within Proudhon's writings, with scientific socialism being mentioned within What is Property years before its first usage by any communist theoretician. Marx himself acknowledges in Capital, written in 1867, that he derived the labor value approach, what he later calls surplus value, from the classical economists, including Adam Smith and Ricardo, and even from Sismondi, though he never names Proudhon. The truth is that quite a few ideas of Proudhon's other than this were taken by Karl Marx, who then bastardized said concepts in the name of establishing his own theory of communism. For Karl Marx, when communism was to be finally actualized, man and society would be fully reconciled, ending conflict and beginning an era of all working towards the good of mankind. Proudhon is right and in line with a genuine scientific tradition when he upholds the fact that there is no society in which all problems are solved. In no revolution has less contradiction emerged within society, for the fact that society is constantly in a state of becoming, always transient and changing. Proudhon's theory of mutualism, an extremely faulty theory though it may be, was never intended to be the final stage of society. For Proudhon, there is no end to history. There is no final solution. There are only new questions, new problems, new struggles, and this is a great thing. Within Proudhonian thought, struggle keeps the world turning. It creates progress and makes men active. Jean Lacroix is correct when stating that while Marx represents an authoritarianism whereby mankind must overcome all contradictions and suppress all opposition, by its own nature opposing everything which does not adhere to its pedantic dogmatism, Proudhon's philosophy represents a humanist ideology which recognizes that all oppositions will never be overcome and that humanity is in a perpetual state of tension. Therein lies the fundamental break, which shows the superiority of Proudhon over Karl Marx. Proudhonian philosophy allowed diversity and a genuine liberalism, whereas Marxism, in its drive to overcome contradiction, must by definition result in the homogenization of society and cannot allow variety. But wasn't it Marxism which first actualized socialist political thought on a large scale? In part, yes, but the Marxists wouldn't have had as much success without Proudhon's legacy. As pointed out by Georges Gurevich, who was an organizer of the Russian Soviets of 1917, in his article Proudhon and Marx, the first Soviets within Russia were organized by Proudhonians who emerged from the Socialist Revolutionary Party. It was not merely Marx, but the heavy influence of Proudhon who inspired the revolution in Russia, which at least temporarily overcame Tsardom. Marx, although praising Proudhon in his youth, later came to loathe him, attempting to write him off as simply another theorist from the petite bourgeoisie. Only Proudhon was not merely a member of the petite bourgeoisie, he had been a member of the peasantry of France. Marx's hatred of Proudhon led him to take up a radical anti-communist stance, demonstrated in the following excerpts. In his book Economic Contradictions, Proudhon stated, "Far from me, communists, your presence is a stench to me." And in his book On the Political Capacity of the Working Class, he states, "Thus the communists followed suit. They reduce everything to the sovereignty of the people, to the right of the collectivity. Their notion of power or the state is absolutely the same as that of their former masters." Regardless of Marx's hatred of Proudhon, the fact is that there would be no Marxism without Proudhon. Karl Marx's work was saturated by Proudhon's ideas, even as Marx turned against him. The frequency of the very terms fetishism and contradiction appear in both authors' vocabularies an astounding number of times. As the anthropologist Warlam Cherkasov noted in 1900, many of the ideas that Marx had claimed as original, such as his labor theory of value, class conflict, etc., had already been developed by Proudhon and others far earlier. Proudhon was in many ways a mediator of socialist ideas, channeling the thought of Saint Simonianism as well as Ricardian thought. Marx simply tapped into that reservoir. Proudhon's critique of interest-bearing credit and his advocacy of mutual banks was a prefiguration of Marx's critique of the financial forms of capital, for example, and Proudhon's call for workers' associations and cooperatives was simply a prototype of Marx's vision of communistic organization. Even Marx himself once admitted his critique of political economy owed much to Proudhon's analysis, and so Marx absorbed terms and analyses from Proudhon before turning to attack him to assert his own originality. Proudhon lamented Marx's blatant plagiarizing of his own contributions. In personal notes and later writings, Proudhon would criticize Marx and Engels for repackaging what had originally been mutualist and Ricardian concepts as novel ideas. Proudhon's carnets contain side-by-side comparisons of passages from his own works and Marx's so that the readers may observe the overlap. For example, Proudhon's model of wages set at subsistence, or the law of the 3-franc wage, is simply stolen by Marx's law of values. Marx even ripped off Proudhon's phrase, contradictions of political economy. There's no doubt that Marx's lexicon of exploitation, value, alienation, class, and of course revolution is completely stolen from the socialists such as Proudhon, who came far before him. Regardless of Proudhon's vitriolic social takes and his confused theory of morality, in his philosophy of man and his theory of governance and economics, we find the most well-developed and practical alternative to communism and commercial capitalism out of any theorist who lived and wrote during the entirety of the 1800s. Frequently buried behind the scathing words of Karl Marx, Proudhon has never been given the credit he is due, as not only a brilliant political theorist, but an inspiration to hundreds of thousands of forward-thinking individuals, providing the ideological backdrop to dozens of revolutions around the globe. In the year 1914, decades after his death in 1865, the socialist theorist Georges Sorel would comment on Proudhon's legacy personally, stating, "Extreme left-wing journalists discussed him without respect, as if he were an old comrade who had gone astray, while academics saw him as a paradoxical writer, victim of all of the impulses of his polemical talent. Even today, his memory remains so full of the errors, illusions, and sweet dreams of his early comrades that few people allow themselves to see in him what he truly was, namely, the greatest French philosopher of the 19th century." What is freedom? Is freedom just an individual whim, or is it something much more akin to a living force? For the German philosopher George William Friedrich Hegel, the latter is correct. For Hegel, true freedom and ethical life come to fruition only through the unfolding of the shared consciousness and shared practices of society. In this video, I'll dive through Hegel's political philosophy, his analysis of everything from individual will to universal community, from abstract rights to the concrete state, and from private intention to world historical development. Hegel's political philosophy is inseparable from his metaphysical system, known as absolute idealism. This philosophy posits that reality is not a static thing, but a dynamic process of spirit actualizing itself through contradictions and, in turn, their resolutions. According to this view, thought and world are not separate. The culture of a people, or the spirit, or Geist, as Hegel calls it in German, unfolds within consciousness and in external institutions, each feeding into the other. Politics, then, is not an external regulation which is imposed by self-interested persons, but rather the very place where freedom meets self-awareness. Within absolute idealism, Hegel makes a distinction between 3 interrelated forms or moments of spirit, each denoting a stage in the realization of freedom. The first is subjective spirit, where freedom first emerges as personal will and self-awareness. At this stage, the individual asserts desires and intentions in relative isolation. The next is objective spirit, where spirit manifests in social institutions, such as laws or customs, economic life, political bodies. Through these, individual wills are mediated and reconciled into a shared will. Only here does freedom transcend subjectivity. Finally, there is absolute spirit, where spirit attains full self-awareness in art or religion and philosophy by reflecting on its own development. Political life is illuminated by and contributes to these higher cultural forms. Understanding these forms clarifies why Hegel situates politics within objective spirit. It is in institutions that individual freedom becomes visible and shared, which paves the way for a deeper self-understanding in the absolute spirit. Freedom for Hegel is not mere absence of constraint or arbitrary choice. It's the unfolding and overcoming of earlier limitations. He identifies three key stages in the development of freedom. 1, abstract right, 2, morality, and 3, ethical life. Abstract right marks the initial formal recognition of individual freedom via property and contract. Individuals appear as free subjects, and property serves as the externalization of will. To be free, one must give oneself reality through things. Contractual relations express mutual recognition as two parties freely acknowledge each other as rights holders. However, this stage remains abstract because it recognizes legal equality without addressing deeper moral intentions or any social context. So it sets the groundwork for freedom, but it also sets its limits. Morality turns inward, focusing on conscience and intention, the individual seeking to universalize personal ends by acting from rational principles. But morality in isolation is still abstract because good intentions, when not anchored to communal norms, don't really mean anything because they fail to secure social freedom. Personal deliberation needs embedding in institutions that give it objective force. This prepares the ground for ethical life. Ethical life is the concrete realization of freedom where individual and universal wills unite in living institutions. It unfolds through three interconnected spheres: family, civil society, and the state. The family is the first ethical route where individuals transcend isolation through natural bonds of love and care. Here, norms are internalized emotionally, but the family's unity is very limited because children grow up, they mature, and they leave the home, entering the differentiated world of civil society. Civil society is the sphere of economic activity and particular interests. Individuals pursue personal ends, but they continue to depend on one another in a web of mutual interest. This creates a system of complete interdependence. While the private aims of individuals often support communal welfare, civil society also fosters fragmentation, competition, and alienation. Institutions such as law, welfare mechanisms, and corporations regulate civil society, thereby channeling private interests toward the public good. The state, then, is the culmination of ethical life. It reconciles individual freedom with the universal will. In the state, legal equality, rational institutions, and active citizenship transform freedom into a concrete ethical reality. So laws aren't just mere commands, they are an expression of collective reason. Citizens engage in constitutional bodies reflecting the general will, such as the executive branch, legislative, judiciary, etc. Only within this organic whole do individuals gain genuine individuality and ethical identity. Hegel calls the state the actuality of the ethical idea and the kingdom of actualized freedom. In the state, freedom becomes concrete. It's no longer an external good. It's an expression of the individual's own rational nature as part of the universal ethical order. This political framework rests upon the concept of the objective spirit, which for Hegel denotes the realm of institutions like law, economy, and political bodies, through which personal wills become a shared ethical will. These institutions, which are part of the objective spirit, mirror our freedom back to us, and by participating in them, individuals discover their identity as rational beings within a universal structure. A foundational insight in Hegel's social thought is the master-slave dialectic, which goes something like this. Two self-conscious beings struggle for recognition. One becomes master, the other slave. The master receives recognition without reciprocating, resulting in hollow freedom. The slave, though subjugated, gains self-consciousness through labor, which shapes the world. Politically, this means true freedom arises only through reciprocal recognition, each individual both giving and in turn receiving acknowledgement as rational. Ethical life resolves this dialectic. All are to be recognized as citizens This closes the gap between particular and universal wills. Civil associations, such as guilds, professional societies, and welfare organizations, play a very important role, perhaps the central role, in mediating between the family and state for Hegel. They provide individuals with honor, social standing, and a shared identity, all while anchoring them in ethical life. These intermediate institutions limit destructive competition, which is possible within civil society, and on top of that, foster social solidarity. Without these civil associations which bring people together, Hegel feared that society risked devolving into atomism. Education is also very important to Hegel's political vision. Education forms ethical character not just by transmitting knowledge, but also by shaping habits. Ethical norms have to become second nature. In Hegel's philosophy of right, he writes, "Pedagogy is the art of making men ethical. Civil society itself is educational. Individuals gain practical experience of interdependence and learn how private aims relate to more universal ends. But habit on its own isn't enough. Conscious reflection is needed to ensure that ethical life remains dynamic and not static." Hegel's view on natural law is very nuanced. On the one hand, he recognizes a standard of justice that transcends any specific statute, but he also insists that moral progress comes from within the legal order. Laws must be reformed not by appealing to abstract ideals, but by discovering latent rationality within the law itself. This leads to Hegel's critique of contractualism. He rejects the notion that the state originates from a voluntary pact among isolated individuals. To Hegel, the state arises from intersubjective life. It's not a contract, it's a living totality. Consciousness itself depends on relations with others, so the state is not a means to protect private interests, it is the realization of ethical freedom. No authority can stand above it. Internationally, no global sovereign exists. Between states, recognition is preserved through diplomacy, and conflict emerges when these recognitions fail. Hegel's international theory sees each state as an embodiment of national spirit. Though each state holds absolute power domestically, in foreign affairs they have to respect one another's sovereignty. War arises when mutual recognition breaks down. Even then, war has ethical significance because it expresses the vitality of spirit or culture and may, through conflict, propel the development of freedom. Beneath Hegel's political thought is his philosophy of history. World spirit actualizes freedom through successive historical epochs. Certain nations become world historical by advancing universal principles. History unfolds dialectically and often violently, but it's all with a direction. Modern constitutional states embody the highest stages of rational freedom yet attained, though history continues onwards. Individuals and communities participate meaningfully in this unfolding narrative and in turn contribute to the spirit's realization. Revisiting the master-slave dialectic, we see its broader implications here. Communities that deny recognition through exclusion or oppression foster resistance and instability. Ethical life then offers a remedy, which is equal citizenship. Hegel's political philosophy indeed anticipated the modern struggle for rights and equality through its insistence that genuine community needs mutual recognition and not domination. Hegel draws his inspiration from classical models of civic virtue, such as the Greek polis. In the Greek polis, free citizens engaged in public life and shaped laws while participating in common affairs. While we can acknowledge the exclusionary nature of such societies, Hegel's aim was to sublate their virtues into a modern state that fosters public engagement while at the same time ensuring universal dignity. Civic participation, which is informed by education and embedded in institutions, then becomes the modern expression of classical virtue. Habit and custom are important to Hegel. Institutions shape behavior by cultivating habits which are aligned with ethical norms, but habit can't become just unthinking routine. To ensure this, institutions need to encourage reflection so that norms remain alive and guided by reason. Hegel attacks liberalism when it remains at the level of abstract right, isolated moral autonomy, or contractual self-interests. He acknowledges the importance of rights within liberalism, but his emphasis is that freedom isn't achieved in isolation, because genuine liberty arises from participation in institutions that embody communal norms. Hegel's political vision goes beyond just seeing individualism and collectivism as binary polar opposites, because to his philosophy, one, individualism, is precisely freed by being integrated into a rational ethical whole, which is the collective. Hegel's political philosophy argues that freedom isn't an abstract possession of individuals. Freedom is dynamic. It's a collective achievement of society. Dry abstractions are placed within a much more important context of ethical life within this philosophy. Hegel offers his readers a vision in which freedom is only real when shared within a community. Institutions matter, recognition matters, and history matters. According to this worldview, you are not just an observer, but a participant in the development of reality, simultaneously being shaped by and shaping the unfolding of freedom itself. Maximilien de Robespierre was born into a modest family in 1758, Arras, France. Baptized the very day he was born, he was the eldest of 5 children, his father being an advocate on the Superior Council of Artois, and his mother the daughter of a local brewer. His parents' marriage mere months before his birth meant that his very conception was illegitimate in 18th century France. At the age of 6, Robespierre lost his mother, and shortly thereafter his father abandoned his family entirely. Custody over his 2 younger sisters was entrusted to his paternal aunts, while he and his brother were raised by their maternal grandmother. Despite all of these early hardships, in 1765 Robespierre entered the College of Arras, and by 1769 he won a 450 livres scholarship from the Abbey of Saint Vaast to attend the prestigious College of Louis the Great in Paris. There, Robespierre swiftly established a reputation for intellectual rigor, securing numerous prizes in Latin and Greek between 1771 and 1776. His prefect, Abbé Pouillat, would later recall the young Robespierre as studious, solitary, and thoughtful, qualities which would later earn him the enduring moniker, the Incorruptible. After completing his secondary education, Robespierre enrolled in the University of Paris, obtaining his Bachelor of Law on July 31st, 1780, and his licentiate on May 15th, 1781. He promptly registered at the Paris Bar, while his Louis the Great College scholarship passed to his brother Augustine. Some unverified accounts suggest that Robespierre had brief encounters with the arch-liberal Jean-Jacques Rousseau, though these recollections remain highly speculative and are likely just chronological embellishments. Robespierre was nonetheless an ardent disciple of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He famously carried Rousseau's Social Contract as his guiding text, which was placed by his bedside as he slept. He referred to Rousseau as divine, praising how he taught Robespierre to, quote, know myself. Rousseau's doctrine that legitimate law expresses the collective will of the people was entirely taken on by Robespierre. He declared that the will of the representatives must be regarded and respected as the will of the nation, and that it carried sacred authority superior to any private will, else the nation would lose its sovereignty. Rousseau also inspired Robespierre in the importance of public virtue as the foundation of a free republic, as they both held that only a virtuous citizenry could maintain liberty. The most direct link between these two fascinating men was the concept of a civil religion, a Rousseauian idea. In The Social Contract, Rousseau argued that any stable state must have some form of public faith to bind citizens together. They must have belief in an all-powerful, just God who rewards virtue and punishes vice, and the sanctity of the social contract itself. Rousseau himself mused that if God didn't exist, he would have to be invented, a proclamation which Robespierre would take quite seriously in the time to come. Returning to Arras in late 1781, Robespierre established his legal practice alongside his sister Charlotte on Rue Saumon, quickly distinguishing himself in the courtroom. In January 1782, he began pleading cases at the Council of Artois, and by March had been appointed judge at the Episcopal Court. By February 1786, he was unanimously elected as director of the Academy of Belles-Lettres. There he championed social reform far ahead of his time, such as the legitimation and pensioning of illegitimate children, proposing public incentives to adoption, and pressuring for female membership, which he succeeded in, as he admitted literates such as Marie Le Masson de Gorff and Louis de Carlou in 1787. While his private life is somewhat enigmatic, Robespierre never married. Instead, his devotion to public service, as well as the ideals of the Enlightenment, occupied his every waking hour. Robespierre's experiences of personal loss in his early childhood and his early immersion in classical learning, his legal practice in Arras, all of this reinforced his belief that law and morality has to serve the common good. By early 1789, France was on the brink of collapse, Debt-ridden and hungry, the kingdom convened the Estates Generales at Versailles in May, summoning deputies from the three estates of clergy, nobility, and commoners. Robespierre, newly elected by the Third Estate of Artois, arrived in Paris as a relatively obscure provincial lawyer, yet armed with his own personal clear vision, a vision that any true reform had to begin with legal equality and popular sovereignty of the masses. His first speech, delivered on June 4th, 1789, denounced the proposed double vote system that would have granted the privileged orders of France disproportionate influence over the masses. He invoked the separation of powers as well as Rousseau's concept of the general will in his argument that the sovereignty of the people cannot tolerate any division of its own right. His stance quickly drew notice among France's own radical deputies and salon circles. As the king resisted, the deputies of the Third Estate reconstituted themselves as the National Assembly on June 17th, and Robespierre threw himself into drafting the Tennis Court Oath a day later. He served on the committees which would shape the August decrees, abolishing feudal privileges, declaring equality before the law, and introducing male universal suffrage, a proposal that, though rejected then, would later reappear in his constitutional projects. With the revolutionary attitude of France rising, Robespierre joined the newly formed Jacobin Club in July 1789, aligning with other reformers, though Robespierre was very distinct from these other revolutionaries in his defense of virtue over expedience. When the Paris mob, for example, stormed the Bastille on July 14th, Robespierre warned against the unbridled violence which occurred, insisting that any populist action has to be guided by the rule of law. The pivotal moment of the revolution came when, in June of 1791, King Louis attempted to escape Paris, fleeing to Varennes. Robespierre seized on the betrayal of the king to argue that a constitutional monarchy was at that point impossible to uphold within France. In his oration to the National Assembly, he declared that the sovereign can no longer reside in one who betrays him, pressing now for the total abolition of France's monarchy and the immediate establishment of a republic. His exact proposals, though impactful in cementing Robespierre's position within the French Revolution, were only adopted way later on in September of 1792. He published several pamphlets on press, freedom, universal education, and the total abolition of capital punishment. All of these texts absolutely emphatic that liberty, absent of virtue within the people, would only descend into anarchy. Robespierre advocated for universal primary education under strict state oversight to ensure uniform quality of education and to inculcate patriotism and reason from childhood. By the close of 1791, Robespierre wasn't just some anonymous provincial citizen anymore. He was one of the revolution's most principled voices. Fast forward to the beginning of 1793 as the revolution enters its most radical phase. Robespierre, having secured election to the French National Convention, now confronted the gravest questions of Republican legitimacy. Should the dethroned former King Louis be tried for treason, and how should France defend itself against the internal insurrections and foreign coalitions? After about a week of protracted debate during the king's trial in late November to December of 1792, Robespierre rose November 30th, insisting that there was no trial to be had, for the people had judged King Louis by his flight and counter-revolutionary intrigues. When procedural delays were threatening the acquittal of the king, Robespierre returned on December 3rd to declare flatly, "Louis must die so that the fatherland may live." Although this motion did not carry the day, it did galvanize the Mountain faction and rendered any hope of reprieve as absolutely impossible. On January 21st, 1793, the convention voted 366 to 355 for the death sentence for the king, a margin transformed into 361 to 360 after a secondary ballot. On March 25th, 1793, the National Convention transformed its existing war council into a committee of public safety, which was initially composed of 25 members, among them Robespierre, whose reputation for being incorruptible made his inclusion within the committee absolutely necessary. Within weeks, the committee assumed near omnipotent authority, raising armies, directing provisioning, and organizing the Revolutionary Tribunal. Yet even still, Robespierre was very uneasy about utilizing violence to pursue his ends. He pressured for a precise definition of what it meant to be counter-revolutionary, to protect loyal patriots from overzealous persecution, which was a measure, in fact, watered down by Maximin Isnard. On April 24th, 1793, Robespierre presented a draft declaration that split hairs with the Girondin version. Robespierre invoked the obligation to respect the rights of others, to prevent property from undermining the safety, liberty, life, or property of our fellow citizens, and proposed progressive taxation and curbs on speculative landholding to enshrine universal fraternity and citizenship. His accompanying property speech argued that while he loved property, it must serve social utility. As he stated, "I will first propose to you a few necessary articles to limit property. I will be devoted to them, but as for mud, you who value only gold, I do not wish to touch your lands nor your houses." By mid-1793, two antagonistic currents confronted Robespierre. First, the indulgence led by Danton and Desmoulins, who decried the terror as unnecessary and destructive, and the Herbertists, radical de-Christianizers who were proponents of limitless severity, who demanded even wider purges than were even happening in France at the time. Robespierre, however, wanted a middle path, which was defined by rigorous but at the same time principled and disciplined repression wielded only against genuine traitors to the French Revolution. In December, he proposed a committee of justice to free unjustly imprisoned patriots, a proposal which earned heavy opposition from the Committee of General Security, which ultimately saw his proposal rejected. On September 17th, 1793, the convention enacted the Law of Suspects, which expanded criteria for arrest to include enemies of freedom, anyone failing to display the requisites of patriotism, or those who merely spoke or wrote against the revolution. Though Robespierre had argued for very precise definitions to protect innocent patriots from persecution, the final document was very broad sweeping, enabling local revolutionary committees to jail neighbors or family members and political adversaries on mere accusation. This law was a turning point. Virtue, once Robespierre's safeguard, was weaponized now into a license for denunciation. Robespierre observed in private correspondence that some committees abused suspect registers to settle personal vendettas, but his appeal for moderation was falling on deaf ears as regional representatives demanded even harsher measures. The Revolutionary Tribunal, created in March 1793 to try counter-revolutionaries more quickly, had become a machine of summary justice with baseless accusations replacing authentic evidence, overseen by juries too fearful to acquit suspects. Robespierre, who had sought to restrict its jurisdiction to genuine traitors alone, was finding his efforts undermined by public panic and a mass clamor for blood. In an address on November 7th, 1793, Robespierre lamented that the tribunal must be an avenger, not an executioner, but within weeks, the number of executions was surging past 1,000 per month, something that horrified moderate deputies while boosting the morale of the extremists. At the same time as these political purges, economic legislation was strangling France's economy. The law of the maximum fixed prices on grain, bread, and essential goods under penalty of severe punishment. Robespierre had fought for price controls in the past for starving citizens because he believed that property should serve the common good, though the practical implementation of this law fell to militant enforcers who were stealing goods and imprisoning merchants regardless of intent. In one instance, a baker was executed before his own oven, accused of hoarding flour. Robespierre's later writings would decry these excesses, as in his own words, "The true enemy of the poor is not the honest merchant, but the speculator who starves the nation." Maximilien Robespierre instituted a new religion in France known as the Cult of the Supreme Being in spring 1794, a deistic civil religion meant to replace atheist radicalism with a state-sanctioned faith in virtue. In his May 7th speech of 1794 to the National Convention, Robespierre denounced both the fanatical atheism of some factions as well as Roman Catholicism, proclaiming instead that to recall men to the pure cult of the Supreme Being is to strike a death blow at fanaticism. He promised that without compulsion, without persecution, all sects must mingle spontaneously in the universal religion of nature. He attacked the clergy as charlatans whose god of the priests was not the god of nature, arguing instead that the real priest of the Supreme Being is nature, his temple, the universe, his worship, virtue. In Robespierre's view, belief in a provident deity and a moral order was indispensable for the new French Republic, the sole foundation and essence of civil society was to be morality and virtue. Thus, the cult's theology was explicitly moral and civic as well. God existed and the soul was immortal, but worship took the form of ethical action, not blind ritual. The convention formally adopted Robespierre's proposals in the decree of May 18th. Article 1 declared, "The French people recognize the existence of the Supreme Being and the immortality of the soul." Article 2 defined the true worship of God as to do one's duties as a man. Article 3 listed those duties: to detest bad faith and despotism, to punish tyrants and traitors, to assist the unfortunate, to respect the weak, to defend the oppressed, to do unto others all the good one can, behaving justly toward all. In short, the Republican virtues, justice, solidarity, opposition to tyranny, were the cult's liturgy. Articles 4 to 5 instituted public festivals to remind men of the deity and of the dignity of their state, to be named after revolutionary events, and exalted virtues such as truth, justice, modesty, etc. Robespierre cast the cult as a deistic natural religion. Like Rousseau's social contract on civil religion, it affirmed simple dogmas: belief in God, immortality, reward and punishment, and the importance of civic duty. Robespierre summed up this faith. Quote, "God created men to help each other, to love each other mutually, and to attain happiness by the way of virtue." And he warned that the author of nature has bound all mortals by a boundless chain of love and happiness. He insisted there would be no Christ, no Muhammad in these festivals, and no historical creed was permitted to override the Republic. In his address to the convention, he stressed that the recognition of a supreme being and moral law were constant reminders of justice essential to the social order. Robespierre explicitly targeted the Catholic hierarchy, accusing priests of inventing a capricious God. He thundered that priests had created God in their own image. They have made him jealous, capricious, greedy. They treated him as their tool to rule, as the kings of Clovis did. In this rhetoric, the cult repurposed sacrificial language. Priests were known as charlatans. Nature was the true temple, and virtue the only true worship. No liturgy or sacraments survived. Instead, merely devotion was meant as the purest form of active worship. In 1793, radical Jacobins had closed churches, seized church property, required priests to swear loyalty oaths, and even proclaimed an atheist cult of reason, which was detested by Robespierre, and by 1794 he moved to cut it down. For the public, the cult was novel. Some devout still clung to their faith in private, while most joined the civic events out of patriotism. Overall, the cult was a confirmation of the Republic's rejection of Catholic authority and replaced divine mysteries with patriotic ritual. Christianity as a public force all but vanished, seemingly overnight. By Robespierre's fall, worship was only practiced as a private matter. Robespierre's famous address of February 5th, 1794, enshrined his vision that a republican government is founded on virtue, a despotic government on terror. He framed the revolution's terror not as an end in itself, but as the despotism of liberty, a temporary necessity to shield the revolution from its own enemies, not just to subjugate the people. But when the revolution's factions accused Robespierre of masterminding the indiscriminate bloodshed of the French Revolution, he became a lightning rod for collective resentment very quickly. Robespierre allied with Saint-Just and Couthon to eliminate the Herbertists, accusing Jacques Herbert and his followers of atheism and fomenting insurrection against the revolution, resulting in their execution on March 24th of 1794. Weeks later, Danton and the Indulgence fell under suspicion of leniency. Robespierre's vote sealed their fate on April 5th, a decision he later defended as a necessity to preserve the revolution against corruption. These purges were aimed at radical excess and counter-revolutionary conspiracies, though they revealed the paradox of Robespierre's own position. The very instrument he intended as a temporary bulwark against tyranny became the engine of wholesale repression. His insistence that the terror without virtue would be destructive, but virtue without terror is powerless, now rang absolutely hollow to many of France's deputies who saw only Robespierre's seeming triumphalism, censuring first the right, then the left, until nobody was immune to his authority. As spring turned to summer, 1794, Parisian streets brimmed with dread. Even the Incorruptible's closest confidants trembled at the thought of appearing insufficiently zealous for the revolution. Robespierre himself, in private musings, acknowledged that the revolution was approaching a precipice. Quote, "Our enemies multiply among those we have spared. Suspicion, like a poison, spreads within our own ranks. But when Robespierre proposed the Saint-Just Amendment, a law to outlaw factions within France's National Convention, it was perceived as a direct threat to the deputies' safety, turning Robespierre's own allies into determined opponents. Thus, by mid-1794, the terror born out of necessity and moral fervor had now spiraled into an unstoppable force. Robespierre's ideal of a virtuous republic, founded upon education, moral cultivation, and constitutional checks, had now been overwhelmed by the machinery of denunciation, summary justice, and economic coercion. In seeking to save his revolution from its enemies, Robespierre had in effect become complicit in its most terrible excesses. By July 27, 1794, the convention was a cauldron of fear and intrigue. At the same time, Robespierre had spent the preceding days rallying support in clandestine meetings, convinced that there was a plot to overthrow him afoot. Yet when Robespierre rose to speak that morning, intending to expose traitors within the convention, his own friends had already been neutralized. Saint Just's proposal to outlaw factions had been withdrawn, and many deputies, among them Tallien, Fréron, and Fauci, had resolved to strike first. By the summer of 1794, the convention's deputies, many complicit in the terror, but now eager to shift the blame, painted Robespierre as the architect of a tyrannical cult. His own committee colleagues, fearing his moral rectitude would soon turn on them, moved against him. On 9 Thermidor, or July 17, 1794, a coalition of former allies denounced Robespierre and his very closest supporters, stripping all of them of immunity and sentencing them to immediate execution. At the moment of Robespierre's speech, Tallien leapt to his feet, stating, "Citizens, the tyrant speaks. Arrest him." Chaos ensued. Attempts to read Robespierre's imminent address were drowned by shouts of "à la guillotine." Both he and his closest allies, Saint-Just, Couthon, Les Bas, were declared outlaws, their immunity immediately revoked. Robespierre attempted to flee to the Hôtel des Villes, but upon discovering it guarded, surrendered himself alongside his faithful companion David. That evening, under heavy guard, the prisoners were conveyed to the municipal prison of the Abbaye. The following morning, on July 28, 1794, or 10 Thermidor, the Revolutionary Tribunal, now under control of the Thermidorians, held a very swift trial, and Robespierre's final words went unheard under the din of hurried proceedings. Within hours, he and 21 of his supporters were sentenced to death without the possibility of appeal. Late that afternoon, Robespierre mounted the scaffold on the Place de la Révolution. An eyewitness recorded his final composure. In the sight of the guillotine's shadow, his eyes remained clear, his voice unshaken. He saluted the fraternal guard as a fellow patriot, then bowed his head to fate. Thus ended the life of the revolution's most fervent idealist, executed by the very machinery he had helped to construct. The terror perpetrated in his own name was eclipsed by the Thermidorian reaction, which unleashed another wave of violence against the Jacobins. Thus, the revolution devoured its most virtuous champion. Robespierre fell not in spite of his integrity, but because his uncompromising virtues had made him many enemies, among them those who feared his own return to moderation. In the days that followed, a fierce purge of the Jacobin Club swept France. Statues of Marat were toppled, the revolutionary calendar was abandoned, and the law of suspects was repealed. Many former committee members fled or were themselves guillotined by the Thermidorians, who branded them new tyrants. But paradoxically, the Thermidorian reaction also restored many of the moderate reforms Robespierre had championed, such as amnesty for political prisoners or freedom of the press, local self-government, albeit stripped of their moral education programs and the vision of an ethically disciplined citizenry. The revolution had consumed its best advocate of virtue, only to preserve fragments of his legacy without its animating purpose. In the immediate aftermath of Thermidor, Robespierre's reputation suffered a torrent of denunciation across France. Le Montier and the Paris Journal, under Thermidorian influence, published scathing caricatures depicting him as some sort of bloodthirsty tyrant. But in Jacobin circles, where underground newsletters and meetings preserved his authentic memory, Robespierre was mourned as a martyr of virtue, who had been betrayed by cowardly opportunists who feared his moral rigor even more than they feared royalist counter-revolutions. In the end, the revolution he had loved betrayed him as surely as it consumed thousands of others. Deputies who once hailed his integrity turned on him overnight, and his final hours, spent in defiant silence before the guillotine, acted as a confirmation of his conviction that a republic without virtue cannot endure, and that virtue, when wielded as an instrument of cultural and political power, becomes indistinguishable from tyranny. In the narrative war that has surrounded Russia's invasion of Ukraine, one of the most persistent myths propagated by Moscow and its allies, perhaps even the most persistent, has been that Ukraine is beset by a severe Nazi problem, requiring a solution dubbed denazification, which, according to Russia, has merited a total invasion. Yet the fact is that Ukraine has no disproportionate neo-Nazi presence. In fact, its challenges with far-right extremism are considerably less severe than many of its own European neighbors. Meanwhile, Russia itself has harbored an expansive and ever-growing network of neo-Nazi organizations, consistently tolerating their activities and even giving them the green light, incorporating them into the Kremlin's own military and political strategy. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, Russian propagandists have referred to the far-right's presence in Ukraine as exceptional and in need of military intervention, although the aim of defeating Nazism would be a valiant one. Ukraine does not truly suffer from an unusually high proportion of neo-Nazi voters or militants. The militant organization most commonly pointed to as a neo-Nazi enclave in Ukraine is the infamous Azov Brigade, formerly known as the Azov Battalion, often portrayed alongside symbolism of the Black Sun. But is this perception a reality? No. Let this fact be known in a variety of ways. First and foremost, Azov staunchly rejects the principles of xenophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, and sexism. Ethnic Georgians such as Bakfa Chigobava and Georgi Kubarishvili are two prominent examples of foreigners who have fought for Ukraine as members of Azov. Another prime example of diversity within Azov can be found in the combat medic Asan Isanagiev, a Muslim and Crimean Tatar who fights within the organization to this day. For a supposed anti-Semitic military group, Azov seems to have a strange number of Jewish leaders, such as former Chief Sergeant Daniil Rybalchenko or present Chief Sergeant Oleg Rysenko. Azov has countless Jewish members, such as Ruslan Serbov or Vladimir Zvinyatski, renowned for the defense of their homeland. Vyacheslav Likachev, a Ukrainian political scientist of Jewish origin, has pointed out, to quote, "It must be clearly understood there is no kind of neo-Nazi Ukrainian militia now. Azov is a regular military unit, subordinate to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is not an irregular division, neither a political group. Its commanders and fighters might have personal political views as individuals, but as an armed police unit, Azov is a part of the system of the Ukrainian Defense Forces." The chief rabbi of Ukraine, Moshe Reuven Asman, gave support to Azov during the Russian incursion upon the Azovstal plant. Jewish philanthropist Leonid Nevzlin granted his public support to Azov, and the head of the United Jewish Community of Ukraine has himself stated that he does not believe that any neo-Nazi elements exist within the Azov organization. French Jewish philosopher Bernard Henry Levi has granted his support to Azov, and after having filmed 2 documentaries on Ukraine himself. What of the patch seen on screen? Is this not a clear copy of the Nazi wolf's angel, you might ask? Far from it. The symbol of Azov stands for nothing other than national idea, with the N and the I taken from the ancient traditional Ukrainian script, crossing in the form of the symbol which Azov wears. Regardless, Azov doesn't generally use this image contemporarily. Rather, Azov, specifically the 3rd Assault Brigade under the command of Beletsky, which is a continuation of the old Azov, now utilizes this symbol. But hasn't Azov had overtly Nazi members? Yes, this is true, but as Vyacheslav Likachev, who has been already previously quoted, notes, there were some individuals with neo-Nazi background and far-right views among the people who founded the Azov Battalion in the very beginning in 2014, though even not all of the founders had such a background. For example, among the first members of Azov, there were activists from the Auto-Maidan volunteer groups and many Jews, including at least one Israeli citizen. Most of the soldiers with far-right background left the regiment by the end of 2014. The rest of the far-right radicals who clearly articulated their views were discharged in 2017 by the order from the new commanders of the regiment. As of today, there are absolutely no grounds for accusations that neo-Nazis serve in the the Azov Regiment. Andrei Beletsky, previously mentioned as now commanding the 3rd Assault Brigade, is a former neo-Nazi who was influential in the formation of Azov in 2014, but even he has since, for the better part of the last decade or more, radically shifted his political worldview and has officially denounced Nazism and racial prejudice altogether on multiple occasions, as Cambridge noted in its 2022 paper Between Frontline and Parliament. Over the last years, Beletsky has repeatedly denied making, before 2014, racist statements ascribed to him, and even claimed that if somebody had called me white leader face to face, that person would have been beaten. Beletsky still publicly opposes multiculturalism, but he admits that to be a Ukrainian nationalist today is to believe in values, not racial prejudice, and announced that his new party does not use an ethnic criterion to define who can and cannot be part of the Ukrainian nation. To those who complain of torch marches in Ukraine, one has to ask in return, what of them? Should we next believe that the Red Cross Society's torch marches in Italy are signs of neo-Nazism? This would also be just stupid and ridiculous to believe. If none of this is enough, you can rest assured that the Azov Regiment themselves have already denounced neo-Nazism officially years ago on their own Telegram when they stated in unmistakable words, "We despise Nazism and Stalinism." But what of the infamous black sun symbol which Azov has used? As of 2015, only a year after Azov was founded, and note, Azov is over 10 years old now, the usage of this symbol was completely discontinued. Regardless, due to the prominence of sun wheel imagery within Ukrainian history, this symbol is generally not associated with Nazi ideology whatsoever within Ukraine's popular consciousness. A prime example of the usage of the sun symbol within Ukraine's culture with no connection to Nazism whatsoever may be found within the book Black Sun by Vasil Shaklir, a book about the war against Russian expansionism. Even though the book's content never relates to Nazism at any point in time, it might seem strange to Westerners from the outside, but within the context of Ukrainian culture, this is simply the norm. Regardless, Nazis which were involved within the organization by 2017 and hadn't filtered out of Azov on their own were expelled by force, as noted by the deputy commander of Azov, Sviatoslav Palamar, in May of 2023. Right Sector, a militant organization at the forefront of Ukraine's defense, both during the Euromaidan protests and presently in the war against Russian imperialism, has no connection whatsoever to Nazism. Despite ludicrous correlations made by Russian state TV between Right Sector and the Nazis, Right Sector, in fact, adheres to the principles of revolutionary nationalism based upon the ideals of Stefan Bandera. In its own words, it states, "Our attitude towards Russians, as well as towards other representatives of national minorities, fits well into the methodology proposed by Stefan Bandera, fraternal towards those who fight with us for the statehood of the Ukrainian nation, tolerant to those who recognize our right to be masters of our own destiny on our own land, hostile to those who deny this right. We believe that the de-Russification of Ukraine is a completely fair and necessary phenomenon. The concept of de-Russification means that ethnic Ukrainians will return to their own speech, history, and identity. Together, we defend the right of all national minorities, including Russians, to educate their own identity and culture. We do not confuse this right with the activities of foreign, chauvinistic, imperial centers, whose activities must be terminated." The founder of the organization, Dmitry Yarash, has denounced allegations of Russophobia within Right Sector, as well, stating, "I'm from Dnipro-Zhirynsk and 40% of our members speak Russian." Regarding Russian propagandizing, which postulates the existence of anti-Semitism within the organization, Right Sector has had many Jewish leaders, including Borislav Veriza, who headed Right Sector's information department for multiple months in 2014, a direct descendant of Jews who were victims of the Holocaust. In a very important and noteworthy instance, Right Sector has provided Jews with protection in Odessa and met with the chief rabbi of Odessa to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian Jewish community. The truth is that Nazism and anti-Semitism have often in the distant past been popular within Ukraine. Ukraine's own Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists was indeed correct when it stated that in 1941 the Ukrainian people could often be very anti-Semitic, and this was indeed a popular attitude. But the Ukraine of the past, the Ukraine of 1941, isn't the same as the Ukraine of today. Times change, peoples change. Even the Ukraine of 2014 is already so distinct and different from what Ukraine is today that it is an impossible serious case to make that Nazism is at all popular within modern Ukraine. While Ukraine's far-right elements have been largely contained and far removed from a genuine Nazi problem, Russia has, on the other hand, for decades fostered an entire ecosystem of neo-Nazism. Unknown to much of the international community, particularly here in America, Russia is hiding its own trail of Nazism, a sordid secret occasionally ignored by Russia's authorities, sometimes encouraged and, in the most damning cases, actively facilitated. What is the history of Russia's relationship with Nazism, and why is it important? I covered the relationship between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union in a separate video, so there's no need to discuss that here. Here, I will keep the conversation limited to history relevant to today's Russia. In 1980, the National Patriotic Front, known as Memory, was founded in the Soviet Union. At its peak, it boasted 3,000 members, a relatively small organization, yet Memory became the most important and overtly anti-Semitic organization in late Soviet Russia, aligning itself with neo-Nazism, Tsarism, Orthodox fundamentalism, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. Memory preached the existence of a global Judeo-Masonic conspiracy aimed at destroying the Aryan race, which for some reason it considered the Russians a part of. Anyway, despite its limited membership, Memory was loved across Russian society. Russia's own cultural sectors openly embraced it, with bands and musicians such as Andrei Makarevich, Civil Defense, DDT, and others paying homage. Even the CSKA football club fanbase incorporated Memory's symbolism into their own designs. The prominent political theorist Alexander Dugin would attempt to join Memory in 1988, only to be kicked out due to his connections, with the occult having previously been involved in Russia's Black Order of the SS since 1980. The leader of the band, Civil Defense, previously mentioned as a sympathizer to Memory, would be influential later on in the formation of Dugin's own National Bolshevik Party of Russia in 1993. Today, Alexander Dugin is one of the most famous contemporary political theorists around the world, and an especially heavy influence within the government of Vladimir Putin. Alexander Dugin, in his publication Jews and Russia, stated, "Squeezed between the partly justified anti-Semitism of Russian patriots and the Western rationalistic, market-oriented, subversive, and anti-state orientation of the bulk of today's Russian liberal Jews, Jewish Orientalism is going through hard times." Emerging in 1990 from Memory's legacy, Russian national unity was born, adopting a red swastika interwoven with the red star of Bethlehem as its logo. During the 1993 constitutional crisis, the RNU, alongside the National Bolshevik Party, sided with the Supreme Soviet in confrontation with President Yeltsin opposing his market reforms. They provided both logistical and military support to Parliament, participating in barricades around the White House, fortifying the building, and fighting in the streets against Yeltsin's forces. By the mid-1990s, the RNU, Russian National Unity, had between 15,000 and 25,000 members, according to different sources. Despite being banned in certain regions, it operates still today unofficially, with likely ties to law enforcement and local officials. RNU violently targeted Russian liberals, left-wingers, Protestants, Catholics, Jews, and ethnic minorities, particularly in the Caucasus. Leaders of the RNU, including Alexander Barkashov and their subordinate members, have now played an important role in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as the government has masked its genocide with anti-Nazi rhetoric while employing Nazi proxies to further the goals of the state. Other neo-Nazi organizations which emerged around this time included the National Revolutionary Action Front, which, founded near the anniversary of Hitler's Beer Hall Putsch as a self-expressed monarcho-fascist organization, lasted from 1993 to 1999, during which time it incited ethnic hatred and would lay the framework for the foundation of Russia's National Bolshevik Front. The Russian National Union, founded in 1993, encouraged racism and anti-Semitism in Russia, and while it faded by 1999, it was succeeded by the Russian National Socialist Party. The National Popular Party, founded in 1994, advocated for one blood, one state, forming alliances with Russia's National Bolshevik Party, Russian Goal, and National Republican Party. Its leader, Ivan Shukarevsky, was held for only 1 year in custody for inciting ethnic hatred before being released by the state. The Slavic Union, founded in 1999, and although suffering an official ban from the state, rebranded itself to Slavic Power and then had no practical enforcement placed upon it by the state in regards to the previous ban. In 2012, Slavic Power, also known as the Slavic Union, was officially recognized by the World Union of National Socialists. Founded in 2002, the Russian Imperial Movement has become one of the most notorious terror organizations, if not the sole primary most notorious terror org, to operate out of modern Russia, being condemned by the US, Canada, and even the European Union. It provides training to neo-Nazis from Germany, Poland, Finland, Sweden, and various Atomwaffen members, and has been involved in far-right conferences and alliances with various global neo-Nazi organizations, enabling attacks on infrastructure, transportation, and even civilians. Also founded in 2002, the Nazi DPNI, or Movement Against Illegal Immigration, masquerades as an anti-immigration group, while its most important purpose has been the organization of the neo-Nazi Russian marches. These marches, which began in 2005 until their end in 2021, featured various chants such as "Down with the Jewish Yoke," "Stop Feeding the Caucasus," as well as "Kill the Koch, Save Russia," and banners that featured the Nazi Kolvarat symbol, as well as slogans such as "Down with the Judeo-Masons" or "Russia without a leader is what Jews are without a Talmud." By 2013, 40% of Russia definitively supported these marches, with many more Russians being completely indifferent, while only 26% of the population opposed to them at all. The BTO, or Combat Terrorist Organization, active between 2003 and 2006, while small, carried out a campaign of terror that included arson, armed robberies, and attacks on minorities. The 2003 murder of Kim Hyun-ik, the 2004 stabbing of a 7-year-old Khurshida Sultanova, and the 2006 murder of Lampsar Samba. Despite these atrocities, the Russian government never intervened. Only when journalists began exposing the BTO did authorities finally act. Simultaneously, politicians like Senator Nikolai Kondratenko resorted to overt anti-Semitism in their speeches, blaming Jews for Russia's problems and invoking Judeo-Masonry over 60 times in one instance, as Nikolai himself would recall regarding the Russian elections, quote, "I called for a riot at the time, and the Russian people didn't listen, didn't support. As a result, it was not the red Zyuganov who was elected president, but Yeltsin's Putin. Newspapers do not write what the government wants, and no one cares. They went to the polls, 37% of voters voted for the communists, 60% for the Jews." Founded in 2004, the Russian NSO, or National Socialist Society, committed over 27 murders while allying with other neo-Nazi organizations. Despite its explicit extremism, it continued to operate for years, even after official bans. Similar was the White Power Crew, active until 2021, which carried out racially motivated murders, arson, and infrastructure attacks with little to no government interference either. In 2007, the Battle Organization of Russian Nationalists and the Great Russia Party were founded, with Great Russia amassing over 58,000 members. It formed alliances with DPNI and other extremist groups, and openly decried Jews as a corrupting presence in Russia. Today, it's led by Andrei Savelyev, a former member of the State Duma. On their official website, Great Russia has stated, "In the Christian era, not only Christians of all confessions, but also Mohammedans formed a disgusting opinion of the Jews. The history of all countries eloquently tells what supported such an opinion. It was supported and is now maintained by daily observation of the very method of Jewish life for 30 centuries." No discussion is complete without mentioning Russia's Wagner paramilitary company, founded by the neo-Nazi Dmitry Yudkin in 2014. Yudkin, famous for signing correspondences in lightning bolts and greeting subordinates with Heil, named the group after Hitler's favorite composer, Richard Wagner. By 2023, Wagner boasted 85,000 members, including a Rusich detachment that openly uses Nazi symbolism and played a very important role in the invasion of Ukraine under its then-leader Prigozhin. Founded in 2020, AWD Rusland, or Atomwaffen Division Russia, collaborates with the Russian Imperial Movement and the terrorist group O9A, engaging in terrorism and ritual killings. Although occasional raids occur by the government, the Russian state shows no real intent to stop these groups, preferring to maintain its ties and further its other strategic aims instead of outright ban these organizations definitively. Briefly mentioned beforehand, the Russian branch of the neo-Nazi organization O9A, or Order of Nine Angels, has been involved in a number of satanic ritual killings, a history which was cemented in the murders of O9A member Nikolai Ogolobiak, who was involved in the brutal killing of 4 young teenage girls in 2008. Ogolobiak would be pardoned for his heinous and unforgivable crimes in 2023 as a reward for fighting for Russia's Storm Z unit of convicts in its invasion of Ukraine, showing just how far the state is willing to go to gain the support of these extremists. Ogolobiak and his associates in the O9A during their 2008 killings, after murdering 4 children, had cut off the heads of their corpses, ate their tongues and hearts out, and proceeded to have sex with their dead bodies. Remember, only to be pardoned by Putin himself after 13 years for supporting the Russian state's imperial conquest. Even within the last couple years, Vladimir Putin has turned to anti-Semitism as well, stating in one interview, "These people that are attacking the church, they are not atheists. They're absolutely faithless people, godless people. Well, ethnically, many of them are Jews. These are people without kin or memory, with no roots. They don't cherish what we cherish." In September of 2023, he first said, "The Western masters put a person at the head of modern Ukraine, an ethnic Jew with Jewish roots, with Jewish origins, to cover up the anti-human essence that is the foundation of the modern Ukrainian state." What's the takeaway from all of this? It's simple. Ukraine's Nazi problem is a fiction conveniently deployed to justify Russian aggression. Russia's own entanglement with neo-Nazism, meanwhile, is very real, deep, and ongoing. Russia is the nation that has fostered a whole biome of extremist violence, tolerated it in public life, and leveraged it for its own political and military ends. The economy of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, modeled completely on the basis of Stalin's economic policies in Soviet Russia, resulted in nothing but complete and utter failure in almost every single regard. Throughout its long existence, the Communist Republic relied entirely and exclusively on foreign aid, and when it didn't, things turned south. Following the liberation of Albania in late 1944, Enver Hoxha, the first secretary of the Communist Party, would take power as prime minister. The People's Republic of Albania would then be declared in 1946. Between 1945 to 46, the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration donated $26,300,000 USD to the country, supplying enough grain to feed 33% of the population. Until 1948, Albania relied on Tito's Yugoslavia, but in September of that year, it took a sharp turn and became completely reliant on Soviet technology imports. Even UN Relief itself warned that its massive grain shipments were never intended as a permanent crutch for Albania, but as a short-term emergency measure. But by early 1946, Albania was still importing over 80% of its grain needs. Foreign Service reports cautioned that UN relief grants should be restricted mainly to essentials and not used to substitute for domestic output, a warning Albania again ignored. The very foundation of Albania's economy began as Soviet Russia's had, with rapid collectivization and industrial transformation intended to mirror the USSR's first 5-year plan. Unfortunately, Albania lacked even the minimal infrastructure or technical expertise necessary to implement the plan, due to the country being an extremely underdeveloped one at the time that communism rose to power. Enver Hoxha's administration forced collectivization in the countryside, but with little regard for regional variations or climate conditions, which led to repeated failures in harvests. The first 5-year plan of Albania, from 1951 to 55, had high hopes for increasing industrial production within the country. However, an inefficient agricultural sector facing much of the same problems Russia had during its collectivization period ultimately killed the project's viability, as a lag in agriculture heavily weighed down on industrial development, as the two sectors are of course interdependent. On top of this, industrial productivity fell behind the nation's needs because the peasantry wasn't trained sufficiently in factory equipment operations. National production was extremely unsatisfactory, and by 1953, 70% of Albanians still worked in field labor. By 1960, private smallholdings still produced nearly 90% of Albania's agricultural output. State and collective farms, despite having mechanization and central services, underperformed by 20 to 30% per hectare compared to smallholders, and chronic local food shortages persisted well beyond the early years of collectivization. Albania's state planning apparatus consistently failed to meet its own targets. According to internal Albanian records from the mid-1950s, more than 40% of planned industrial projects were either unfinished or entirely stalled due to delays in receiving Soviet machinery or technical blueprints. In the agricultural sector, peasants were pushed into state enterprises under coercive pressure, and by 1954, nearly 80% of those enterprises were reporting losses rather than net productivity gains. Internal planning documents reveal that by mid-1955, over 40% of industrial enterprises were behind schedule or halted outright due to delayed equipment and poor site selection. A 1956 admission conceded that, quote, only half of the 5-year targets were achievable with existing resources. In 1959, China and the USSR, competing for influence within the country, gave Albania $13,800,000 USD and $83,800,000 USD in aid, respectively, as other Eastern Bloc nations also collectively assorted $35 million USD to aid Albania in that year of 1959 alone. Between 1955 to 1960, foreign assistance augmented Albania's budget by 223%. This international scramble to gain power over Albania's economy translated into a temporary boom in externally financed projects. Soviet-led urbanization campaigns attempted to build industrial complexes in cities like Elbasan and Fier, yet these same constructions were plagued by low-quality workmanship and very poor planning. Chinese engineers introduced factories that mimicked those in Maoist China, but were snagged in their use of outdated technologies. Many factories never even reached full capacity. But the apparent industrial achievements in which Albania did succeed masked nothing but inefficiency behind the scenes. The Elbasan Steel Combine, for example, operational by 1966, ran at only 60% of its nameplate capacity through the early 1970s and later inherited pollution liabilities so severe that its successor plant faced shutdowns. By 1960, the proportion of output from farms, despite the immense aid poured into the country the previous year, hadn't changed at all since 1951, and foreign assistance was still augmenting Albania's budget by 130%. Worker productivity and motivation, as in the USSR under Stalin, was extremely low. 48% of Albanian needs in wheat were met through Soviet aid imports during this period. When Soviet aid to Albania ceased, all major construction projects were delayed and the country witnessed a sharp decline in international trade. Labor productivity declined to 12.5% between 1960 to 1963 due to a spare parts shortage. To make up for the end of Soviet aid in the country, China came to the rescue, supplying Albania with 90% food and spare mechanical parts necessary for production. Albania's dependency on external actors became so extreme that over 60% of its heavy machinery in 1963 came from Chinese exports. The result was a fragile industrial base that was entirely incapable of sustaining itself. Albania lacked trained engineers and had no means of producing complex parts locally, as countless industries fell into the same old cycles of breakdown and inactivity. Agricultural output grew only 22% over the entirety of 1961 to 1965, as opposed to what was planned in the third 5-year plan, which was intended to be a growth of around 72% during that period. 4 to 5% annual growth in agriculture might sound respectable in absolute terms, as this was above the world average, but for an agrarian country with a soaring population, meager mechanization, and government plans targeting rapid development, this growth did absolutely nothing to alleviate chronic food shortages or meet the regime's own goals that it set for itself. Overall, industrial production failed to improve over the course of the 15 years between 1950 and 1965. To add on to this gloomy prospect, the government regularly falsified statistics to exaggerate its achievements. Reports from the Albanian Workers' Party in 1966 claimed a 45% rise in industrial productivity since 1961, but internal audits revealed net increases of less than 10%. The concealment of these inefficiencies discouraged any reforms which could have been made during that period. Enver Hoxha's obsessive construction of over 750,000 concrete bunkers, which lasted from 1967 until his death, consumed 2% of Albania's net material product annually at its peak, diverting critical steel, cement, and labor from housing, roads, and factories. Each bunker cost roughly the equivalent of a 2-room apartment to construct. Although finally the fourth 5-year plan would yield some economic improvements due to a long overdue series of reforms that prioritized decentralization, deregulation, and finance reform, in 1978 the People's Republic of China would finally withdraw its aid from Albania. In 1979, following the Sino-Albanian split, Enver Hoxha would publish a book berating a now-deceased Mao Zedong. After the split, consumer goods production failed to meet standards for quality, and production did not meet the expectations of the most recent 5-year plan. Perhaps we can give Albania the benefit of the doubt and admit that since China withdrew aid during this period, that the nation shouldn't be blamed for its failure this time. However, that is precisely the problem with Albania's economy during the communist period. It couldn't survive on its own with the model it was implementing. By 1978, nearly all high-capacity power generation infrastructure in Albania was operating with spare parts imported from either China or the USSR, many of which were no longer manufactured. Frequent blackouts now occurred, and metallurgy collapsed alongside other sectors. Albanian factories increasingly relied on salvaged or improvised components to remain operational. Albania immediately pursued a policy of superficial autarky, or national self-reliance, while beginning trade relations with the West after it had stopped receiving aid from both China and the USSR. And with that being said, labor productivity declined 1.7% on average between 1980 and 1988, as the economy was failing to create new jobs. Cultivatable land declined 20% as the population boomed. On the topic of so-called autarky, Albania wasn't in fact self-reliant, as it imported in a single year alone in 1982 74 million USD worth of goods from Yugoslavia, 42 million USD worth of goods from Italy, 23 million worth of goods from Bulgaria, 19 million from Romania, 17 million from West Germany, 16 million from France, 15 million from Poland, 13 million from Greece, 12 million from Hungary, 4 million from China, and 3 million USD worth of goods from the United States. By the mid-1980s, its Western trade alone reached some 200 million USD annually, draining Albania's central bank reserves so severely that by 1990, GDP per capita stagnated at roughly $450. To be clear, that would be poorer than Lesotho in southern Africa. Albania's self-reliance had no substance other than its ideological posturing. The trade imbalance, which had resulted from this period, was severe and harsh. Imports far outpaced exports, particularly in the domain of capital goods, medical supplies, and food staples. So much for self-reliance. As a result, food rationing became increasingly severe throughout the 1980s, with reports of urban centers receiving less than 1,500 calories per person per day in state provisions, meaning that the Albanian population was overall definitively food deprived and undernourished. Enver Hoxha, inspired by Joseph Stalin and still the leader of the Albanian Communist Party 40 years down the road, perpetually invoked a state of emergency by fabricating conspiracies and purges that reached their peak between late 1981 to 1983. Thousands of officials and their families were arrested without formal charges or due process. Arrest decrees were issued unilaterally, bypassing all checks and balances, while trials were transformed into public spectacles of denunciation where Hoxha himself would mock purged politicians in person. Governance had dissolved into his own personal court. Today's executioner could be on the chopping block tomorrow. Mehmet Shehu, the 23rd Prime Minister of Albania, supposedly killed himself following his purge from the government. The Shehu family was placed under house arrest, only allowed to attend Shehu's funeral, but even his wife and brothers, however, were too afraid to attend. Kadri Hasbi, the Minister of Internal Affairs, was also arrested and executed. In his final days, Enver Hoxha was confined to a wheelchair as he suffered from diabetes and cerebral ischemia. On April 11th of 1985, he would thankfully pass away at the age of 76. Over the entire course of Albania's existence, its ability to improve its economy was completely dependent on its ability to receive foreign aid. It was always a brutal failure, and the way it would finally end proved this fact. In the summer of 1991, the year before communism in Albania finally collapsed, Albania's exports were half of what they were the previous year. Industrial and farm output was failing to increase as well. Matter of fact, it wasn't increasing at all. The GDP per person had dropped to the levels of underdeveloped Southeast Asian economies such as Indonesia or Sri Lanka. The budget deficit was 20% of the country's GDP, and unemployment was at about 35%. The economic freefall in the early 1990s finally showed the world the hollow foundations of Albania's centrally planned economy. Factories that had once employed thousands of workers shut down in succession due to a lack of raw materials and buyers. Agricultural cooperatives dissolved, leaving many peasants without access to land or equipment. The resulting chaos saw the rise of black markets and mass emigration. Net material product growth did not exceed 1% annually and grew 0% between 1985 to 1990. Agriculture and other industries failed as consumer goods entered a mass shortage. During this period, average monthly wages in Albania lost 65% of their purchasing power due to inflation. Essential commodities like soap, flour, and medicine virtually disappeared from store shelves. The black market economy thrived, controlled by a growing class of intermediaries and opportunists, many of whom were tied to remnants of the state security apparatus. Albania's ambitious experiment in Stalinist replication was doomed from the start. From the earliest days of post-war Reconstruction through the successive 5-year plans, every sector remained chronically underperforming, propped up only by ever larger infusions of foreign aid. When Soviet and then Chinese assistance finally did dry up, the facade of progress collapsed overnight, revealing Albania as a nation lacking both the technical capacity and the managerial expertise to function independently. Meanwhile, relentlessly stubborn government policy discouraged skilled labor and redirected precious resources into grandiose and unproductive endeavors like bunker building. By the time communism unraveled in the early 90s, Albania stood as yet another example of a failed, centrally planned economy, divorced from local conditions and dependent on external patronage, with its population impoverished, its industries shuttered, and its promise of socialist self-reliance entirely discredited.
This is Frank McGee, NBC News in Washington. This is the second in a series of programs unmatched in history. Never have so many people seen the major candidates for President of the United States at the same time. And never, until this series, have Americans seen the candidates in face-to-face exchange. Tonight, the candidates have agreed to devote the full hour to answering questions on any issue of the campaign. And here tonight are the Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy. Now, representatives of the candidates and of all the radio and television networks have agreed on these rules. Neither candidate will make an opening statement or a closing summation. Each will be questioned in turn. Each will have an opportunity to comment upon the answer of the other. Each reporter will ask only one question in turn. He is free to ask any question he chooses. Neither candidate knows what questions will be asked, and only the clock will determine who will be asked the last question. These programs represent an unprecedented opportunity for the candidates to present their philosophies and programs directly to the people, and for the people to compare these and the candidates. The 4 reporters on tonight's panel include a newspaperman and a wire service representative. These 2 were selected by lot by the press secretaries of the candidates from among the reporters traveling with the candidates. The broadcasting representatives were selected by their respective companies. The reporters are Paul Niven of CBS, Edward P. Morgan of ABC, Alvin Spivak of United Press International, and Harold R. Levy of Newsday. Now, the first question is from Mr. Niven and is for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, Senator Kennedy said last night that the administration must take responsibility for the loss of Cuba. Would you compare the validity of that statement with the validity of your own statements in previous campaigns that the Truman administration was responsible for the loss of China to the communists?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with Senator Kennedy that Cuba is lost. And certainly, China was lost when this administration came into power in 1953. As I look at Cuba today, I believe that we are following the right course, a course which is difficult, but a course which, under the circumstances, the only proper one, which will see that the Cuban people get a chance to realize their aspirations of progress through freedom, and that they get that with our cooperation with the other of the states in the Organization of American States. Now, Senator Kennedy has made some very strong criticisms of my part, or alleged part, in what has happened in Cuba. He points to the fact that I visited Cuba while Mr. Batista was in power there. I can only point out that if we are going to judge the administrations in terms of our attitude toward dictators, we're glad to have a comparison with the previous administration. There were 11 dictators in South America and in Central America when we came in 1953. Today, there are only 3 left, including the one in Cuba. We think that's pretty good progress. Senator Kennedy also indicated with regard to Cuba that he thought that I had made a mistake when I was in Cuba in not calling for free elections in that country. Now, I'm very surprised that Senator Kennedy, who is on the Foreign Relations Committee, would have made such a statement of this kind. As a matter of fact, in his book, The Strategy for Peace, he took the right position. And that position is that the United States has a treaty with all of the Organization of American States, which prohibits us from interfering in the internal affairs of any other state and prohibits them as well. For me to have made such a statement would have been in direct opposition to that treaty. Now, with regard to Cuba, let me make one thing very clear. There isn't any question but that we will defend our rights there. There isn't any question but that we will defend Guantanamo if it's attacked. There also isn't any question but that the free people of Cuba, the people who want to be free, are going to be supported and that they will attain their freedom. No, Cuba is not lost. And I don't think this kind of defeatist talk by Senator Kennedy helps the situation one bit.
Senator Kennedy, would you care to comment?
In the first place, I never suggested that Cuba was lost, except for the president. In my speech last night, I indicated that I thought that Cuba one day again would be free. Where I've been critical of the administration's policy, and where I criticized Mr. Nixon, was because in his press conference in Havana in 1955, he praised the competence and stability of the Batista dictatorship. That dictatorship had killed over 20,000 Cubans in 7 years. Secondly, I did not criticize him for not calling for free elections. What I criticized was the failure of the administration to use its great influence to persuade the Cuban government to hold free elections, particularly in 1957 and 1958. Thirdly, Arthur Gardner, a Republican ambassador, Earl Smith, a Republican ambassador in succession, both have indicated in the past 6 weeks that they reported to Washington that Castro was a Marxist, that Raul Castro was a communist, and that they got no effective results. Instead, our aid continued to Batista, which was ineffective. We never were on the side of freedom. We never used our influence when we could have used it most effectively. And today, Cuba is lost for freedom. I hope someday it will rise. But I don't think it will rise if we continue the same policies towards Cuba that we did in recent years, and in fact towards all of Latin America, when we've almost ignored the needs of Latin America. We've beamed not a single Voice of America program in Spanish to all of Latin America in the last 8 years, except for the 3 months of the Hungarian Revolution.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, last May in Oregon, you discussed the possibilities of sending apologies or regrets to Khrushchev over the U-2 incident. Do you think now that that would have done any good? Did you think so then?
Mr. Morgan, I suggested that if the United States felt that it could save the summit conference, that it would have been proper for us to have expressed regret. In my judgment, that statement has been distorted by Mr. Nixon and others in their debates around the country and in their discussions. Mr. Lodge on Meet the Press a month ago said if there was ever a case when we did not have law on our side, it was in the U-2 incident. The U-2 flights were proper from the point of view of protecting our security, but they were not in accordance with international law. And I said that I felt that rather than tell the lie which we told, rather than indicate that the flights would continue, in fact, I believe Mr. Nixon himself said on May 15th that the flights would continue, even though Mr. Herter testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that they had been canceled as of May 12th, that it would have been far better that if we had expressed regrets, if that would have saved the summit, and if the summit is useful, and I believe it is. The point that is always left out is the fact that we expressed regrets to Castro this winter, that we expressed regrets to the Eisenhower administration, expressed regrets for a flight over southern Russia in 1958. We expressed regrets for a flight over eastern Germany under this administration. The Soviet Union in 1955 expressed regrets to us over the Bering Sea incident. The Chinese communists expressed regrets to us over a plane incident in 1956. That is the accepted procedure between nations. And my judgment is that we should follow the advice of Theodore Roosevelt. Be strong, maintain a strong position, but also speak softly. I believe that in those cases where international custom calls for the expression of a regret, if that would have kept the summit going, in my judgment, it was a proper action. It's not appeasement. It's not soft. I believe we should be stronger than we now are. I believe we should have a stronger military force. I believe we should increase our strength all over the world. But I don't confuse words with strength. And in my judgment, if the summit was useful, if it would have brought us closer to peace, that rather than the lie that we told, which has been criticized by all responsible people afterward, it would have been far better for us to follow the common diplomatic procedure of expressing regrets and then try to move on.
Mr. Vice President.
I think Senator Kennedy is wrong on 3 counts. First of all, he's wrong in thinking They're even suggesting that Mr. Khrushchev might have continued the conference if we had expressed regrets. He knew these fights were going on long before, and that wasn't the reason that he broke up the conference. Second, he's wrong in the analogies that he makes. The United States is a strong country. Whenever we do anything that's wrong, we can express regrets. But when the President of the United States is doing something that's right, something that is for the purpose of defending the security of this country against surprise attack, he can never express regrets or apologize to anybody, including Mr. Khrushchev. Now, in that connection, Senator Kennedy has criticized the President on the ground not only of not expressing regrets, but because he allowed this flight to take place while the summit conference or immediately before the summit conference occurred. This seems to me is criticism that again is wrong on his part. We all remember Pearl Harbor. We lost 3,000 American lives. We cannot afford an intelligence gap. And I just want to make my position absolutely clear with regard to getting intelligence information. I don't intend to see to it that the United States is ever in a position where, while we're negotiating with the Soviet Union, that we discontinue our intelligence effort. And I don't intend ever to express regrets to Mr. Khrushchev or anybody else if I'm doing something that has the support of the Congress and that is right for the purpose of protecting the security of the United States.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you have accused Senator Kennedy of avoiding the civil rights issue when he has been in the South, and he has accused you of the same thing. With both North and South listening and watching, would you sum up your own intentions in the field of civil rights if you become president?
My intentions in the field of civil rights have been spelled out in the Republican platform. I think we have to make progress first in the field of employment. And there, we would give statutory authority to the Committee on Government Contracts, which is an effective way of getting real progress made in this area, since about 1 out of every 4 jobs is held by and is allotted by people who have government contracts. Certainly, I think all of us agree that when anybody has a government contract, certainly the money that is spent under that contract ought to be dispersed equally without regard to the race or creed or color of the individual who is to be employed. Second, in the field of schools, we believe that there should be provisions whereby the federal government would give assistance to those districts who do want to integrate their schools. That, of course, was rejected, as was the government contracts provision by the special session of the Congress, in which Mr. Kennedy was quite active. And then, as far as other areas are concerned, I think that we have to look to presidential leadership. Now, when I speak of presidential leadership, I refer, for example, in our attitude on the sit-in strikes. Here, we have a situation which causes all of us concern. Causes us concern because of the denial of the rights of people to the equality which we think belongs to everybody. I have talked to Negro mothers. I've heard them try to explain how they tell their children how they can go into a store and buy a loaf of bread, but then can't go into that store and sit at the counter and get a Coca-Cola. This is wrong, and we have to do something about it. So under the circumstances, what do we do? Well, what we do is what the Attorney General of the United States did under the direction of the President. Call in the owners of chain stores and get them to take action. Now, there are other places where the executive can lead, but let me just sum up by saying this. Why do I talk every time I'm in the South on civil rights? Not because I am preaching to the people of the South, because this isn't just a Southern problem, it's a Northern problem and a Western problem. It's a problem for all of us. I do it because it's the responsibility of leadership. I do it because we have to solve this problem together. I do it right at this time particularly because when we have Khrushchev in this country, a man who has enslaved millions, a man who has slaughtered thousands, we cannot continue to have a situation where he can point the finger at the United States of America and say that we are denying rights to our citizens. And so I say both the candidates and both the vice presidential candidates, I would hope as well, including Senator Johnson, should talk on this issue at every opportunity.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon hasn't discussed the 2 basic questions. What is going to be done and what will be his policy on implementing the Supreme Court decision of 1954? Giving aid to schools technically that are trying to carry out the decision is not the great question. Secondly, what's he going to do to provide fair employment? He's been the head of the Committee on Government Contracts. It's carried out 2 cases, both in the District of Columbia. He has not indicated his support of an attempt to provide fair employment practices around the country so that everyone can get a job regardless of their race or color. Nor has he indicated that he will support Title III, which would give the Attorney General additional powers to protect constitutional rights. These are the great questions. Equality of education in school. About 2% of our population of white people is illiterate, 10% of our colored population. 60 to 70% of our colored children do not finish high school. These are the questions in these areas that the North and the South, East, and West are entitled to know. What will be the leadership of the President in these areas to provide equality of opportunity for employment? Equality of opportunity in the field of housing, which could be done on all federal-supported housing by a stroke of the President's pen. What will be done to provide equality of education in all sections of the United States? Those are the questions to which the President must establish a moral tone and moral leadership. And I can assure you that if I'm elected President, we will do so.
Mr. Levy with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, on the same subject, in the past you have emphasized the President's responsibility as a moral leader as well as an executive on civil rights questions. What specifically might the next President do in the event of an occurrence such as Little Rock or the lunch counter sit-ins?
Well, let me say that I think the President operates in a number of different areas. First, as a legislative leader. And as I just said, I believe that the passage of the so-called Title III, which gives the Attorney General the power to protect constitutional rights in those cases where it's not possible for the person involved to bring a suit. Secondly, as an executive leader, there have been only 6 cases brought by this Attorney General under the voting bill passed in 1957 and the voting bill passed in 1960. The right to vote is basic. I do not believe that this administration has implemented those bills which represent the will of the majority of the Congress on 2 occasions with vigor. Thirdly, I don't believe that the Government Contracts Division has operated with vigor. Everyone who does business with the government should have the opportunity to make sure that they do not practice discrimination in their hiring, and that's in all sections of the United States. And then, fourthly, as a moral leader, there is a very strong moral basis for this concept of equality before the law. Not only equality before the law, but also equality of opportunity. We are in a very difficult time. We need all the talent we can get. We sit on a conspicuous stage. We are a goldfish bowl before the world. We have to practice what we preach. We set a very high standard for ourselves. The communists do not. They set a low standard of materialism. We preach in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. In the statement of our greatest leaders, we preached very high standards. And if we're not going to be charged before the world with hypocrisy, we have to meet those standards. I believe the President of the United States should indicate them. Now, lastly, I believe in the case of Little Rock. I would have hoped that the President of the United States would have been possible for him to indicate it clearly that the Supreme Court decision was going to be carried out. I would have hoped that it would have been possible to use marshals to do so. But it, evidently, under the handling of the case, it was not. I would hope an incident like that would not happen. I think if the President is responsible, if he consults with those involved, if he makes it clear that the Supreme Court decision is going to be carried out in a way that the Supreme Court planned with deliberate speed, then in my judgment, providing he's behind action, I believe we can make progress. Now, the present administration, the President has said, never indicated what he thought of the 1954 decision. Unless the President speaks, then, of course, the country doesn't speak. And Franklin Roosevelt said, the presidency of the United States is above all a place of moral leadership. And I believe on this great moral issue, he should speak out and give his views clearly.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy has expressed some high hopes in this field, hopes which I think all Americans would share who want some progress in this area. But let's look at the performance. When he selected his vice presidential running mate, he selected a man who had voted against most of these proposals and a man who opposes them at the present time. Let me look also at what I did. I selected a man who stands with me in this field and who will talk with me and work with me on it. Now, the senator referred to the Committee on Government Contracts, and yet that very committee of which I am chairman has been handicapped by the fact that we have not had adequate funds, we have not had adequate powers, we haven't had an adequate staff. Now, in the special session of Congress, and also in the session that preceded it, the Democratic Congress, in which there's a 2-to-1 Democratic majority, was asked by the President to give us the funds and give us the power to do a job. And they did nothing at all. And in the special session in which Senator Kennedy was calling the signals, along with Senator Johnson, They turned it down, and he himself voted against giving us the powers, despite the fact that the bill had already been considered before, that it already had hearings on, and the Congress already knew what it had before it. All that I can say is this: what we need here are not just high hopes. What we need is action. And in the field of executive leadership, I can say that I believe it's essential that the President of the United States not only set the tone, but he also must lead. He must act as he talks.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in your speeches, you emphasize that the United States is doing basically well in the Cold War. Can you square that statement with a considerable mass of bipartisan reports and studies, including one prominently participated in by Governor Rockefeller, which almost unanimously conclude that we are not doing nearly so well as we should?
Mr. Morgan, no matter how well we're doing in the Cold War, we're not doing as well as we should. And that will always be the case as long as the communists are on the international scene in the aggressive tendencies that they presently are following. Now, as far as the present situation is concerned, I think it's time that we nail a few of these distortions about the United States that have been put out. First of all, we hear that our prestige is at an all-time low. Senator Kennedy has been hitting that point over and over again. I would just suggest that after Premier Khrushchev's performance in the United Nations, compared with President Eisenhower's eloquent speech, that at the present time, communist prestige in the world is at an all-time low, and American prestige is at an all-time high. Now, that, of course, is just one factor, but it's a significant one. When we look, for example, at the vote in the Congo, we were on one side, they were on the other side. What happened? There were 70 votes for our position and none for theirs. Look at the votes in the United Nations over the past 7.5 years. That's a test of prestige. Every time the United States has been on one side and they've been on the other side, our position has been sustained. Now, looking to what we ought to do in the future. In this Cold War, we have to recognize where it is being fought, and then we have to develop programs to deal with it. It's being fought primarily in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America. What do we need? What tools do we need to fight it? Well, we need, for example, economic assistance. We need technical assistance. We need exchange. We need programs of diplomatic and other character which will be effective in that area. Now, Senator Kennedy a moment ago referred to the fact that there was not an adequate Voice of America program for Latin America. I'd like to point out that in the last 6 years, the Democratic Congresses, of which he's been a member, have cut $20 million off of the Voice of America programs. They also have cut $4 billion off of mutual security in these last 6 years. They also have cut $2 billion off of defense. Now, when they talk about our record here, it is well that they recognize that they have to stand up for their record as well. So let me summarize by saying this. I'm not satisfied with what we're doing in the Cold War because I believe we have to step up our activities and launch an offensive for the minds and hearts and souls of men. It must be economic, it must be technological, above all, it must be ideological. But we've got to get help from the Congress in order to do this.
Senator
Of course,
Kennedy.
Mr. Nixon is wholly inaccurate when he says that the Congress has not provided more funds, in fact, than the President recommended for national defense. 1953, we tried to put an appropriation of $5 billion for our defenses. I was responsible for the amendment with Senator Monroney in 1954 to strengthen our ground forces. The Congress of the United States appropriated $677 million more than the President was willing to use up till a week ago. Secondly, on the question of our position in the United Nations, we all know about the vote held this week of the 5 nuclearists, and it was generally regarded as a defeat for the United States. Thirdly, in 1952, there were only 7 votes in favor of the admission of Red China into the United Nations. Last year, there were 29. And tomorrow, when the preliminary vote is held, you will see a strengthening of that position, or very closely to it. We have not maintained our position and our prestige. A Gallup poll taken in February of this year, asking in 8 out of 9 countries, they asked the people, who do they think would be ahead by 1970, militarily and scientifically? And a majority in 8 of the 9 countries said the Soviet Union would by 1970. Governor Rockefeller has been far more critical in June of our position in the world than I have been. The Rockefeller Brothers report, General Ridgway, General Gavin, the Gaither report, various reports of congressional committees all indicate that the relative strength of the United States, both militarily, politically, psychologically, and scientifically, and industrially, the relative strength of the United States compared to that of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communists together has deteriorated in the last 8 years, and we should know it, and the American people should be told the facts.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, following this up, how would you go about increasing the prestige you say we're losing, and could the programs you've devised to do so be accomplished without absolutely wrecking our economy?
Yes, we have been wholly indifferent to Latin America until the last few months. The program that was put forward this summer, after we broke off the sugar quota with Cuba, really was done because we wanted to get through the OAS meeting a condemnation of Russian infiltration of Cuba. And therefore we passed an authorization, not an aid bill, which was the first time really since the Inter-American Bank, which was founded a year ago, was developed, that we really have looked at the needs of Latin America, that we've associated ourselves with those people. Secondly, I believe that that it's far better for the United States, instead of concentrating our aid, particularly in the underdeveloped world, on surplus military equipment. We poured $300 million of surplus military equipment into Laos. We paid more military aid, more aid into Laos per person than in any country in the world. And we all know now that Laos is moving from neutralism in the direction of the communists. I believe instead of doing that, we should concentrate our aid in long-term loans, which these people can pay back, either in hard money or in local currency. This permits them to maintain their self-respect. It permits us to make sure that the projects which are invested in are going to produce greater wealth. And I believe that in cases of India and Africa and Latin America, that this is where our emphasis should be. I would strengthen the Development Loan Fund. And Senator Fulbright, Senator Humphrey, and I tried to do that. We tried to provide an appropriation of $1.5 billion for 5 years on a long-term loan basis, which this administration opposed. And unless we're ready to carry out programs like that in the 60s, this battle for economic survival, which these people are waging, are going to be lost. And if India should lose her battle, with 35% of the people of the underdeveloped world within her borders, then I believe that the balance of power could move against us. I think the United States can afford to do these things. I think that we could not afford not to do these things. This goes to our survival. And here in a country which, if it is moving ahead, if it's developing its economy to the fullest, which we are not now, in my judgment, we'll have the resources to meet our military commitments and also our commitments overseas. I believe it's essential that we do it, because in the next 10 years, the balance of power is going to begin to move in the world from one direction or another, towards us or towards the communists. And unless we begin to identify ourselves not only with the anti-communist fight, but also with the fight against poverty and hunger, these people are going to begin to turn to the communists as an example. I believe we can do it. If we build our economy the way we should, we can afford to do these things, and we must do it.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy has put a great deal of stress on the necessity for economic assistance. This is important, but it's also tremendously important to bear in mind that when you pour in money without pouring in technical assistance as well, that you have a disastrous situation. We need to step up exchange. We need to step up technical assistance so that trained people in these newly developing countries can operate the economies. We also have to have in mind something else with regard to this whole situation in the world. And that is that as America moves forward, we not only must think in terms of fighting communism, but we must also think primarily in terms of the interests of these countries. We must associate ourselves with their aspirations. We must let them know that the great American ideals of independence, of the right of people to be free, of the right to progress, that these are ideals that belong not to ourselves alone, but they belong to everybody. This we must get across to the world. And we can't do it unless we do have adequate funds for example, information, which has been cut by the Congress, adequate funds for technical assistance. The other point that I would make with regard to economic assistance and technical assistance is that the United States must not rest its case here alone. This is primarily an ideological battle, a battle for the minds and the hearts and the souls of men. We must not meet the communists purely in the field of gross atheistic materialism. We must stand for our ideals.
Mr. Levy with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, the Labor Department today added 5 more major industrial centers to the list of areas with substantial unemployment. You said in New York this week that as president you would use the full powers of the government, if necessary, to combat unemployment. Specifically, what measures would you advocate and at what point?
Unemployment, we first must concentrate on the very areas to which you refer, the so-called depressed areas. Now, in the last Congress, the special session of the Congress, there was a bill, one by the president, one by Senator Kennedy and members of his party. Now, the bill that the president had submitted would have provided more aid for those areas that really need it, areas like Scranton and Wilkes-Barre and the areas of West Virginia, than the ones that Senator Kennedy was supporting. On the other hand, we found that the bill got into the legislative difficulties, and consequently no action was taken. So point one, at the highest priority, we must get a bill for depressed areas through the next Congress. I have made recommendations on that, and I have discussed them previously, and I will spell them out further in the campaign. Second, as we consider this problem of unemployment, we have to realize where it is. In analyzing the figures, we will find that our unemployment exists among the older citizens. It exists also among those who are inadequately trained. That is, those who do not have an adequate opportunity for education. It also exists among minority groups. If we're going to combat unemployment, then, we have to do a better job in these areas. That's why I have a program for education, a program in the case of equal job opportunities, and one that would also deal with our older citizens. Now, finally, with regard to the whole problem of combating recession, as you call it, we must use the full resources of the government in these respects. One, we must see to it that credit is expanded as we go into any recessionary period. And understand, I do not believe we're going into a recession. I believe this economy is sound and that we're going to move up. But second, in addition to that, if we do get into a recessionary period, we should move on that part of the economy which is represented by the private sector. And I mean stimulate that part of the economy that can create jobs, the private sector of the economy. This means through tax reform and, if necessary, tax cuts that will stimulate more jobs. I favor that rather than massive federal spending programs, which will come into effect usually long after you pass through the recessionary period. So we must use all of these weapons for the purpose of combating recession if it should come, but I do not expect it to come.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon has stated the record inaccurately in regard to the depressed area bill. I'm very familiar with it. It came out of the committee of which I was the chairman, the Labor Subcommittee in '55. I was the floor manager. We've passed an area redevelopment bill far more effective than the bill the administration suggested on 2 occasions, and the president vetoed it both times. We passed a bill again this year in the Senate, and it died in the Rules Committee of the House of Representatives. Let me make it very clear that the bill that Mr. Nixon talked about did not mention Wilkes-Barre or Scranton. It did not mention West Virginia. Our bill was far more effective. The bill introduced and sponsored by Senator Douglas was far more effective in trying to stimulate the economy of those areas. Second, he has mentioned the problem of our older citizens. I cannot still understand why this administration and Mr. Nixon oppose putting medical care for the aged under Social Security to give them some security. Third, I believe we should step up the use of our surplus foods in these areas until we're able to get the people back at work. 5 cents a day is what the food package averages per person. Fourthly, I believe we should stimulate the economy. I believe we should not carry out a hard money, high interest rate policy which helped intensify certainly the recession of 1958 and I think helped bring to the slowdown of 1960. If we move into a recession in '61, then I would agree that we have to put more money into the economy. And it can be done by either one of the 2 methods discussed. One is by programs such as aid to education. The other would be to make a judgment on what's the most effective tax program to stimulate our economy.
Mr. Niven with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, while the main theme of your campaign has been this decline of American power and prestige in the last 8 years, you've hardly criticized President Eisenhower at all. And in a speech last weekend, you said you had no quarrel with the president. Now, isn't Mr. Eisenhower and not Mr. Nixon responsible for any such decline?
Well, I understood that this was the Eisenhower-Nixon administration, according to all the Republican propaganda that I've read. The question is what we're going to do in the future. I've been critical of this administration, and I've been critical of the president. In fact, Mr. Nixon discussed that a week ago in a speech. I believe that our power and prestige in the last 8 years has declined. Now, what is the issue is what we're going to do in the future. Now, that's an issue between Mr. Nixon and myself. He feels that we're moving ahead we're not going into a recession in this country economically. He feels that our power and prestige is stronger than it ever was relative to that of the communists, that we're moving ahead. I disagree. And I believe the American people have to make the choice on November 8th between the view of whether we have to move ahead faster, whether what we're doing now is not satisfactory, whether we have to build greater strength at home and abroad, and Mr. Nixon's view. That's the great issue. President Eisenhower moves from the scene on January 20th, and the next 4 years are the critical years. And that's the debate. That's the argument between Mr. Nixon and myself. And on that issue, the American people have to make their judgment. And I think it's an important judgment. I think in many ways this election is more important than any since 1932, or certainly almost any in this century, because we disagree very fundamentally on the position of the United States. And if his view prevails, then I think that's going to bring an important result to this country in the 60s. If our view prevails that we have to do more, that we have to make a greater national and international effort, that we have lost prestige in Latin America. The president of Brazil, the new incumbent, running for office, called on Castro during his campaign because he thought it was important to get the vote of those who were supporting Castro in Latin America. In Africa, the United States has ignored Africa. We gave more scholarships to the Congo this summer we offered them than we'd given to all of Africa the year before. Less than 200 for all the countries of Africa, and they need trained leadership more than anything. We've been having a very clear decision in the last 8 years. Mr. Nixon has been part of that administration. He's had experience in it. And I believe this administration has not met its responsibilities in the last 8 years, that our power relative to that of the communists is declining, that we're facing a very hazardous time in the 60s, and unless the United States begin to move here, unless we start to go ahead, I don't believe that we're going to meet our responsibility to our own people or to the cause of freedom. I think the choice is clear, and it involves the future.
Mr. Vice President.
First of all, I think Senator Kennedy should make up his mind with regard to my responsibility. In our first debate, he indicated that I had not had experience, or at least had not participated significantly in the making of the decisions. I'm glad to hear tonight that he does suggest that I have had some experience. Let me make my position clear. I have participated in the discussions leading to decisions in this administration. I'm proud of the record of this administration. I don't stand on it because it isn't something to stand on, but something to build on. Now, looking at Senator Kennedy's credentials, he is suggesting that he will move America faster and further than I will. But what does he offer? He offers retreads of programs that failed. I submit to you that as you look at his program, for example, with regard to the Federal Reserve and free money or loose money, low interest rates, his program in the economic field generally, are the programs that were adopted and tried during the Truman administration. And when we compare the economic progress of this country in the Truman administration with that of the Eisenhower administration, we find that in every index there has been a great deal more performance and more progress in this administration than in that one. I say the programs and the leadership that failed then is not the program and the leadership that America needs now. I say that the American people don't want to go back to those policies. And incidentally, if Senator Kennedy disagrees, he should indicate where he believes those policies are different from those he's advocating today.
Mr. Spivak with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, according to news dispatches, Soviet Premier Khrushchev said today that Prime Minister Macmillan had assured him that there would be a summit conference next year after the presidential elections. Have you given any cause for such assurance, and do you consider it desirable or even possible that there would be a summit conference next year if Mr. Khrushchev persists in the conditions he's laid down?
No, of course, I haven't talked to Prime Minister Macmillan. It would not be appropriate for me to do so. The president is still going to be president for the next 4 months. And he, of course, is the only one who could commit this country in this period. As far as a summit conference is concerned, I want to make my position absolutely clear. I would be willing as president to meet with Mr. Khrushchev or any other world leader if it would serve the cause of peace. I would not be willing to meet with him, however, unless there were preparations for that conference which would give us some reasonable certainty that you were going to have some success. We must not build up the hopes of the world and then dash them, as was the case in Paris. There, Mr. Khrushchev came to that conference determined to break it up. He was going to break it up because he knew that he wasn't going to get his way on Berlin and on the other key matters with which he was concerned at the Paris conference. Now, if we're going to have another summit conference, there must be negotiations at the diplomatic level, the ambassadors, the secretaries of state, and others at that level, prior to that time, which will delineate the issues and which will prepare the way for the heads of state to meet and make some progress. Otherwise, if we find the heads of state meeting and not making progress, we will find that the cause of peace will have been hurt rather than helped. So under these circumstances, I therefore strongly urge, and I will strongly hold, if I have the opportunity to urge or to hold this position, that any summit conference would be gone into only after the most careful preparation and only after Mr. Khrushchev, after his disgraceful conduct at Paris, after his disgraceful conduct at the United Nations, gave some assurance that he really wanted to sit down and talk and to accomplish something and not just to make propaganda.
Senator Kennedy.
I have no disagreement with the Vice President's position on that. My view is the same as his. Let me say there is only one point I would add. Before we go into the summit, before we ever meet again, I think it's important that the United States build its strength, that it build its military strength as well as its own economic strength. If we negotiate from a position where the power balance or wave is moving away from us, it's extremely difficult to reach a successful decision on Berlin as well as the other questions. Now, the next President of the United States in his first year is going to be confronted with a very serious question on our defense of Berlin, our commitment to Berlin. It's going to be a test of our nerve and will. It's going to be a test of our strength. And because we're going to move in 61 and 2, partly because we have not maintained our strength with sufficient vigor in the last years, I believe that before we meet that crisis, that the next President of the United States should send a message to Congress asking for a revitalization of our military strength. Because come spring or late in the winter, we're going to be face to face with the most serious Berlin crisis since 1949 or 50. On the question of the summit, I agree with the position of Mr. Nixon. I would not meet Mr. Khrushchev unless there were some agreements at the secondary level, foreign ministers or ambassadors, which would indicate that the meeting would have some hope of success or a useful exchange of ideas.
Mr. Levy with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, in your acceptance speech at Los Angeles, you said that your campaign would be based not on what you intend to offer the American people, but what you intend to ask of them. Since that time, you have spelled out many of the things that you intend to do, but you have made only vague reference to sacrifice and self-denial. A year or so ago, I believe, you said that you would not hesitate to recommend a tax increase if you considered it necessary. Is this what you have in mind?
Well, I don't think that in the winter of 61, under present economic conditions, a tax increase would be desirable. In fact, it would be deflationary, it would cause great unemployment, it would cause a real slowdown in our economy. If it ever becomes necessary and is wise economically and essential to our security, I would have no hesitancy in suggesting a tax increase or any other policy which would defend the United States. I have talked in every speech about the fact that these are going to be very difficult times in the 1960s and that we're going to have to meet our responsibility as citizens. I'm talking about a national mood. I'm talking about our willingness to bear any burdens in order to maintain our own freedom and in order to meet our freedom around the globe. We don't know what the future is going to bring, but I would not want anyone to elect me President of the United States or vote for me under the expectation that life would be easier if I were elected. Now, many of the programs that I'm talking about, economic growth, care for the aged, development of our natural resources, build the strength of the United States. That's how the United States began to prepare for its great actions in World War II and in the post-war period. If we're moving ahead, if we're providing a viable economy, if our people have sufficient resources so that they can consume what we produce, then this country's on the move. Then we're stronger. Then we set a better example to the world. So we have the problem not only of building our own military strength and extending our policies abroad, we have to do a job here at home. So I believe that the policies that I recommend come under the general heading of strengthening the United States. We're using our steel capacity 55% today. We're not able to consume what we're able to produce at a time when the Soviet Union is making great economic gains. And all I say is, I don't know what the 60s will bring, except I think they will bring hard times in the international sphere. I hope we can move ahead here at home in the United States. I'm confident we can do a far better job of mobilizing our economy and resources in the United States. And I merely say that if they elect me president, I will do my best to carry the United States through a difficult period. But I would not want people to elect me because I promised them the easy, soft life. I think it's going to be difficult, but I'm confident that this country can meet its responsibilities.
Mr. Vice President?
Well, I think we should be under no illusions whatever about what the responsibilities of the American people will be in the 60s. Our expenditures for defense, our expenditures for mutual security, our expenditures for economic assistance and technical assistance are not going to get less. In my opinion, they're going to be greater. I think it may be necessary that we have more taxes. I hope not. I hope we can economize elsewhere so that we don't have to. But I would have no hesitation to ask the American people to pay the taxes even in 1961, if necessary, to maintain a sound economy and also to maintain a sound dollar. Because when you do not tax, and tax enough to pay for your outgo, you pay it many times over in higher prices in inflation. And I simply will not do that. I think I should also add that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, if he intends to carry out his platform, the one adopted in Los Angeles, it is just impossible for him to make good on those promises without raising taxes or without having a rise in prices or both. The platform suggests that it can be done through economic growth, that it can be done in effect with mirrors, but it isn't going to be working that way. You can't add billions of dollars to our expenditures and not pay for it. After all, it isn't paid for by my money, it isn't paid for by his, but by the people's money.
Mr. Niven with a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you have said that while Mr. Khrushchev is here, Senator Kennedy should talk about what's right with this country as well as what's wrong with the country. In the 1952 campaign, when you were a Republican candidate for Vice President, and we were at war with the communists, did you feel a similar responsibility to talk about what was right with the country?
I did, and as I pointed out in 1952, I have made it very clear that as far as the Korean War was concerned, that I felt that the decision to go into the war in Korea was right and necessary. What I criticized were the policies that made it necessary to go to Korea. Now, incidentally, I should point out here that Senator Kennedy has attacked our foreign policy. He said that it's been a policy that has led to defeat and retreat. And I'd like to know, where have we been defeated and where have we retreated? In the Truman administration, 600 million people went behind the Iron Curtain, including the satellite countries of Eastern Europe and communist China. In this administration, we've stopped them at Quemoy and Matsu, we've stopped them in Indochina, we've stopped them in Lebanon, we've stopped them in other parts of the world. I would also like to point out that as far as Senator Kennedy's comments are concerned, I think he has a perfect right and a responsibility to criticize this administration whenever he thinks we're wrong. But he has a responsibility to be accurate and not to misstate the case. I don't think he should say that our prestige is an all-time low. I think this is very harmful at a time Mr. Khrushchev is here, harmful because it's wrong. I don't think it was helpful when he suggested, and I'm glad he's corrected this to an extent, that 17 million people go to bed hungry every night in the United States. Now, this just wasn't true. Now, there are people who go to bed hungry in the United States, far less, incidentally, than used to go to bed hungry when we came into power at the end of the Truman administration. But the thing that is right about the United States that should be emphasized is that less people go to bed hungry in the United States than in any major country in the world. We're the best fed, we're the best clothed, with a better distribution of this world's goods to all of our people than any people in history. Now, in pointing out the things that are wrong, I think we ought to emphasize America's strength. It isn't necessary to run America down in order to build her up. Now, just so we get it absolutely clear, Senator Kennedy must, as a candidate, as I as a candidate in 52, criticize us when we're wrong. And he's doing a very effective job of that in his way. But on the other hand, he has a responsibility to be accurate. And I have a responsibility to correct him every time he misstates the case. And I intend to continue to do so.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, Mr. Nixon, I'll just give you the testimony of Mr. George Aiken, Senator George Aiken, the ranking minority member, Republican member, and former chairman of the Senate Agricultural Committee, testifying in 1959, said there were 26 million Americans who did not have the income to afford a decent diet. Mr. Benson, testifying on the food stamp plan in 1957, said there were 25 million Americans who could not afford a elementary low-cost diet. And he defined that as someone who uses beans in place of meat. Now, I've seen a good many hundreds of thousands of people who are not adequately fed. You can't tell me that a surplus food distribution of 5 cents per person, and there are nearly 6 million Americans receiving that, is adequate. You can't tell me anyone who uses beans instead of meat in the United States, and there are 25 million of them, according to Mr. Benson, is well fed or adequately fed. I believe that we should not compare what our figures may be to India or some other country that has serious problems, but to remember that we are the most prosperous country in the world and that these people are not getting adequate food. And they're not getting, in many cases, adequate shelter. And we ought to try to meet the problem. Secondly, Mr. Nixon has continued to state, and he stated it last week, these fantastic figures of what the Democratic budget platform would cost. They're wholly inaccurate. I said last week I believed in a balanced budget. Unless there was a severe recession, and after all, the worst unbalanced budget in history was in 1958, $12 billion, larger than in any administration in the history of the United States. So that I believe that on this subject, we can balance the budget unless we have a national emergency or unless we have a severe recession.
Mr. Morgan with a question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator, Saturday on television, you said that you had always thought that Quemoy and Matsu were unwise places to draw our defense line in the Far East. Would you comment further on that and also address to this question, couldn't a pullback from those islands be interpreted as appeasement?
Well, the United States has on occasion attempted, mostly in the middle 50s, to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to pull his troops back to Formosa. I believe strongly in the defense of Formosa. These islands are a few miles, 5 or 6 miles off the coast of Red China within a general harbor area and more than 100 miles from Formosa. We have never said flatly that we will defend Quemoy and Matsu if it's attacked. We say we will defend it if it's part of a general attack on Formosa, but it's extremely difficult to make that judgment. Now, Mr. Herter, in 1958, when he was Undersecretary of State, said they were strategically undefensible. Admiral Spruance and Collins in 1955 said that we should not attempt to defend these islands in their conference in the Far East. General Ridgway has said the same thing. I believe that when you get into a war, if you're going to get into a war for the defense of Formosa, it ought to be on a clearly defined line. One of the problems, I think, at the time of South Korea was the question of whether the United States would defend it if it were attacked. I believe that we should defend Formosa. We should come to its defense. To leave this rather in the air, that we will defend it under some conditions but not under other, I think is a mistake. Secondly, I would not suggest the withdrawal at the point of the communist gun. It is a decision finally that the nationalists should make. And I believe that we should consult with them and attempt to work out a plan by which the line is drawn at the island of Formosa. It leaves 100 miles between the seas. But with General Ridgway, Mr. Herter, General Collins, Admiral Spruance, and many others, I think it's unwise to take the chance of being dragged into a war which may lead to a world war over two islands which are not strategically defensible, which are not, according to their testimony, essential to the defense of Formosa. I think that we should protect our commitment. I believe strongly we should do so in Berlin. I believe strongly we should do so in Formosa. And I believe we should meet our commitments to every country whose security we've guaranteed. But I do not believe that that line, in case of a war, should be drawn on those islands, but instead on the island of Formosa. And as long as they are not essential to the defense of Formosa, it's been my judgment ever since 1954, at the time of the Eisenhower Doctrine for the Far East, that our line should be drawn in the sea around the island itself.
Mr. Vice President.
I disagree completely with Senator Kennedy on this point. I remember in the period immediately before the Korean War, South Korea was supposed to be indefensible as well. Generals testified to that. And Secretary Atchison made a very famous speech at the press club early in the year that Korean War started, indicating in effect that South Korea was beyond the defense zone of the United States. I suppose it was hoped when he made that speech that we wouldn't get into a war. But it didn't mean that. We had to go in when they came in. Now, I think as far as Quemoy and Matsu are concerned, that the question is not these two little pieces of real estate. They are unimportant. It isn't the few people who live on them. They are not too important. It's the principle involved. These two islands are in the area of freedom. The nationalists have these two islands. we should not force our nationalist allies to get off of them and give them to the communists. If we do that, we start a chain reaction, because the communists aren't after Quemoy and Matsu, they're after Formosa. In my opinion, this is the same kind of woolly thinking that led to disaster for America in Korea. I'm against it. I would never tolerate it as President of the United States, and I will hope that Senator Kennedy will change his mind if he should be elected.
Gentlemen, we have approximately 4 minutes remaining. May I ask you to make your questions and answers as brief as possible, consistent with clarity. And Mr. Levy has a question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, you are urging voters to forget party labels and vote for the man. Senator Kennedy says that in doing this, you are trying to run away from your party on such issues as housing and aid to education by advocating what he calls a Me Too program. Why do you say that party labels are not important?
Because that's the way we elect a president in this country, and it's the way we should. I'm a student of history, as is Senator Kennedy, incidentally. And I have found that in the history of this country, we've had many great presidents. Some of them have been Democrats, and some of them have been Republicans. The people, some way, have always understood that at a particular time, a certain man was the one the country needed. Now, I believe that in an election, when we are trying to determine who should lead the free world, not just America, perhaps, as Senator Kennedy has already indicated, the most important election in our history, it isn't the label that he wears or that I wear that counts. It's what we are. It's our whole lives. It's what we stand for. It's what we believe. And consequently, I don't think it's enough to go before Republican audiences, and I never do, and say, look, vote for me because I'm a Republican. I don't think it's enough for Senator Kennedy to go before the audiences on the Democratic side and say, vote for me because I'm a Democrat. That isn't enough. What's involved here is the question of leadership for the whole free world. Now, that means the best leadership. It may be Republican, it may be Democratic, but the people are the ones that determine. The people have to make up their minds. And I believe the people, therefore, should be asked to make up their minds, not simply on the basis of vote the way your grandfather did, vote the way your mother did. I think the people should put America first, rather than party first. Now, as far as running away from my party is concerned, Senator Kennedy has said that we have no compassion for the poor, that we are against progress. The enemies of progress is the term that he's used and the like. All that I can say is this. We do have programs in all of these fields, education, housing, defense, that will move America forward. They will move her forward faster, and they will move her more surely than his program. This is what I deeply believe. I'm sure he believes just as deeply that his will move that way. I would suggest, however, that in the interest of fairness, that he could give me the benefit of also believing as he believes.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, let me say I do think that parties are important in that they tell something about the program and something about the man. Abraham Lincoln was a great president of all the people, but he was selected by his party at a key time in history because his party stood for something. The Democratic Party in this century has stood for something. It has stood for progress. It has stood for concern for the people's welfare. It has stood for a strong foreign policy and a strong national defense, and as a result, produced Wilson, President Roosevelt, and President Truman. The Republican Party has produced McKinley and Harding, Coolidge, and Dewey, and Landon. They do stand for something. They stand for a whole different approach to the problems facing this country at home and abroad. That's the importance of party, only if it tells something about the record. And the Republicans in recent years, not only in the last 25 years, but in the last 8 years, have opposed housing, opposed care for the aged, opposed federal aid to education, opposed minimum wage. And I think that record tells something.
Thank you, gentlemen. Neither the questions from the reporters nor the answers you heard from Senator John Kennedy or Vice President Richard Nixon were rehearsed. By agreement, neither candidate made an opening statement or a closing summation. They further agreed that the clock alone would decide who would speak last, and each has asked me to express his thanks to the networks and their affiliated stations. Another program similar to this one will be presented Thursday, October 13th, and the final program will be presented Friday, October 21st. We hope this series of radio and television programs will help you toward a fuller understanding of the issues facing our country today, and that on Election Day, November 8th, you will vote for the candidate of your choice. This is Frank McGee. Good night from Washington.
Good evening. I'm Bill Shadell of ABC News. It's my privilege this evening to preside at this, the third in the series of meetings on radio and television of the two major presidential candidates. Now, like the last meeting, the subjects to be discussed will be suggested by questions from a panel of correspondents. Unlike the first two programs, however, the two candidates will not be sharing the same platform. In New York, the Democratic presidential nominee, Senator John F. Kennedy. Separated by 3,000 miles in a Los Angeles studio, the Republican presidential nominee, Vice President Richard M. Nixon. Now joined for tonight's discussion by a network of electronic facilities which permits each candidate to see and hear the other. Good evening, Senator Kennedy.
Good evening, Mr. Shadell.
And good evening to you, Vice President Nixon.
Good evening, Mr. Shadell.
And now to meet the panel of correspondents. Frank McGee, NBC News. Charles Von Frem, CBS News. Douglas Cater, Reporter Magazine. Roscoe Drummond, New York Herald Tribune. Now, as you've probably noted, the four reporters include a newspaper man and a magazine reporter. These two selected by lot by the press secretaries of the candidates from among the reporters traveling with the candidates. The broadcasting representatives were chosen by their companies. The rules for this evening have been agreed upon by the representatives of both candidates in the radio and television networks, and I should like to read them. There will be no opening statements by the candidates nor any closing summation. The entire hour will be devoted to answering questions from the reporters. Each candidate to be questioned in turn with opportunity for comment by the other. Each answer will be limited to 2.5 minutes, each comment to 1.5 minutes. The reporters are free to ask any question they choose on any subject. Neither candidate knows what questions will be asked. Time alone will be determine who will be asked the final question. Now, the first question is from Mr. McGee and is for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, yesterday you used the words trigger happy in referring to Vice President Richard Nixon's stand on defending the islands of Quemoy and Matsu. Last week, on a program like this one, you said the next president would come face to face with a serious crisis in Berlin. So the question is, would you take military action to defend Berlin?
Mr. McGee, we have a contractual right to be in Berlin, coming out of the conversations at Potsdam, end of World War II. That has been reinforced by direct commitments of the President of the United States. It's been reinforced by a number of other nations under NATO. I have stated on many occasions that the United States must meet its commitment on Berlin. It is a commitment that we have to meet if we're going to protect the security of Western Europe. And therefore, on this question, I don't think that there is any doubt in the mind of any American. I hope there is not any doubt in the mind of any member of the community of West Berlin. I'm sure there isn't any doubt in the mind of the Russians. We will meet our commitments to maintain the freedom and independence of West Berlin.
Mr. Vice President, do you wish to comment?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the statement that Senator Kennedy made was that to the effect that there were trigger-happy Republicans, that my stand on Quemoy and Matsu was an indication of trigger-happy Republicans. I resent that comment. I resent it because it's an implication that Republicans have been trigger-happy and therefore would lead this nation into war. I would remind Senator Kennedy of the past 50 years. I would ask him to name one Republican president who led this nation into war. There were 3 Democratic presidents who led us into war. I do not mean by that one party is a war party and the other party is a peace party. But I do say that any statement to the effect that the Republican Party is trigger-happy is belied by the record. We had a war when we came into power in 1953. We got rid of that. We've kept out of other wars. And certainly that doesn't indicate that we're trigger-happy. We've been strong, but we haven't been trigger-happy. As far as Berlin is concerned, there isn't any question about the necessity of defending Berlin, the rights of people there to be free, and there isn't any question about what the united American people, Republicans and Democrats alike, would do in the event there were an attempt by the communists to take over in Berlin.
The next question is by Mr. Von Frem for Vice President Nixon. Mr. Vice President, a two-part question concerning the offshore islands in the Formosa Straits. If you were president and the Chinese Communists tomorrow began an invasion of Quemoy and Matsu, would you launch the United States into a war by sending the 7th Fleet and other military forces to resist this aggression? And secondly, if the regular conventional forces fail to halt such an invasion, would you authorize the use of nuclear weapons?
Mr. Von Brem, it would be completely irresponsible for a candidate for the presidency or for a president himself to indicate the course of action and the weapons he would use in the event of such an attack. I will say this. In the event that such an attack occurred, and in the event the attack was a prelude to an attack on Formosa, which would be the indication today, because the Chinese Communists say over and over again that their objective is not the offshore islands, that they consider them only stepping stones to taking Formosa. In the event that their attack then were a prelude to an attack on Formosa, there isn't any question but that the United States would then again, as in the case of Berlin, honor our treaty obligations and stand by our ally of Formosa. But to indicate in advance how we would respond, to indicate the nature of this response would be incorrect. It would certainly be inappropriate. It would not be in the best interest of the United States. I will only say this, however, in addition. To do what Senator Kennedy has suggested, to suggest that we will surrender these islands or force our Chinese nationalist allies to surrender them in advance, is not something that would lead to peace. It is something that would lead, in my opinion, to war. This is the history of dealing with dictators. This is something that Senator Kennedy and all Americans must know. We tried this with Hitler. It didn't work. He wanted first, we know, Austria, and then he went on to the Sudetenland and then Danzig, and each time it was thought this is all that he wanted. Now, what do the Chinese Communists want? They don't want just Quemoy and Matsu. They don't want just Formosa. They want the world. And the question is, if you surrender or indicate in advance that you're not going to defend any part of the free world, and you figure that's going to satisfy them, it doesn't satisfy them. It only whets their appetite. And then the question comes, when do you stop them? I have often heard President Eisenhower, in discussing this question, make the statement that if we once start the process of indicating that this point or that point is not the place to stop those who threaten the peace and freedom of the world, where do we stop them? And I say that those of us who stand against surrender of territory, this or any others, in the face of blackmail, in the face of force by the communists, are standing for the course that will lead to peace.
Senator Kennedy, do you wish to comment?
Yes, the United States now has a treaty, which I voted for in the United States Senate in 1955, to defend Formosa and the Pescadores Islands. The islands which Mr. Nixon is discussing are 5 or 4 miles, respectively, off the coast of China. Now, when Senator Green, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, wrote to the president, he received back on the 2nd of October 1958, neither you nor any other American need feel the U.S. will be involved in military hostilities merely in the defense of Quemoy and Matsu. Now, that is the issue. I believe we must meet our commitment to Formosa. I support it, and the Pescadores Islands. That is the present American position. The treaty does not include these 2 islands. Mr. Nixon suggests that the United States should go to war if these 2 islands are attacked. I suggest that if Formosa is attacked, or the Pescadores, or if there's any military action in any area which indicates an attack on Formosa and the Pescadores, then, of course, the United States is at war to defend its treaty. Now, I must say what Mr. Nixon wants to do is commit us, as I understand him, so that we can be clear if there's a disagreement. He wants us to be committed to the defense of these islands, merely as the defense of these islands as free territory, not as part of the defense of Formosa. Admiral Yarnell, the commander of the Asiatic Fleet, has said that these islands are not worth the bones of a single American. The President of the United States has indicated they are not within the treaty area. They were not within the treaty area when the treaty was passed in 1955. We have attempted to persuade Chiang Kai-shek as late as January of 1959 to reduce the number of troops he has on there. This is a serious issue, and I think we ought to understand completely if we disagree, and if so, where.
Mr. Cater has the next question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, last week you said that before we should hold another summit conference, that it was important that the United States build its strength. Modern weapons take quite a long time to build. What sort of prolonged period do you envisage before there can be a summit conference? And do you think that there can be any new initiatives on the grounds of nuclear disarmament, nuclear control, or weapons control during this period?
Well, I think we should strengthen our conventional forces, and we should attempt in January, February, and March of next year to increase the airlift capacity of our conventional forces. Then I believe that we should move full-time on our missile production, particularly on Minuteman and on Polaris. It may be a long period, but we must get started immediately. Now, on the question of disarmament, particularly nuclear disarmament, I must say that I feel that another effort should be made by a new administration in January of 1961 to renew negotiations with the Soviet Union and see whether it's possible to come to some conclusion which will lessen the chances of contamination of the atmosphere and also lessen the chances that other powers will begin to possess a nuclear capacity. There are indications because of new inventions that 10, 15, or 20 nations will have a nuclear capacity, including Red China, by the end of the presidential office in 1964. This is extremely serious. There have been many wars in the history of mankind, and to take a chance now and not make every effort that we could make to provide for some control over these weapons, I think would be a great mistake. One of my disagreements with the present administration has been that I don't feel a real effort has been made on this very sensitive subject, not only of nuclear control, but also of general disarmament. Less than 100 people have been working throughout the entire federal government on this subject, and I believe it's been reflected in our success and failures at Geneva. Now, we may not succeed. The Soviet Union may not agree to an inspection system. We may not be able to get satisfactory assurances. It may be necessary for us to begin testing again. But I hope the next administration, and if I have anything to do with it, the next administration will make one last great effort to provide for control of nuclear testing, control of nuclear weapons, if possible, control of outer space, free from weapons, and also to begin again the subject of general disarmament levels. These must be done. If we cannot succeed, then we must strengthen ourselves. But I would make the effort, because I think the fate not only of our own civilization, but I think the fate of the world and the future of the human race is involved in preventing a nuclear war.
Mr. Vice President, your comment?
Yes, I am going to make a major speech on this whole subject next week before the next debate, and I will have an opportunity then to answer any other questions that may arise with regard to my position on it. There isn't any question but that we must move forward in every possible way to reduce the danger of war, to move toward controlled disarmament, to control tests. But also, let's have in mind this. When Senator Kennedy suggests that we haven't been making an effort, he simply doesn't know what he's talking about. It isn't a question of the number of people who are working in an administration. It's a question of who they are. This has been one of the highest level operations in the whole State Department, right under the President himself. We have gone certainly the extra mile and then some in making offers to the Soviet Union on control of tests, on disarmament, and in every other way. And I just want to make one thing very clear. Yes, we should make a great effort, but under no circumstances must the United States ever make an agreement based on trust. There must be an absolute guarantee. Now, just to comment on Senator Kennedy's last answer. He forgets that in this same debate on the Formosa resolution, which he said he voted for, which he did, that he voted against an amendment, or was recorded against an amendment. And on this particular, or for an amendment, I should say, which passed the Senate overwhelmingly, 70-12. And that amendment put the Senate of the United States on record, with the majority of the senator's own party voting for it, as well as the majority of the Republicans, put them on record against the very position that the senator takes now of surrendering, of indicating in advance that the United States will not defend the offshore islands.
The next question is by Mr. Drummond for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, I would like to ask one more aspect, or raise another aspect of this same question. It is my understanding that President Eisenhower never advocated that Quemoy and Matsu should be defended under all circumstances as a matter of principle. I heard Secretary Dulles at a press conference in '58 say that he thought that it was a mistake for Chiang Kai-shek to deploy troops to these islands. I would like to ask what has led you to take what appears to be a different position on this subject.
Well, Mr. Drummond, first of all, referring to Secretary Dulles' press conference, I think if you read it all, and I know that you have, you will find that Secretary Dulles also indicated in that press conference that when the troops were withdrawn from Quemoy, that the implication was, certainly of everything that he said, that Quemoy could better be defended. There were too many infantrymen there, not enough heavy artillery. And certainly I don't think there was any implication in Secretary Dulles' statement that Quemoy and Matsu should not be defended in the event that they were attacked, and that attack was a preliminary to an attack on Formosa. Now, as far as President Eisenhower is concerned, I have often heard him discuss this question. As I related a moment ago, the President has always indicated that we must not make the mistake in dealing with the dictator of indicating that we are going to make a concession at the point of a gun. Whenever you do that, inevitably, the dictator is encouraged to try it again. So first it will be Quemoy and Matsu. Next it may be Formosa. What do we do then? My point is this, that once you do this, follow this course of action, of indicating that you are not going to defend a particular area, the inevitable result is that it encourages a man who is determined to conquer the world to press you to the point of no return, and that means war. We went through this tragic experience leading to World War II. We learned our lesson again in Korea. We must not learn it again. That is why I think the Senate was right, including a majority of the Democrats, a majority of the Republicans, when they rejected Senator Kennedy's position in 1955. And incidentally, Senator Johnson was among those who rejected that position, voted with the 70 against the 12. The Senate was right because they knew the lesson of history. And may I say, too, that I would trust that Senator Kennedy would change his position on this. Change it. Because as long as he, as a major presidential candidate, continues to suggest that we are going to turn over these islands, he is only encouraging the aggressors, the Chinese communists and the Soviet aggressors, to press the United States, to press us to the point where war would be inevitable. The road to war is always paved with good intentions. And in this instance, the good intentions, of course, are a desire for peace. But certainly we're not going to have peace by giving in and indicating in advance that we are not going to defend what has become a symbol of freedom.
Senator Kennedy.
I don't think it's possible for Mr. Nixon to state the record in distortion of the facts with more precision than he just did. In 1955, Mr. Dulles at a press conference said, "The treaty that we have with the Republic of China excludes Quemoy and Matsu from the treaty area. That was done with much thought and deliberation. Therefore, that treaty does not commit the United States to defend anything except Formosa and the Pescadores and to deal with acts against that treaty area. I completely sustain the treaty. I voted for it. I would take any action necessary to defend the treaty, Formosa and the Pescadores Island. What we're now talking about is the Vice President's determination to guarantee Quemoy and Matsu, which are 4 and 5 miles off the coast of Red China, which are not within the treaty area. I do not suggest that Chiang Kai-shek and this administration has been attempting since 1955 to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to lessen his troop commitments. He sent a mission, the President, in 1955 of Mr. Robertson and Admiral Radford. General Twining said they were still doing it in 1959. General Ridgway said, who was Chief of Staff, to go to war for Quemoy and Matsu, to me would seem an unwarranted and tragic course to take. To me, that concept is completely repugnant. So I stand with them. I stand with the Secretary of State, Mr. Herter, who said these islands were indefensible. I believe that we should meet our commitments. And if the Chinese communists attack the Pescadores and Formosa, they know that it will mean a war. I would not hand over these islands under any point of gun. But I merely say that the treaty is quite precise, and I sustain the treaty. Mr. Nixon would add a guarantee to islands 5 miles off the coast of the Republic of China when he's never really protested the communists seizing Cuba 90 miles off the coast of the United States.
Mr. Von Fremd has a question for Senator Kennedy. Senator Kennedy, I'd like to shift the conversation, if I may, to a domestic political argument. The chairman of the Republican National Committee, Senator Thurston Morton, declared earlier this week that you owed Vice President Nixon and the Republican Party a public apology for some strong charges made by former President Harry Truman, who
who bluntly suggested where the Vice President and the Republican Party could go. Do you feel that you owe the Vice President an apology?
Well, I must say that Mr. Truman has his methods of expressing things. He's been in politics for 50 years. He's been President of the United States. Maybe not my style, but I really don't think there's anything that I can say to President Truman that's going to cause him at the age of 76 to change his particular speaking manner. Perhaps Mrs. Truman can, but I don't think I can. I just have to tell Mr. Morton that. If you'd pass that message on to him.
Any comment, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, I think so. Of course, both Senator Kennedy and I have felt Mr. Truman's ire, and consequently, I think he can speak with some feeling on this subject. I just do want to say one thing, however. We all have tempers. I have one. I'm sure Senator Kennedy has one. But when a man's President of the United States or a former president, he has an obligation not to lose his temper in public. One thing I've noted as I've traveled around the country are the tremendous number of children who come out to see the presidential candidates. I see mothers holding their babies up so that they can see a man who might be President of the United States. I know Senator Kennedy sees them too. It makes you realize that whoever is president is going to be a man that all the children of America will either look up to or will look down to. And I can only say that I'm very proud that President Eisenhower restored dignity and decency and, frankly, good language to the conduct of the presidency of the United States. And I only hope that, should I win this election, that I could approach President Eisenhower in maintaining the dignity of the office, in seeing to it that whenever any mother or father talks to his child, he can look at the man in the White House, and whatever he may think of his policies, he will say, well, there is a man who maintains the kind of standards personally that I would want my child to follow.
Mr. Cater's question is for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, I'd like to return just once more, if I may, to this area of dealing with the communists. Critics have claimed that on at least 3 occasions in recent years, on the sending of American troops to Indochina in 1954, on the matter of continuing the U-2 flights in May, and then on this definition of our commitment to the offshore island, that you have overstated the administration position, that you have taken a more bellicose position than President Eisenhower. Just 2 days ago, you said that you called on Senator Kennedy to serve notice to communist aggressors around the world that we're not going to retreat 1 inch more any place, whereas we did retreat from the Tachin Islands, or at least Chiang Kai-shek did. Would you say this was a valid criticism of your statement of foreign policy?
Well, Mr. Cater, of course it's a criticism that is being made. I obviously don't think it's valid. I have supported the administration's position, and I think that that position has been correct. I think my position has been correct. As far as Indochina is concerned, I stated over and over again that it was essential during that period that the United States make it clear that we would not tolerate Indochina falling under communist domination. Now, as a result of our taking the strong stand that we did, the civil war there was ended. And today, at least in the south of Indochina, the communists have moved out, and we do have a strong, free bastion there. Now, looking to the U-2 flights, I would like to point out that I have been supporting the president's position throughout. I think the president was correct in ordering these flights. I think the president was correct, certainly, in his decision to continue the flights while the conference was going on. I noted, for example, in reading a particular discussion that Senator Kennedy had with Dave Garraway shortly after his statement about regrets, that he made the statement that he felt that these particular flights were ones that shouldn't have occurred right at that time. And the indication was, how would Mr. Khrushchev have felt if we had had a flight over how would we have felt if Mr. Khrushchev had a flight over the United States while he was visiting here? And the answer, of course, is that communist espionage goes on all the time. The answer is that the United States can't afford to have an espionage lag, or should I say an intelligence lag, any more than we can afford to have a missile lag. Now, referring to your question with regard to Quemoy and Matsu, What I object to here is the constant reference to surrendering these islands. Senator Kennedy quotes the record, which he read from a moment ago. But what he forgets to point out is that the key vote, a vote which I've referred to several times, where he was in the minority, was one which rejected his position. Now, why did they reject it? For the very reason that those senators knew, as the President of the United States knew, that you should not indicate to the communists in advance that you're going to surrender an area that's free. Why? Because they know, as Senator Kennedy will have to know, that if you do that, you encourage them to more aggression.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, number one, on Indochina, Mr. Nixon talked before the newspaper editors in the spring of 1954 about putting, and I quote him, American boys into Indochina. The reason Indochina was preserved was a result of the Geneva Conference, which petitioned Indochina. Number two, on the question of the U-2 flights, I thought the U-2 flight in May, just before the conference, was a mistake in timing because of the hazards involved if the summit conference had any hope for success. I never criticized the U-2 flights in general, however. I never suggested espionage should stop. It still goes on, I would assume, on both sides. Number three, the Vice President on May 15th, after the U-2 flight, indicated that the flights were going on, even though the administration and the President had canceled the flights on May 12th. Number three, the Vice President suggests that we should keep the communists in doubt about whether we would fight on Kimoyamatsu. That's not the position he's taking. He's indicating that we should fight for these islands, come what may, because they are, in his words, in the area of freedom. He didn't take that position on Tibet. He didn't take that position on Budapest. He doesn't take that position that I've seen so far in Laos. Guinea and Ghana have both moved within the Soviet sphere of influence in foreign policy. So is Cuba. I merely say that the United States should meet its commitments to Formosa and the Pescadores. But as Admiral Yarnell has said, and he's been supported by most military authority, these islands that we're now talking about are not worth the bones of a single American soldier. And I know how difficult it is to sustain troops close to the shore under artillery bombardment. And therefore, I think we should make it very clear, the disagreement between Mr. Nixon and myself. He's extending the administration's commitment.
Mr. Drummond's question is for Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, Representative Adam Clayton Powell, in the course of his speaking tour in your behalf, is saying, and I quote, "The Ku Klux Klan is riding again in this campaign. If it doesn't stop, all bigots will vote for Nixon, and all right-thinking Christians and Jews will vote for Kennedy rather than be found in the ranks of the Klan-minded." End quotation. Governor Michael DeSalle is saying much the same thing. What I would like to ask Senator Kennedy is, what is the purpose of this sort of thing, and how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. Griffin, I believe, who is the head of the Klan, who lives in Tampa, Florida, indicated in a statement, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, that he was not going to vote for me and that he was going to vote for Mr. Nixon. I do not suggest in any way, nor have I ever, that indicates that Mr. Nixon has the slightest sympathy, involvement, or in any way imply any inferences in regard to the Ku Klux Klan. That's absurd. I don't suggest that. I don't support it. I would disagree with it. Mr. Nixon knows very well that in this whole matter, it's been involved in the so-called religious discussion in this campaign. I have never suggested, even by the vaguest implication, that he did anything but disapprove of it. And that's my view now. I disapprove of the issue. I do not suggest that Mr. Nixon does in any way.
Mr. Vice President.
Well, I welcome this opportunity to join Senator Kennedy completely on that statement and to say before this largest television audience in history something that I have been saying in the past and will always say in the future. On our last television debate, I pointed out that it was my position that Americans must choose the best man that either party could produce. We can't settle for anything but the best. And that means, of course, the best man that this nation can produce. And that means that we can't have any test of religion. We can't have any test of race. It must be a test of the man. Also, as far as religion is concerned, I have seen communism abroad. I see what it does. Communism is the enemy of all religions. And we who do believe in God must join together. We must not be divided on this issue. The worst thing that I can think can happen in this campaign would be for it to be decided on religious issues. I obviously repudiate the Klan. I repudiate anybody who uses the religious issue. I will not tolerate it. I have ordered all of my people to have nothing to do with it. And I say to this great audience, whoever may be listening, remember, if you believe in America, if you want America to set the right example to the world, that we cannot have religious or racial prejudice. We cannot have it in our hearts, but we certainly cannot have it in a presidential campaign.
Question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, some of your early campaign literature said you were making a study to see if new laws were needed to protect the public against excessive use of power by labor unions. Have you decided whether such new laws are needed, and if so, what would they do?
Mr. McGee, I am planning a speech on that subject next week, also so that we can get the opportunity for the questioners to question me. It will be before the next television debate. I will say simply in advance of it that I believe that in this area, the laws which should be passed, as far as the big national emergency strikes are concerned, are ones that will give the president more weapons with which to deal with those strikes. Now, I have a basic disagreement with Senator Kennedy, though, on this point. He has taken the position. He first indicated in October of last year that he would even favor compulsory arbitration as one of the weapons the president might have to stop a national emergency strike. I understand in his last speech before the Steelworkers Union that he changed that position and indicated that he felt that government seizure might be the best way to stop a strike which could not be settled by collective bargaining. I do not believe we should have either compulsory arbitration or seizure. I think the moment that you give to the union on the one side and the management on the other side the escape hatch of eventually going to government to get it settled, that most of these great strikes will end up being settled by government, and that will be in the end, in my opinion, wage control. It will mean price control, all the things that we do not want. I do believe, however, that we can give to the President of the United States powers in addition to what he presently has in the fact-finding area, which would enable him to be more effective than we have been in handling these strikes. One last point I should make. The record in handling them has been very good during this administration. We have had less man-hours lost by strikes in these last 7 years than we had in the previous 7 years by a great deal. And I only want to say that however good the record is, it's got to be better. Because in this critical year period of the 60s, we've got to move forward. All Americans must move forward together, and we have to get the greatest cooperation possible between labor and management. We cannot afford stoppages of massive effect on the economy when we're in the terrible competition we're in with the Soviets.
Senator, your comment?
Well, I always have difficulty recognizing my positions when they're stated by the Vice President. I never suggested that compulsory arbitration was a solution for national emergency disputes. I'm opposed to that. Was opposed to it in October 1958. I have suggested that the President should be given other weapons to protect the national interest in case of national emergency strikes beyond the injunction provision of the Taft-Hartley Act. I don't know what other weapons the Vice President is talking about. I'm talking about giving him 4 or 5 tools. Not only the fact-finding committee that he now has under the injunction provision, not only the injunction, but also the power of the fact-finding commission to make recommendations. Recommendations which would not be binding, but nevertheless would have great force of public opinion behind them. One of the additional powers that I would suggest would be seizure. There might be others. By the President having 5 powers, 4 or 5 powers, and he only has very limited powers today, neither the company nor the union would be sure which power would be used. And therefore there would be a greater incentive on both sides to reach an agreement themselves without taking it to the government. The difficulty now is the President's course is quite limited. He can set up a fact-finding committee. The fact-finding committee's powers are limited. He can provide an injunction if there's a national emergency for 80 days. Then the strike can go on. And there are no other powers or actions that the President could take unless he went to the Congress. This is a difficult and sensitive matter. But to state my view precisely, the President should have a variety of things he could do. He could leave the parties in doubt as to which one he would use. And therefore there would be incentive, instead of as now, the steel companies were ready to take the strike because they felt the injunction of 80 days would break the union, which didn't happen.
The next question is by Mr. Cater for Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, Vice President Nixon says that he has costed the two-party platforms and that yours would run at least $10 billion a year more than his. You have denied his figures. He has called on you to supply your figures. Would you do that?
Yes, I have stated in both debates and state again that I believe in a balanced budget and have supported that concept during my 14 years in the Congress. The only two times when an unbalanced budget is warranted would be during a serious recession, and we had that in '58 in an unbalanced budget of $12 billion, or a national emergency where there should be large expenditures for national defense, which we had in World War II and during part of the Korean War. On the question of the cost of our budget, I have stated that it's my best judgment that our agricultural program will cost $1.5 billion, possibly $2 billion less than the present agricultural program. My judgment is that the program the Vice President put forward, which is an extension of Mr. Benson's program, will cost $1 billion more than the present program, which costs about $6 billion a year, the most expensive in history. We spent more money on agriculture in the last 8 years than the 100 years of the agricultural department before that. Secondly, I believe that the high interest rate policy that this administration has followed has added about $3 billion a year to interest on the debt, merely funding the debt, which is a burden on the taxpayers. I would hope under a different monetary policy that it would be possible to reduce that interest rate burden, at least $1 billion. Third, I think it's possible to gain a $700 million to $1 billion through tax changes, which I believe would close up loopholes on dividend withholding, on expense accounts. Fourthly, I have suggested that the medical care for the aged and the bill which the Congress now has passed and the President signed, if fully implemented, would cost $1 billion on the Treasury out of the Treasury Fund and $1 billion by the state. The proposal that I have put forward and which many of the members of my party support is for medical care financed under Social Security, which would be financed under the Social Security tax system, which is less than 3 cents a day per person for medical care, doctors' bills, nurses, hospitals when they retire. It is actuarially sound. So in my judgment, we would spend more money in this administration on aid to education. We'd spend more money on housing. We'd spend more money, and I hope more wisely, on defense than this administration has done. But I believe that the next administration should work for a balanced budget, and that would be my intention. Mr. Nixon misstates my figures constantly, which is, of course, is right. But the fact of the matter is, here is where I stand, and I just want to have it on the public record.
Mr. Vice President, Senator Kennedy has indicated on several occasions in this program tonight that I've been misstating his record and his figures. I will issue a white paper after this broadcast quoting exactly what he said on compulsory arbitration, for example, and the record will show that I have been correct. Now, as far as his figures are concerned here tonight, he again is engaging in this, what I would call mirror game of here it is and here it isn't. On the one hand, for example, he suggests that as far as his medical care program is concerned, that really isn't a problem because it's from Social Security. But Social Security is a tax. The people pay it. It comes right out of your paycheck. This doesn't mean that the people aren't going to be paying the bill. He also indicates, as far as his agricultural program is concerned, that he feels it will cost less than ours. Well, all that I can suggest is that all the experts who have studied the program indicate that it is the most fantastic program, the worst program insofar as its effect on the farmers, that America has ever had foisted upon it in an election year or any other time. And I would also point out that Senator Kennedy left out a part of the cost of that program, a 25% rise in food prices that the people would have to pay. Now, are we going to have that when it isn't going to help the farmers? I don't think we should have that kind of a program. Then he goes on to say that he's going to change the interest rate situation and we're going to get some more money that way. Well, what he's saying there, in effect, we're going to have inflation. We're going to go right back to what we had under Mr. Truman when he had political control of the Federal Reserve Board. I don't believe we ought to pay our bills through inflation, through a phony interest rate.
Next, Mr. Drummond's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, before the convention, you and Governor Rockefeller said jointly that the nation's economic growth ought to be accelerated. And the Republican platform states that the nation needs to quicken the pace of economic growth. Is it fair, therefore, Mr. Vice President, to conclude that you feel that there has been insufficient economic growth during the past 8 years? And if so, what would you do beyond present administration policies to step it up?
Mr. Drummond, I am never satisfied with the economic growth of this country. I'm not satisfied with it even if there were no communism in the world, but particularly when we're in the kind of a race we're in, we have got to see that America grows just as fast as we can, provided we grow soundly. Because even though we have maintained, as I pointed out in our first debate, the absolute gap over the Soviet Union, even though the growth in this administration has been twice as much as it was in the Truman administration, that isn't good enough. Because America must be able to grow enough not only to take care of our needs at home for better education and housing and health, all these things we want. We've got to grow enough to maintain the forces that we have abroad and to wage the non-military battle for the world, in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. It's going to cost more money, and growth will help us to win that battle. Now, what do we do about it? And here, I believe, basically, that what we have to do is to stimulate that sector of America, the private enterprise sector of the economy, in which there is the greatest possibility for expansion. So that is why I advocate a program of tax reform, which will stimulate more investment in our economy. In addition to that, we have to move on other areas that are holding back growth. I refer, for example, to distressed areas. We have to move into those areas with programs so that we make adequate use of the resources of those areas. We also have to see that all of the people of the United States, the tremendous talents that our people have, are used adequately. That's why in this whole area of civil rights, the equality of opportunity for employment and education is not just for the benefit of the minority groups, it's for the benefit of the nation, so that we can get the scientists and the engineers and all the rest that we need. And in addition to that, we need programs, particularly in higher education, which will stimulate scientific breakthroughs, which will bring more growth. Now, what all this, of course, adds up to is this. America has not been standing still. Let's get that straight. Anybody who says America's been standing still for the last 7.5 years hasn't been traveling around America. He's been traveling in some other country. We have been moving. We have been moving much faster than we did in the Truman years. But we can and must move faster. And that's why I stand so strongly for programs that will move America forward in the 60s. Move her forward so that we can stay ahead of the Soviet Union and win the battle for freedom and peace.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, first, may I correct a statement which was made before that under my agricultural program, food prices would go up 25%. That's untrue. The farmer who grows wheat gets about 2.5 cents out of a 25-cent loaf of bread. Even if you put his income up 10%, that'd be 2 3/4%, 3 cents out of that 25 cents. The man who grows tomatoes, it costs less for those tomatoes than it does for the label on the can. And I believe when the average hour for many farmers' wage is about 50 cents an hour, he should do better. But anybody who suggests that that program would come to any figure indicated by the Vice President is in error. The Vice President suggested a number of things. He suggested that we aid distressed areas. The administration has vetoed that bill passed by the Congress twice. He suggested we pass an aid to education bill. The administration and the Republican majority in the Congress has opposed any realistic aid to education. And the Vice President cast a deciding vote against federal aid for teacher salaries in the Senate, which prevented that being added. This administration and this country last year had the lowest rate of economic growth, which means jobs, of any major industrialized society in the world in 1959. And when we have to find 25,000 new jobs a week for the next 10 years, we're going to have to grow more. Governor Rockefeller says 5%. Democratic platform and others say 5%. Many say 4.5%. The last 8 years, the average growth has been about 2.5%. That's why we don't have full employment today.
Mr. McGee has the next question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, a moment ago you mentioned tax loopholes. Now, your running mate, Senator Lyndon Johnson, is from Texas, an oil-producing state and one that many political leaders feel is in doubt in this election year. And reports from there say that oil men in Texas are seeking assurance from Senator Johnson that the oil depletion allowance will not be cut. The Democratic platform pledges to plug loopholes in the tax laws and refers to inequitable depletion allowance as being conspicuous loopholes. My question is, do you consider the 27.5% depletion allowance inequitable, and would you ask that it be cut?
Mr. McGee, there are about 104 commodities that have some kind of depletion allowance, different kind of minerals, including oil. I believe all of those should be gone over in detail to make sure that no one is getting a tax break. to make sure that no one is getting away from paying the taxes he ought to pay. That includes oil, it includes all kinds of minerals, it includes everything within the range of taxation. We want to be sure it's fair and equitable. It includes oil abroad. Perhaps that oil abroad should be treated differently than the oil here at home. Now, the oil industry recently has had hard times, particularly some of the smaller producers. They're moving about 8 or 9 days in Texas. But I can assure you that if I'm elected president, the whole spectrum of taxes will be gone through carefully, and if there's any inequities in oil or any other commodity, then I would vote to close that loophole. I have voted in the past to reduce the depletion allowance for the largest producers, for those from $5 million down, to maintain it at 27.5%. I believe we should study this and other allowances, tax expense, dividend expenses, and all the rest, and make a determination of how we can stimulate growth, how we can provide the revenues needed to move our country forward.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Kennedy's position and mine are completely different on this. I favor the present depletion allowance. I favor it not because I want to make a lot of oil men rich, but because I want to make America rich. Why do we have a depletion allowance? Because this is the stimulation, the incentive for companies to go out and explore for oil, to develop it. If we didn't have a depletion allowance of certainly, I believe, the present amount, we would have our oil exploration cut substantially in this country. Now, as far as my position then is concerned, it is exactly opposite to the senators, and it's because of my belief that if America is going to have the growth that he talks about and that I talk about and that we want, the thing to do is not to discourage individual enterprise, not to discourage people to go out and discover more oil and minerals, but to encourage them. And so he would be doing exactly the wrong thing. One other thing. He suggests that there are a number of other items in this whole depletion field that could be taken into account. He also said a moment ago that we would get more money to finance his programs by revising the tax laws, including depletion. I should point out that as far as depletion allowances are concerned, the oil depletion allowance is one that provides 80% of all of those involved in depletion. So you're not going to get much from revenue insofar as depletion allowances are concerned unless you move in the area that he indicated. But I oppose it. I oppose it for the reasons that I mentioned. I oppose it because I want us to have more oil exploration and not less.
Gentlemen, if I may remind you, time is growing short, so please keep your questions and answers as brief as possible, consistent with clarity. Mr. Von Frem for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in the past 3 years, there has been an exodus of more than $4 billion of gold from the United States, apparently for 2 reasons. Because exports have slumped and haven't covered imports, and because of increased American investments abroad. If you were president, how would you go about stopping this departure of gold from our shores?
Well, Mr. Von Frem, the first thing we have to do is to continue to keep confidence abroad in the American dollar. That means that we must continue to have a balanced budget here at home in every possible circumstance that we can. Because the moment that we have loss of confidence in our own fiscal policies at home, it results in gold flowing out. Secondly, we have to increase our exports as compared with our imports. And here we have a very strong program going forward in the Department of Commerce. This one must be stepped up. Beyond that, as far as the gold supply is concerned, and as far as the movement of gold is concerned, we have to bear in mind that we must get more help from our allies abroad in this great venture in which all free men are involved of winning the battle for freedom. Now, America has been carrying a tremendous load in this respect. I think we have been right in carrying it. I have favored our programs abroad for economic assistance and for military assistance. But now we find that the countries of Europe, for example, that we have aided, and Japan that we've aided in the Far East, these countries, some are former enemies, some are friends, have now recovered completely. They have got to bear a greater share of this load of economic assistance abroad. That's why I am advocating and will develop during the course of the next administration, if of course I get the opportunity, a program in which we enlist more aid from these other countries on a concerted basis in the programs of economic development for Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The United States cannot continue to carry the major share of this burden by itself. We can carry a big share of it, but we've got to have more help from our friends abroad, And these three factors, I think, will be very helpful in reversing the gold flow which you spoke about.
Senator Kennedy.
Just to correct the record, Mr. Nixon said on depletion that his record was the opposite of mine. What I said was that this matter should be thoroughly gone into to make sure that there aren't loopholes. If his record is the opposite of that, that means that he doesn't want to go into it. Now, on the question of the gold, the difficulty, of course, is that we do have heavy obligations abroad, that we've therefore had to maintain not only a favorable balance of trade, but also send a good deal of our dollars overseas to pay our troops, maintain our bases, and sustain other economies. In other words, if we're going to continue to maintain our position in the 60s, we have to maintain a sound monetary and fiscal policy. We have to have control over inflation. And we also have to have a favorable balance of trade. We have to be able to compete in the world market. We have to be able to sell abroad more than we consume from abroad if we're going to be able to meet our obligations. In addition, many of the countries around the world still keep restrictions against our goods, going all the way back to the days when there was a dollar shortage. Now there isn't a dollar shortage, and yet many of these countries continue to move against our goods. I believe that we must be able to compete in the market, steel and in all the basic commodities abroad. We must be able to compete against them because we always did because of our technological lead. We have to be sure to maintain that. We have to persuade these other countries not to restrict our goods coming in, not to act as if there was a dollar gap. And third, we have to persuade them to assume some of the responsibilities that up till now we've maintained to assist underdeveloped countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia make an economic breakthrough on their own.
Mr. Drummond's question now for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, a question on American prestige. In light of the fact that the Soviet ambassador was recently expelled from the Congo and that Mr. Khrushchev has this week canceled his trip to Cuba for fear of stirring resentment throughout all Latin America, I would like to ask you to spell out somewhat more fully how you think we should measure American prestige to determine whether it is rising or whether it is falling.
Well, I think there are many tests, Mr. Drummond, of prestige. And the significance of prestige, really, is because we're so identified with the cause of freedom. Therefore, if we're on the mount, if we're rising, if our influence is spreading, if our prestige is spreading, then those who stand now on the razor edge of decision between us or between the communist system, wondering whether they should use the system of freedom to develop their countries or the system of communism, they'll be persuaded to follow our example. There have been several indications that our prestige is not as high as it once was. Mr. George Allen, the head of our information service, said that a result of our being second in space in the Sputnik in 1957, and I quote him, I believe, I paraphrase him accurately, he said that many of these countries equate space developments with scientific productivity and scientific advancement. And therefore, he said, many of these countries now feel that the Soviet Union, which was once so backward, is now on a par with the United States. Secondly, the economic growth of the Soviet Union is greater than ours. Mr. Dulles has suggested it's from 2 to 3 times as great as ours. This has a great effect on the underdeveloped world, which faces problems of low income and high population density and inadequate resources. 3, a Gallup poll taken in February asked people in 10 countries which country they thought would be first in 1970, both scientifically and militarily. And a majority in every country except Greece felt that it would be the Soviet Union by 1970. 4, in the votes at the UN, particularly the vote dealing with Red China last Saturday, we received the support on the position that we had taken of only 2 African countries. One, Liberia, which has been tied to us for more than a century, and the other, Union of South Africa, which is not a popular country in Africa. Every other African country either abstained or voted against us. More countries voted against us in Asia on this issue than voted with us. On the neutralist resolution, which we were so much opposed to, the same thing happened. The candidate who was a candidate for the president of Brazil took a trip to Cuba to call on Mr. Castro during the election in order to get the benefit of the Castro supporters within Brazil. There are many indications. Guinea and Ghana, 2 independent countries within the last 3 years. Guinea in 57, Ghana within the last 18 months, both now are supporting the Soviet foreign policy at the UN. Mr. Herter said so himself. Laos is moving in that direction. So I would say our prestige is not so high. No longer do we give the image of being on the rise. No longer do we give an image of vitality.
Mr. Vice President.
I would say, first of all, that Senator Kennedy's statement that he just made is not going to help our Gallup polls abroad. It isn't going to help our prestige either. Let's look at the other side of the coin. Let's look at the vote in the Congo. The vote was 70-0 against the Soviet Union. Let's look at the situation with regard to economic growth as it really is. We find that the Soviet Union is a very primitive economy. Its growth rate is not what counts. It's whether it is catching up with us, and it is not catching up with us. We're well ahead, and we can stay ahead, provided we have confidence in America and don't run her down in order to build her up. We could look also at other items which Senator Kennedy has named, but I will only conclude by saying this. In this whole matter of prestige, in the final analysis, it's whether you stand for what's right. And getting back to this matter that we discussed at the outset, the matter of Kimoy and Matsu, I can think of nothing that will be a greater blow to the prestige of the United States among the free nations in Asia than for us to take Senator Kennedy's advice that will go against what a majority of the members of the Senate, both Democrat and Republican, did and said in 1955, and to say, in advance, we will surrender an area to the communists. In other words, if the United States is going to maintain its strength and its prestige, we must not only be strong militarily and economically, we must be firm diplomatically. And certainly, we have been speaking, I know, of whether we should have retreat or defeat. Let's remember that the way to win is not to retreat and not to surrender.
Thank you, gentlemen. As we mentioned at the opening of this program, the candidates agreed that the clock alone would determine who had the last word. The two candidates wish to thank the networks for the opportunity to appear for this discussion. I would repeat the ground rules likewise agreed upon by representatives of the two candidates and the radio and television networks. The entire hour was devoted to answering questions from the reporters. Each candidate was questioned in turn, and each had the opportunity to comment on the answer of his opponent. The reporters were free to ask any question on any subject. Neither candidate was given any advance information on any question that would be asked. Those were the conditions agreed upon for this third meeting of the candidates tonight. Now, I might add that also agreed upon was the fact that when the hour got down to the last few minutes, if there was not sufficient time left for another question and suitable time for answer and comment, the questioning would end at that point. That is the situation at this moment. And after reviewing the rules for this evening, I might use the remaining few moments of the hour to tell you something about the other arrangements for this debate with the participants a continent apart. I would emphasize first that each candidate was in a studio alone except for 3 photographers and 3 reporters of the press and the television technicians. Those studios identical in every detail of lighting, background, physical equipment, even to the paint used in decorating. We newsmen in a third studio have also experienced a somewhat similar isolation. Now, I would remind you, the 4th in the series of these historic joint appearances scheduled for Friday, October 21st. At that time, the candidates will again share the same platform to discuss foreign policy. This is Bill Shadell. Good night.
Good evening. The television and radio stations of the United States and their affiliated stations are proud to provide facilities for a discussion of issues in the current political campaign by the 2 major candidates for the presidency. The candidates need no introduction. The Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy. According to rules set by the candidates themselves, each man shall make an opening statement of approximately 8 minutes duration and a closing statement of approximately 3 minutes duration. In between, the candidates will answer or comment upon answers to questions put by a panel of correspondents. In this, the first discussion in a series of 4 joint appearances, the subject matter has been agreed will be restricted to internal or domestic American matters. And now for the first opening statement by Senator John F. Kennedy.
Smith, Nixon.
In the election of 1860, Abraham Lincoln said the question was whether this nation could exist half slave or half free. In the election of 1960, and with the world around us, the question is whether the world will exist half slave or half free, whether it will move in the direction of freedom, in the direction of the road that we are taking, or whether it will move in the direction of slavery. I think it will depend in great measure upon what we do here in the United States, that we build, on the kind of strength that we maintain. We discussed tonight domestic issues, but I would not want that to be any implication to be given that this does not involve directly our struggle with Mr. Khrushchev for survival. Mr. Khrushchev is in New York, and he maintains the communist offensive throughout the world because of the productive power of the Soviet Union itself. The Chinese communists have always had a large population, but they are important and dangerous now because they are mounting a major effort within their own country. The kind of country we have here, the kind of society we have, the kind of strength we build in the United States will be the defense of freedom. If we do well here, if we meet our obligations, if we're moving ahead, then I think freedom will be secure around the world. If we fail, then freedom fails. Therefore, I think the question before the American people is, are we doing as much as we can do? Are we as strong as we should be? Are we as strong as we must be if we're going to maintain our independence? And if we're going to maintain and hold out the hand of friendship to those who look to us for assistance, to those who look to us for survival? I should make it very clear that I do not think we're doing enough, that I am not satisfied as an American with the progress that we are making. This is a great country, but I think it could be a greater country. And this is a powerful country, but I think it could be a more powerful country. I'm not satisfied to have 50% of our steel mill capacity unused. I'm not satisfied when the United States had last year the lowest rate of economic growth of any major industrialized society in the world, because economic growth means strength and vitality. It means we're able to sustain our defenses. It means we're able to meet our commitments abroad. I'm not satisfied when we have over $9 billion worth of food, some of it rotting, even though there is a hungry world, and even though 4 million Americans wait every month for a food package from the government, which averages 5 cents a day per individual. I saw cases in West Virginia, here in the United States, where children took home part of their school lunch in order to feed their families, because I don't think we're meeting our obligation towards these Americans. I'm not satisfied when the Soviet Union is turning out twice as many scientists and engineers as we are. I'm not satisfied when many of our teachers are inadequately paid, or when our children go to school part-time shifts. I think we should have an educational system second to none. I'm not satisfied when I see men like Jimmy Hoffa in charge of the largest union in the United States, still free. I'm not satisfied when we are failing to develop the natural resources of the United States to the fullest. Here in the United States, which developed the Tennessee Valley and which built the Grand Coulee and the other dams in the northwest United States, at the present rate of hydropower production, and that is the hallmark of an industrialized society, the Soviet Union by 1975 will be producing more power than we are. These are all the things, I think, in this country that can make our society strong or can mean that it stands still. I'm not satisfied until every American enjoys his full constitutional rights. If a Negro baby is born, and this is true also of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans in some of our cities, he has about 1/2 as much chance to get through high school as a white baby. He has 1/3 as much chance to get through college as a white student. He has about 1/3 as much chance to be a professional man, about 1/2 as much chance to own a house. He has about 4 times as much chance that he'll be out of work in his life as the white baby. I think we can do better. I don't want the talents of any American to go to waste. I know that there are those who say that we want to turn everything over to the government. I don't at all. I want the individuals to meet their responsibilities. And I want the states to meet their responsibilities. But I think there is also a national responsibility. The argument has been used against every piece of social legislation in the last 25 years. The people of the United States individually could not have developed the Tennessee Valley. Collectively, they could have. A cotton farmer in Georgia, or a peanut farmer, or a dairy farmer in Wisconsin or Minnesota, he cannot protect himself against the forces of supply and demand in the marketplace, but working together in effective governmental programs, he can do so. 17 million Americans who live over 65 on an average Social Security check of about $78 a month. They're not able to sustain themselves individually, but they can sustain themselves through the Social Security system. I don't believe in big government, but I believe in effective governmental action. And I think that's the only way that the United States is going to maintain its freedom. It's the only way that we're going to move ahead. I think we can do a better job. I think we're going to have to do a better job if we are going to meet the responsibilities which time and events have placed upon us. We cannot turn the job over to anyone else. If the United States fails, then the whole cause of freedom fails. And I think it depends in great measure on what we do here in this country. The reason Franklin Roosevelt was a good neighbor in Latin America was because he was a good neighbor in the United States. Because they felt that the American society was moving again. I want us to recapture that image. I want people in Latin America and Africa and Asia to start to look to America, to see how we're doing things, to wonder what the President of the United States is doing, and not to look at Khrushchev or look at the Chinese communists. That is the obligation upon our generation. In 1933, Franklin Roosevelt said in his inaugural that this generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. I think our generation of Americans has the same rendezvous. The question now is, can freedom be maintained under the most severe attack it has ever known? I think it can be. And I think in the final analysis, it depends upon what we do here. I think it's time America started moving again.
And now the opening statement by Vice President Richard M. Nixon.
Smith, Senator Kennedy. The things that Senator Kennedy has said, many of us can agree with. There is no question but that we cannot discuss our internal affairs in the United States without recognizing that they have a tremendous bearing on our international position. There is no question but that this nation cannot stand still because we are in a deadly competition, a competition not only with the men in the Kremlin, but the men in Peking. We're ahead in this competition, as Senator Kennedy, I think, has implied. But when you're in a race, the only way to stay ahead is to move ahead. And I subscribe completely to the spirit that Senator Kennedy has expressed tonight, the spirit that the United States should move ahead. Where then do we disagree? I think we disagree on the implication of his remarks tonight and on the statements that he has made on many occasions during his campaign to the effect that the United States has been standing still. We heard tonight, for example, the statement made that our growth in national product last year was the lowest of any industrial nation in the world. Now, last year, of course, was 1958. That happened to be a recession year. But when we look at the growth of GNP this year, a year of recovery, we find that it's 6 9/10% and one of the highest in the world today. More about that later. Looking then to this problem of how the United States should move ahead and where the United States is moving, I think it is well that we take the advice of a very famous campaigner. Let's look at the record. Is the United States standing still? Is it true that this administration, as Senator Kennedy has charged, has been an administration of retreat, of defeat, of stagnation? Is it true that as far as this country is concerned, in the field of electric power, in all of the fields that he has mentioned, we have not been moving ahead? Well, we have a comparison that we can make. We have the record of the Truman administration of 7.5 years and the 7.5 years of the Eisenhower administration. When we compare these two records in the areas that Senator Kennedy has discussed tonight, I think we find that America has been moving ahead. Let's take schools. We have built more schools in these last 7.5 years than we built in the previous 7.5, for that matter, in the previous 20 years. Let's take hydroelectric power. We have developed more hydroelectric power in these 7.5 years than was developed in any previous administration in history. Let us take hospitals. We find that more have been built in this administration than in the previous administration. The same is true of highways. Let's put it in terms that all of us can understand. We often hear gross national product discussed, and in that respect, may I say that when we compare the growth in this administration with that of the previous administration, that then there was a total growth of 11% over 7 years. In this administration, there's been a total growth of 19% over 7 years. That shows that there's been more growth in this administration than in its predecessors. But let's not put it there. Let's put it in terms of the average family. What has happened to you? We find that your wages have gone up 5 times as much in the Eisenhower administration as they did in the Truman administration. What about the prices you pay? We find that the prices you pay went up 5 times as much in the Truman administration as they did in the Eisenhower administration. What's the net result of this? This means that the average family income went up 15% in the Eisenhower years as against 2% in the Truman years. Now, this is not standing still. But good as this record is, may I emphasize, it isn't enough. A record is never something to stand on. It's something to build on. And in building on this record, I believe that we have the secret for progress. We know the way to progress. And I think, first of all, our own record proves that we know the way. Senator Kennedy has suggested that he believes he knows the way. I respect the sincerity with which he makes that suggestion. But on the other hand, when we look at the various programs that he offers, they do not seem to be new. They seem to be simply retreads of the programs of the Truman administration which preceded it. And I would suggest that during the course of the evening, he might indicate those areas in which his programs are new, where they will mean more progress than we had then. What kind of programs are we for? We are for programs that will expand educational opportunities, that will give to all Americans their equal chance for education, for all of the things which are necessary and dear to the hearts of our people. We are for programs, in addition, which will see that our medical care for the aged is much better handled than it is at the present time. Here again, may I indicate that Senator Kennedy and I are not in disagreement as to the aim. We both want to help the old people. We want to see that they do have adequate medical care. The question is the means. I think that the means that I advocate will reach that goal better than the means that he advocates. I could give better examples, but for whatever it is, whether it's in the field of housing or health or medical care or schools or the development of electric power, we have programs which we believe will move America, move her forward and build on the wonderful record that we have made over these past 7.5 years. Now, when we look at these programs, might I suggest that in evaluating them, we often have a tendency to say that the test of a program is how much you're spending. I will concede that in all the areas to which I have referred, Senator Kennedy would have the federal government spend more than I would have it spend. I costed out the cost of the Democratic platform. It runs a minimum of $13.2 billion a year more than we are presently spending to a maximum of $18 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, the Republican platform will cost more, too. It will cost a minimum of $4 billion a year more, a maximum of $4.9 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, does this mean that his program is better than ours? Not at all. Because it isn't a question of how much the federal government spends. It isn't a question of which government does the most. It's a question of which administration does the right thing. And in our case, I do believe that our programs will stimulate the creative energies of 180 million free Americans. I believe the programs that Senator Kennedy advocates will have a tendency to stifle those creative energies. I believe, in other words, that his programs would lead to the stagnation of the motive power that we need in this country to get progress. The final point that I would like to make is this. Senator Kennedy has suggested in his speeches that we lack compassion for the poor, for the old, and for others that are unfortunate.
Let us understand throughout this campaign that his motives and mine are sincere. I know what it means to be poor. I know what it means to see people who are unemployed. I know Senator Kennedy feels as deeply about these problems as I do. But our disagreement is not about the goals for America, but only about the means to reach those goals.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. That completes the opening statements, and now the candidates will answer questions or comment upon one another's answers to questions put by correspondents of the networks. The correspondents.
I'm Sandra Van Oker, NBC News. I'm Charles Warren, Mutual News.
I'm Stuart Novin, CBS News.
Bob Fleming, ABC News.
The first question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Fleming.
Senator, the Vice President in his campaign has said that you are naive and at times immature. He has raised the question of leadership. On this issue, why do you think people should vote for you rather than the Vice President?
Well, the Vice President and I came to the Congress together in 1946. We both served in the Labor Committee. I've been there now for 14 years, the same period of time that he has. So that our experience in government is comparable. Secondly, I think the question is, what are the programs that we advocate? What is the party record that we lead? I come out of the Democratic Party, which in this century has produced Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman, and which supported and sustained these programs which I've discussed tonight. Mr. Nixon comes out of the Republican Party. He was nominated by it. And it is a fact that through most of these last 25 years, the Republican leadership has opposed federal aid for education, medical care for the aged, development of the Tennessee Valley, development of our natural resources. I think Mr. Nixon is an effective leader of his party. I hope he would grant me the same. The question before us is, which point of view and which party do we want to lead the United States?
Mr. Nixon, would you like to comment on that statement?
I have no comment.
The next question, Mr. Novin.
Mr. Vice President, your campaign stresses the value of your 8-year experience, and the question arises as to whether that experience was as an observer or as a participant or as an initiator of policy making. Would you tell us, please, specifically what major proposals you have made in the last 8 years that have been adopted by the administration?
It would be rather difficult to cover them in 2.5 minutes. I would suggest that these proposals could be mentioned. First, after each of my foreign trips, I have made recommendations that have been adopted. For example, after my first trip abroad, I strongly recommended that we increase our exchange programs, particularly as they related to exchange of persons, of leaders in the labor field and in the information field. After my trip to South America, I made recommendations that a separate inter-American lending agency be set up, which the South American nations would like much better than to participate in the lending agencies which treated all the countries of the world the same. I have made other recommendations after each of the other trips. For example, after my trip abroad to Hungary, I made some recommendations with regard to the Hungarian refugee situation, which were adopted not only by the President, but some of them were enacted into law by the Congress. Within the administration, as a chairman of the President's Committee on Price Stability and Economic Growth, I have had the opportunity to make recommendations which have been adopted within the administration and which I think have been reasonably effective. I know Senator Kennedy suggested in a speech at Cleveland yesterday that that committee had not been particularly effective. I would only suggest that while we do not take the credit for it, I would not presume to, that since that committee has been formed, the price line has been held very well within the United States.
Well, I would say in the latter that and that's what I found somewhat unsatisfactory about the figures, Mr. Nixon, that you used in your previous speech. When you talked about the Truman administration, Mr. Truman came to office in 1944 and at the end of the war, and difficulties that were facing the United States during that period of transition, 1946, when price controls were lifted. So it's rather difficult to use an overall figure of taking those 7.5 years and comparing them to the last 8 years. I'd prefer to take the overall percentage record of the last 20 years of the Democrats and the 8 years of the Republicans to show an overall period of growth. In regard to price stability, I'm not aware that that committee did produce recommendations that ever were certainly before the Congress from the point of view of legislation in regard to controlling prices. In regard to the exchange of students, of labor unions, I am chairman of the subcommittee on Africa, and I think that one of the most unfortunate phases of our policy towards that country was the very minute number of exchanges that we had. I think it's true of Latin America also. We did come forward with a program of students for the Congo of over 300, which was more than the federal government had for all of Africa the previous year. So that I don't think that we have moved, at least in those two areas, with sufficient vigor.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Warren.
Senator Kennedy, during your brief speech a few minutes ago, you mentioned farm surpluses. I'd like to ask this. It's a fact, I think, the presidential candidates traditionally make promises to farmers. Lots of people, I think, don't understand why the government pays farmers for not producing certain crops, or paying farmers if they overproduce, for that matter. Let me ask, sir, why can't the farmer operate like the businessman who operates a factory? If an auto company overproduces a certain model of car, Uncle Sam doesn't step in and buy up the surplus. Why this constant courting of the farmer?
Well, because I think that if the federal government moved out of the program and withdrew its support, then I think you would have complete economic chaos. The farmer plants in the spring and harvests in the fall. There are hundreds of thousands of them. They're not able to control their market very well. They bring their crops in or their livestock in, many of them about the same time. They have only a few purchasers that buy their milk or their hogs, few large companies in many cases, and therefore the farmer is not in a position to bargain very effectively in the marketplace. I think the experience of the 20s has shown what a free market could do to agriculture. And if the agricultural economy collapses, then the economy of the rest of the United States sooner or later will collapse. The farmers are the #1 market for the automobile industry of the United States. The automobile industry is the #1 market for steel. So if the farmer's economy continues to decline as sharply as it has in recent years, then I think you would have a recession in the rest of the country. So I think the case for the government intervention is a good one. Secondly, my objection to present farm policy is that there are no effective controls to bring supply and demand into better balance. The dropping of the support price in order to limit production has not worked. And we now have the highest surpluses, $9 billion worth. We've had a higher tax load from the Treasury for the farmer in the last few years with the lowest farm income in many years. I think that this farm policy has failed. And my judgment, the only policy that will work will be for effective supply and demand to be in balance. And that can only be done through governmental action. I therefore suggest that in those basic commodities which are supported, that the federal government, after endorsement by the farmers in that commodity, attempt to bring supply and demand into balance, attempt effective production controls so that we won't have that 5 or 6% surplus which breaks the price 15 or 20%. I think Mr. Benson's program has failed. And I must say, after reading the Vice President's speech before the farmers as he read mine, I don't believe that it's very much different from Mr. Benson. I don't think it provides effective governmental controls. I think the support prices are tied to the average market price of the last 3 years, which was Mr. Benson's theory. I therefore do not believe that this is a sharp enough breach with the past to give us any hope of success for the future.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I, of course, disagree with Senator Kennedy insofar as his suggestion as to what should be done on the farm program. He has made the suggestion that what we need is to move in the direction of more government controls, a suggestion that would also mean raising prices that the consumers pay for products and imposing upon the farmers controls on acreage even far more than they have today. I think this is the wrong direction. I don't think this has worked in the past. I do not think it will work in the future. The program that I have advocated is one which departs from the present program that we have in this respect. It recognizes that the government has a responsibility to get the farmer out of the trouble he presently is in because the government got him into it. And that's the fundamental reason why we can't let the farmer go by himself at the present time. The farmer produced these surpluses because the government asked him to through legislation during the war. Now that we have these surpluses, it's our responsibility to indemnify the farmer during that period that we get rid of the surpluses. Until we get the surpluses off the farmer's back, however, we should have a program, such as I announced, which will see that farm income holds up. But I would propose holding that income up, not through a type of program that Senator Kennedy has suggested that would raise prices, but one that would indemnify the farmer, pay the farmer in kind from the products which are in surplus.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Van Oker.
Mr. Vice President, since the question of executive leadership is a very important campaign issue, I'd like to follow Mr. Novin's question. Now, Republican campaign slogans, you see them on signs around the country as we did last week, say, it's experience that counts. That's over a picture of yourself, sir, implying that you've had more governmental executive decision-making experience than your opponent. Now, in his news conference on August 24th, President Eisenhower was asked to give one example of a major idea of yours that he adopted. His reply was, and I'm quoting, "If you give me a week, I might think of one. I don't remember." Now, that was a month ago, sir, and the President hasn't brought it up since. And I'm wondering, sir, if you can clarify which version is correct, the one put out by Republican campaign leaders or the one put out by President Eisenhower?
Well, I would suggest, Mr. Van Oker, that if you know the President, that was probably a facetious remark. I would also suggest that insofar as his statement is concerned, that I think it would be improper for the President of the United States to disclose the instances in which members of his official family had made recommendations, as I have made them through the years, to him which he has accepted or rejected. The President has always maintained, and very properly so, that he is entitled to get what advice he wants from his cabinet and from his other advisors without disclosing that to anybody, including, as a matter of fact, to Congress. Now, I can only say this. Through the years, I have sat in the National Security Council. I have been in the cabinet. I have met with the legislative leaders. I have met with the President when he made the great decisions with regard to Lebanon, Kimoy Matsu, other matters. The President has asked for my advice. I have given it. Sometimes my advice has been taken. Sometimes it is not. I do not say that I have made the decision. And I would say that no president should ever allow anybody else to make the major decision. The President only makes the decision. All that his advisors do is to give counsel when he asks for it. As far as what experience counts and whether that is experience that counts, that isn't for me to say. I can only say that my experience is there for the people to consider. Senator Kennedy's is there for the people to consider. As he pointed out, we came to the Congress in the same year. His experience has been different from mine. Mine has been in the executive branch. His has been in the legislative branch. I would say that the people now have the opportunity to evaluate his as against mine, and I think both he and I are going to abide by whatever the people decide.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I'll just say that the question is of experience, and the question also is what our judgment is of the future, and what our goals are for the United States, and what ability we have to implement those goals. Abraham Lincoln came to the presidency in 1860 after a rather little-known session in the House of Representatives, and after being defeated for the Senate in 58 and was a distinguished president. There is no certain road to the presidency. There are no guarantees that if you take one road or another that you will be a successful president. I have been in the Congress for 14 years. I have voted in the last 8 years. And the Vice President was presiding over the Senate and meeting his other responsibilities. I have met decisions over 800 times on matters which affect not only the domestic security of the United States, but as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The question really is, which candidate and which party can meet the problems that the United States is going to face in the 60s?
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Novins.
Senator Kennedy, in connection with these problems of the future that you speak of and the program that you enunciated earlier in your direct talk, you call for expanding some of the welfare programs for schools, for teacher salaries, medical care, and so forth, but you also call for reducing the federal debt. And I'm wondering how you, if you're president in January, would go about paying the bill for all this. Does this mean that
I did not advocate reducing the federal debt because I don't believe that you're going to be able to reduce the federal debt very much in 1961, 2, or 3. I think you have heavy obligations which affect our security, which we're going to have to meet. And therefore, I've never suggested we should be able to retire the debt substantially or even at all in 1961 or 2.
Senator, I believe in one of your speeches you suggested that reducing the interest rate would help toward...
No, not reducing the interest. Reducing the interest rate, in my judgment, the hard money, tight money policy, fiscal policy of this administration has contributed to the slowdown in our economy, which helped bring the recession of 54, which made the recession of 58 rather intense, and which has slowed somewhat our economic activity in 1960. What I have talked about, however, the kind of programs that I talked about, in my judgment, are fiscally sound. Medical care for the aged, I would put under Social Security. The Vice President and I disagree on this. The program, the Javits-Nixon or the Nixon-Javits program, would have cost, if fully used, $600 million by the government per year and $600 million by the states. The program which I advocated, which failed by 5 votes in the United States Senate, would have put medical care for the aged in Social Security and would have been paid for through the Social Security system and the Social Security tax. Secondly, I support federal aid to education and federal aid for teachers' salaries. I think that's a good investment. I think we're going to have to do it. And I think to heap the burden further on the property tax, which is already strained in many of our communities, will ensure, in my opinion, that many of our children will not be adequately educated and many of our teachers not adequately compensated. There is no greater return to an economy or to a society than an educational system second to none. On the question of the development of natural resources, I would pay as you go, in the sense that they would be balanced and the power revenues would bring back sufficient money to finance the projects, in the same way as the Tennessee Valley. I believe in the balanced budget. And the only conditions under which I would unbalance the budget would be if there was a grave national emergency or a serious recession. Otherwise, with a steady rate of economic growth, and Mr. Nixon and Mr. Rockefeller in their meeting said a 5% economic growth would bring by 1962 $10 billion extra in tax revenues. Whatever is brought in, I think that we can finance essential programs within a balanced budget if business remains orderly.
Yes, I think what Mr. Novin's referring to was not one of Senator Kennedy's speeches, but the Democratic platform, which did mention cutting the national debt. I think, too, that it should be pointed out that, of course, it is not possible, particularly under the proposals that Senator Kennedy has advocated, either to cut the national debt or to reduce taxes. As a matter of fact, it will be necessary to raise taxes. As Senator Kennedy points out, that as far as his one proposal is concerned, the one for medical care for the aged, that would be financed out of Social Security. That, however, is raising taxes for those who pay Social Security. He points out that he would make pay-as-you-go be the basis for our natural resources development. For our natural resources development, which I also support incidentally, however, whenever you appropriate money for one of these projects, you have to pay now and appropriate the money, and while they eventually do pay out, it doesn't mean that the government doesn't have to put out the money this year. And so I would say that in all of these proposals Senator Kennedy has made, they will result in one of two things. Either he has to raise taxes or he has to unbalance the budget. If he unbalances the budget, that means you have inflation, and that will be, of course, a very cruel blow to the very people, the older people that we've been talking about. As far as aid for school construction is concerned, I favor that, as Senator Kennedy did in January of this year, when he said he favored that rather than aid to teacher salaries. I favor that because I believe that's the best way to aid our schools without running any risk whatever of the federal government telling our teachers what to teach.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Warren.
Mr. Vice President, you mentioned schools. It was just yesterday, I think you asked for a crash program to raise education standards. And this evening you talked about advances in education. Mr. Vice President, you said it was back in 1957 that salaries paid to school teachers were nothing short of a national disgrace. Higher salaries for teachers, you added, were important, and if the situation wasn't corrected, it would lead to a national disaster. Yet you refused to vote in the Senate in order to break a tie vote when that single vote, if it had been yes, would have granted salary increases to teachers. I wonder if you could explain that, sir.
Awfully glad you got that question, because as you know, I got into it at the last, and my other question wasn't able to complete the argument. I think that the reason that I voted against having the federal government pay teacher salaries was probably the very reason that concerned Senator Kennedy when in January of this year, in his kickoff press conference, he said that he favored aid for school construction, but at that time did not feel that there should be aid for teacher salaries. At least that's the way I read his remarks. Now, why should there be any question about the federal government aiding teacher salaries? Why did Senator Kennedy take that position then? Why do I take it now? We both took it then, and I take it now for this reason. We want higher teacher salaries. We need higher teacher salaries. But we also want our education to be free of federal control. When the federal government gets the power to pay teachers, inevitably, in my opinion, it will acquire the power to set standards and to tell the teachers what to teach. I think this would be bad for the country. I think it would be bad for the teaching profession. There is another point that should be made.
I favor higher salaries for teachers. But as Senator Kennedy said in January of this year in the same press conference, the way that you get higher salaries for teachers is to support school construction, which means that all the local school districts in the various states then have money which is freed to raise the standards for teacher salaries. I should also point out this. Once you put the responsibility on the federal government for paying a portion of teacher salaries, your local communities and your states are not going to meet the responsibility as much as they should. I believe, in other words, that we have seen the local communities in the states assuming more of that responsibility. Teacher salaries, very fortunately, have gone up 50% in the last 8 years, as against only a 34% rise for other salaries. This is not enough. It should be more. But I do not believe that the way to get more salaries for teachers is to have the federal government get in with a massive program. My objection here is not the cost in dollars. My objection here is the potential cost in controls and eventual freedom for the American people by giving the federal government power over education. And that is the greatest power a government can have.
Senator Kennedy's comment?
When the Vice President quotes me in January 60, I do not believe the federal government should pay directly teacher salaries, but that was not the issue before the Senate in February. The issue before the Senate was that the money would be given to the state. The state then could determine whether the money would be spent for school construction or teacher salaries. On that question, the Vice President and I disagreed. I voted in favor of that proposal and supported it strongly because I think that that provided assistance to our teachers for their salaries without any chance of federal control. And it is on that vote that Mr. Nixon and I disagreed, and his tie vote defeated. His breaking the tie defeated the proposal. I don't want the federal government paying teacher salaries directly, but if the money will go to the states, and the states can then determine whether it shall go for school construction or for teacher salaries, in my opinion, you protect the local authority over the school board and the school committee. And therefore, I think that was a sound proposal, and that is why I supported it, and I regret that it did not pass. Secondly, there have been statements made that the Democratic platform would cost a good deal of money and that I'm in favor of unbalancing the budget. That is wholly wrong, wholly in error, and it is a fact that in the last 8 years, the Democratic Congress has reduced the request for the appropriation by over $10 billion. That is not my view, and I think it ought to be stated very clearly on the record. My view is that you can do these programs, and they should be carefully drawn within a balanced budget if our economy is moving ahead.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Van Oker.
Senator, you've been promising the voters that if you are elected president, you'll try and push through Congress bills on medical aid to the aged, a comprehensive minimum hourly wage bill, federal aid to education. Now, in the August post-convention session of the Congress, when you at least held up the possibility you could one day be president, and when you had overwhelming majorities, especially in the Senate, you could not get action on these bills. Now, how do you feel that you'll be able to get them in January if you weren't able to get them in August?
If I may take the bills, we did pass in the Senate a bill to provide a $1.25 minimum wage. It failed because the House did not pass it, and the House failed by 11 votes. And I might say that 2/3 of the Republicans in the House voted against a $1.25 minimum wage, and a majority of the Democrats sustained it. Nearly 2/3 of them voted for the $1.25. We were threatened by a veto if we passed a $1.25. It's extremely difficult, with the great power that the president does, to pass any bill when the president is opposing. All the president needs to sustain his veto of any bill is 1/3 plus 1 in either the House or the Senate. Secondly, we passed a federal aid to education bill in the Senate. It failed to come to the floor of the House of Representatives. It was killed in the Rules Committee. And it is a fact in the August session that the 4 members of the Rules Committee who were Republicans, joining with 2 Democrats, voted against sending the aid to education bill to the floor of the House. 4 Democrats voted for it. Every Republican on the Rules Committee voted against sending that bill to be considered by the members of the House of Representatives. Thirdly, on medical care for the aged. This is the same fight that's been going on for 25 years in Social Security. We wanted to tie it to Social Security. We offered an amendment to do so. 44 Democrats voted for it. 1 Republican voted for it. And we were informed at the time it came to a vote that if it was adopted, the President of the United States would veto it. In my judgment, a vigorous Democratic president, supported by a Democratic majority in the House and Senate, can win the support for these programs. But if you send a Republican president and a Democratic majority, and the threat of a veto hangs over the Congress, in my judgment, you will continue what happened in the August session, which is a clash of parties and inaction.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
Well, obviously, my views are a little different. First of all, I don't see how it's possible for a one-third of a body, such as the Republicans have in the House and the Senate, to stop two-thirds if the two-thirds are adequately led. I would say, too, that when Senator Kennedy refers to the action of the House Rules Committee, there are 8 Democrats on that committee and 4 Republicans. It would seem to me, again, that it is very difficult to blame the 4 Republicans for the 8 Democrats not getting something through that particular committee. I would say further that to blame the president and his veto power for the inability of the senator and his colleague to get action in this special session misses the mark. When the president exercises his veto power, he has to have the people behind him, not just a third of the Congress. Because let's consider it. If the majority of the members of the Congress felt that these particular proposals were good issues, majority of those who were Democrats, why didn't they pass them and send to the president and get a veto and have an issue? The reason why these particular bills in these various fields that have been mentioned were not passed was not because the president was against them. It was because the people were against them. It was because they were too extreme. And I am convinced that the alternate proposals that I have, that the Republicans have in the field of health, in the field of education, in the field of welfare, because they are not extreme, because they will accomplish the end without too great cost in dollars or in freedom, that they could get through the next Congress.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Vice President, do I take it then you believe that you could work better with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, and Senator Kennedy could work with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate?
I would say this, that we, of course, expect to pick up some seats in both in the House and the Senate. We would hope to control the House, to get a majority in the House in this election. We cannot, of course, control the Senate. I would say that a president will be able to lead. A president will be able to get his program through to the effect that he has the support of the country, the support of the people. Sometimes we get the opinion that in getting programs through the House or the Senate, it's purely a question of legislative finagling and all that sort of thing. It isn't really that. Whenever a majority of the people are for a program, the House and the Senate responds to it. And whether this House and Senate in the next session is Democratic or Republican, if the country will have voted for the candidate for the presidency and for the proposals that he has made, I believe that you will find that the president, if it were a Republican, as it would be in my case, would be able to get his program through that Congress. Now, I also said that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, that, again, the question is not simply one of a presidential veto stopping programs. You must always remember that a president can't stop anything unless he has the people behind him. And the reason President Eisenhower's vetoes have been sustained, the reason the Congress does not send up bills to him which they think will be vetoed, is because the people and the Congress, a majority of them, know the country is behind the president.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, now let's look at these bills that the Vice President suggests were too extreme. One was a bill for $1.25 an hour for anyone who works in a store or a company that has $1 million a year business. I don't think that's extreme at all. And yet nearly 2/3 to 3/4 of the Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against that proposal. Secondly was the federal aid to education bill. It was a very, because of the defeat of teacher salaries, it was not a bill that met, in my opinion, the needs. The fact of the matter is, it was a bill that was less than you recommended, Mr. Nixon, this morning in your proposal. It was not an extreme bill. And yet we could not get one Republican to join. At least, I think, 4 of the 8 Democrats voted to send it to the floor of the House, not one Republican, and they joined with those Democrats who were opposed to it. I don't say the Democrats are united in their support of the program, but I do say a majority are, and I say a majority of the Republicans are opposed to it. The third is medical care for the aged, which is tied to Social Security, which is financed out of Social Security funds. It does not put a deficit on the Treasury. The proposal advanced by you and by Mr. Javits would have cost $600 million. Mr. Rockefeller rejected it in New York, said he didn't agree with the financing at all, said it ought to be on Social Security. So these are three programs which are quite moderate. I think it shows the difference between the two parties. One party is ready to move in these programs, the other party gives them lip service.
Mr. Warren's question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, on another subject, communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I agree with Senator Kennedy's appraisal generally in this respect. The question of communism within the United States has been one that has worried us in the past. It is one that will continue to be a problem for years to come. We have to remember that the Cold War that Mr. Khrushchev is waging and his colleagues are waging is waged all over the world, and it's waged right here in the United States. That's why we have to continue to be alert. It is also essential in being alert that we be fair. Fair because by being fair, we uphold the very freedoms that the communists would destroy. We uphold the standards of conduct which they would never follow. And in this connection, I think that we must look to the future, having in mind the fact that we fight communism at home, not only by our laws to deal with communists, the few who do become communists and the few who do become fellow travelers, but we also fight communism at home by moving against those various injustices which exist in our society, which the communists feed upon. And in that connection, I again would say that while Senator Kennedy says we are for the status quo, I do believe that he would agree that I am just as sincere in believing that my proposals for federal aid to education, my proposals for health care are just as sincerely held as his. The question, again, is not one of goals. We're for those goals. It's one of means.
Mr. Van Oker's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in one of your earlier statements, you said, we've moved ahead, we've built more schools, we've built more hospitals. Now, sir, isn't it true that the building of more schools is a local matter for financing? Were you claiming that the Eisenhower administration was responsible for the building of these schools, or is it the local school districts that provide for them?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, your question brings out a point that I'm very glad to make. Too often, in appraising whether we are moving ahead or not, we think only of what the federal government is doing. Now, that isn't the test of whether America moves. The test of whether America moves is whether the federal government, plus the state government, plus the local government, plus the biggest segment of all, individual enterprise, moves. We have, for example, a gross national product of approximately $500 billion. Roughly $100 billion to $125 billion of that is the result of government activity. $400 billion, approximately, is the result of what individuals do. Now, the reason the Eisenhower administration has moved, the reason that we've had the funds, for example, locally, to build the schools and the hospitals and the highways, to make the progress that we have, is because this administration has encouraged individual enterprise. And it has resulted in the greatest expansion of the private sector of the economy that has ever been witnessed in an 8-year period. And that is growth. That is the growth that we are looking for. It is the growth that this administration has supported and that its policies have stimulated.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I must say, I think the reason that the schools have been constructed is because the local school districts were willing to increase the property taxes to a tremendously high figure. In my opinion, almost the point of diminishing returns in order to sustain these schools. Secondly, I think we have a rich country, and I think we have a powerful country. I think what we have to do, however, is have the president and the leadership set before our country exactly what we must do in the next decade if we're going to maintain our security in education, in economic growth, in development of natural resources. The Soviet Union is making great gains. It isn't enough to compare what might have been done 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. I want to compare what we're doing with what our adversaries are doing, so that by the year 1970, the United States is ahead in education, in health, in building, in homes, in economic strength. I think that's the big assignment, the big task, the big function of the federal government.
Can I have the summation time, please? We've completed our questions and our comments, and in just a moment we'll have the summation time.
This will allow 3 minutes and 20 seconds for the summation by each candidate.
3 minutes and 20 seconds for each candidate. Vice President Nixon, will you make the first summation?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Senator Kennedy, first of all, I think it is well to put in perspective where we really do stand with regard to the Soviet Union in this whole matter of growth. The Soviet Union has been moving faster than we have. But the reason for that is obvious. They start from a much lower base. Although they have been moving faster in growth than we have, we find, for example, today, that their total gross national product is only 44% of our total gross national product. That's the same percentage that it was 20 years ago. And as far as the absolute gap is concerned, we find that the United States is even further ahead than it was 20 years ago. Is this any reason for complacency? Not at all. Because these are determined men. They are fanatical men. And we have to get the very most out of our economy. I agree with Senator Kennedy completely on that scope. Where we disagree is in the means that we would use to get the most out of our economy. I respectfully submit that Senator Kennedy too often would rely too much on the federal government, on what it would do to solve our problems, to stimulate growth. I believe that when we examine the Democratic platform, when we examine the proposals that he has discussed tonight, when we compare them with the proposals that I have made, that these proposals that he makes would not result in greater growth for this country than would be the case if we followed the programs that I have advocated. There are many of the points that he has made that I would like to comment upon. The one in the field of health is worth mentioning. Our health program, the one that Senator Javits and other Republican senators, as well as I, supported, is one that provides for all people over 65 who want health insurance the opportunity to have it if they want it. It provides a choice of having either government insurance or private insurance. But it compels nobody to have insurance who does not want it. His program under Social Security would require everybody who had Social Security to take government health insurance whether he wanted it or not. And it would not cover several million people who are not covered by Social Security at all. Here is one place where I think that our program does a better job than his. The other point that I would make is this. This downgrading of how much things cost, I think many of our people will understand better when they look at what happened during the Truman administration, when the government was spending more than it took in. We found savings over a lifetime eaten up by inflation. We found the people who could least afford it, people on retired incomes, people on fixed incomes, we found them unable to meet their bills at the end of the month. It is essential that a man who's president of this country certainly stand for every program that will mean for growth. And I stand for programs that will mean growth and progress. But it is also essential that he not allow a dollar spent that could be better spent by the people themselves.
Senator Kennedy, your conclusion?
The point was made by Mr. Nixon that the Soviet production is only 44% of ours. I must say that 44% in that Soviet country is causing us a good deal of trouble tonight. I want to make sure that it stays in that relationship. I don't want to see the day when it's 60% of ours and 70 and 75 and 80 and 90% of ours, with all the force and power that it could bring to bear in order to cause our destruction. Secondly, the Vice President mentioned medical care for the aged. Our program was an amendment to the Kerr bill. The Kerr bill provided assistance to all those who were not on Social Security. I think it's a very clear contrast. In 1935, when the Social Security Act was written, 94 out of 95 Republicans voted against it. Mr. Landon ran in 1936 to repeal it. In August of 1960, when we tried to get it again, but this time for medical care, we received the support of one Republican in the Senate on this occasion. Thirdly, I think the question before the American people is, as they look at this country and as they look at the world around them, the goals are the same for all Americans. The means are at question. The means are at issue. If you feel that everything that is being done now is satisfactory, that the relative power and prestige and strength of the United States is increasing in relation to that of the communists, that we are gaining more security, that we are achieving everything as a nation that we should achieve, that we're achieving a better life for our citizens and greater strength, then I agree. I think you should vote for Mr. Nixon. But if you feel that we have to move again in the 60s, that the function of the president is to set before the people the unfinished business of our society, as Franklin Roosevelt did in the 30s, the agenda for our people, what we must do as a society to meet our needs in this country and protect our security and help the cause of freedom. As I said at the beginning, the question before us all, that faces all Republicans and all Democrats, is, can freedom in the next generation conquer, or are the communists going to be successful? That's the great issue. And if we meet our responsibilities, I think freedom will conquer. If we fail to move ahead, if we fail to develop sufficient military and economic and social strength here in this country, then I think that the tide could begin to run against us. And I don't want historians 10 years from now to say, these were the years when the tide ran out for the United States. I want them to say, these were the years when the tide came in. These were the years when the United States started to move again. That's the question before the American people, and only you can decide what you want this country to be, what you want to do with the future. I think we're ready to move, and it is to that great task, if we're successful, that we will address ourselves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This hour has gone by all too quickly. Thank you very much for permitting us to present the next President of the United States on this unique program. I've been asked by the candidates to thank the American networks and the affiliated stations for providing time and facilities for this joint appearance. Other debates in this series will be announced later and will be on different subjects. This is Howard K. Smith. Good night from Chicago.
We should start with the fact that schools which were individually owned, meat distribution was based on private individual ownership. The Shoshone and Andaman Islanders established individual private ownership over productive resources such as bird nests, trees, or land, as well as other natural resources. If an Andaman Islander found a tree and informed his buddies about it, the tree was his and his alone. The Bear Lake Athabascans owned beaver dens and fishing sites on an individual basis as well, not communally or by kinship groups. The Degitan of Alaska, the Northern Paiute, and the Enle had similar rules as all of the other aforementioned tribes. According to the economist Frederick L. Pryor, roughly 3/4 of ancient hunter-gatherer societies already had recognized private property ownership. If Engels' theory of private property is incorrect, then his theory of statehood can't be correct either, as the theory laid forward by Engels proposes the notion that the state emerges as the upholder of the propertied class. The state, according to Engels, would be emergent from class antagonism and be made to reinforce the ruling economic class's wishes to maintain control over the means of production. The Hiwi of Venezuela had hierarchical food distributions based on individual effort and social alliances, yet they had no formal state. The Natufians, a pre-agricultural society in the Levant, had heavy wealth stratification but no structured state apparatus to enforce class rule. The early Hawaiian chiefdoms had complex political structures before they fully developed private property systems, where chiefs controlled land, but redistribution was based on kinship obligations rather than capitalist-style exploitation. And African groups, such as the Ashanti Empire, had strong governance, but no clear economic class oppression. Social hierarchy just revolved around lineage rather than private ownership. Alongside the collapse of Engels' theory of the state accompanies the collapse of the predictive power of Marxism. Engels believed that communities such as the Ake were cooperating naturally, and that this is why they engaged in communal ownership, while the emergence of private property and class stratification sort of corrupted human relations. This is, again, laughable. The Ake's communal sharing was driven by a necessity, not altruism. The moment somebody became a burden, a widow, an orphan, a sick child, they were abandoned or killed. Communal ownership was strategic insurance against future hardship, not some innate communist ethos. Hunter-gatherers were not universally communist, nor were they proto-socialists in any way. They had varying degrees of property rights and social stratification. as can be seen by the very fact that different individuals from thousands upon thousands of years ago were buried with different extents of luxuries, which proves social stratification precedes Engels' predictions by a long shot. Frederick Pryor, previously mentioned, pointed out the following facts, which are impossible for Engels' theory to grapple with. While Engels argued that early human societies practiced communal ownership of land, territoriality, or the exclusive use of land, was observed in many foraging societies. For example, societies like the Kootenai had collective territoriality, but no private land ownership. Private claims on land, though not always economically significant, were frequently present in foraging societies. Around 40% of territorial societies had private claims on land, and in some cases, these claims were even economically important, such as in private fishing sites or trapping areas. Engels' theory also implies that private property developed alongside the growth of productive forces. This is easily disproven by the Yagan, a foraging society with a low level of development where exclusive property rights over land and fishing areas were already established, meaning that the concept of private property isn't really tied to the development of agriculture or other high-level economic practices. Engels believed that private property emerged as a result of surplus production, particularly food. However, Pryor points out the fact that in societies with abundant food sources, for example, tropical regions or places where fish or animals were plentiful year-round, private food stocks were not always essential. In societies where food stocks could be gathered year-round, for example, there was no need for private food stocks. The Roman gens, cited by Engels as evidence of primitive communism within his book, also contradict his own ideas. The gens were a patrician institution which were exclusive to the aristocracy and functioned primarily as a means of maintaining noble lineage and property control. Engels fails to account for the fact that the plebeians were essentially entirely excluded from the gens, or the fact that the Roman hereditary kinship groups acted primarily as a mechanism to control and centralize political power and wealth. The Roman gents, from their earliest records, were completely tied to private land ownership and inheritance laws. This wasn't an emergent property from the gens that pops up later down the road. Engels conflates the Roman gents with the kinship structures of American indigenous societies like the Iroquois. The issue with this is that the Roman gens were not exogamous, matrilineal, or clan-based systems in the sense that the Iroquois system was. No, instead, the gents were based upon patrilineal descent and legal control over assets. All of this is very important, but Marxism has bigger fish to fry, such as its economic calculation problem. What is the economic calculation problem? The economic calculation problem, a mouthful, or ECP for short, is the central problem that underlies Marxism and its goals of a centrally planned economic system. The ECP posits that economies are too intricate and complex to possibly be solved by a centralized method of planning, causing efficiency to rapidly decline over time in a centralized system. Marxism responds by arguing that the ECP is a fundamental non-issue, which can be solved by modern technology and theoretical advances beyond what capitalist economists of the 20th century originally envisioned. The Marxists assert that the capitalist markets do not allocate resources efficiently and that price signals are neither necessary nor sufficient for rational economic calculation, and that instead of relying on capitalism, a planned economy which employs labor time accounting, computational optimization, or democratic decision-making across the entirety of society could be much better and eventually necessary for the human race. They contend that the reliance on price signals under capitalism causes inefficiency, contradictions, and crises. The boom-bust cycle is mentioned by Marx as one such failure where market speculation results in overinvestment in production and underinvestment in consumption, leading to eventual collapses. They argue that the 2008 financial crisis was a perfect demonstration of how capitalist markets are prone to self-destruction, which in theory should mean that the planned economic system succeeds in at least mitigating these crises. If price signals were as effective as capitalist theoreticians claimed, then why do these mass inefficiencies occur? Marxists argue that modern computational methods also render the ECP obsolete, as demonstrated even by the USSR's use of mathematical planning models in the mid-20th century. The failure of Soviet planning is attributed to bureaucratic inefficiencies and political mismanagement, not an inherent flaw in non-market resource allocation. They reject the notion that only competitive markets can generate the necessary information for economic calculation, arguing instead that socialist economies can adapt by incorporating feedback mechanisms and other methods of accounting for production. However, the Marxist theory completely fails in every single respect, indisputably. Rational economic calculation requires genuine price signals derived from voluntary exchange. Prices condense vast amounts of decentralized information, efficiently accounting for relative scarcities, opportunity costs, and consumer preference. Any non-market pricing mechanism is necessarily arbitrary. Planned economies, even when using computational optimization, fail to replicate market efficiency because they do not have any real exchange-based pricing mechanisms for capital goods. Socialist reliance on labor time accounting or predetermined quotas, the most popular method of economic planning for Marxists, pays no mind to the subjective nature of value or the complexity of consumer preference. Despite claims that modern computing has solved the ECP or the idea that this is possible through machine learning or other mechanisms, the sheer scale of economic calculation remains intractable. A centrally planned economy must account for trillions of interdependent decisions in real time, a problem exponentially more complex than even the most advanced supercomputers can handle. It took 18 years, from 1989 to 2007, for the Chinook computer program to succeed in solving the game of checkers, utilizing hundreds of computers working in unison. Finally, in 2007, the project, ran by the University of Alberta, came to a close, with the team having found 50 trillion possible positions. Chess, however, is a game magnitudes more complex than checkers. It's estimated that there is this number of possible chess moves which can be made. This number exceeds even the amount of particles in the observable universe by a long shot, and still is merely just a game of chess, not even remotely comparable in scale to the complexity of an economy. If a computer program can't even attempt to solve the game of chess or come close to it, what makes the Marxists believe that their centrally planned economy will be able to account for the nuances of all of human economic engagement? Sheer delusion. Economic planners also have to account for the fact that they're often using imperfect or outdated data, which will always lead to systemic misallocation. The inefficiencies of the Soviet economy, despite its mathematical planning, are prime examples of this fundamental issue. Venezuela has attempted to utilize the algorithm and failed. In his journal article, Innovation and Central Economic Planning, isn't just the economic calculation problem, but the issue with incentive structures that is exacerbated under command economies. Innovation in any economy requires new inputs, suppliers, and technical adaptations, but the centralized allocation system creates supply constraints. Supply constraints discourage enterprises from experimenting with new technologies. In a planned economy, inputs are allocated based on long-term production plans. Enterprises will receive fixed quotas, and deviations from these allocations, such as needing new materials for an innovative product, will require bureaucratic approval, which delays implementation. In a market economy, however, prices and demand shifts signal resource allocation. A planned economy, as previously covered in depth, doesn't have this dynamic adjustment ability, and so if an enterprise wants to introduce new innovation through new products or processes, it may not be able to receive necessary inputs to achieve this innovation because the national plan didn't succeed in anticipating such a need. Furthermore, if a factory even does succeed in innovation, if the innovation requires any specialized parts, it has to wait for central planners to adjust supply schedules to accommodate this, which could take years. If an enterprise cannot rely on a steady and flexible supply of inputs for experimentation, then they're just going to avoid innovation altogether. While communists are correct when they say that most research and development is typically heavily related to the state or funded by the state in some manner, the problem which has just been mentioned means that this doesn't even really matter in the first place, because even when new technologies are developed in centrally planned systems, attaining the necessary materials and equipment for implementation on the production level is just yet another bureaucratic hurdle. Cost-based pricing, another staple of centrally planned economies, is also a failure, since pricing new products at their production cost rather than potential market values disincentivizes firms to develop new technologies, since they won't reap the financial rewards of their improvements. After Marx's death, in March of 1895, Engels admitted in his introduction to Karl Marx's Class Struggles in France, 1848 to 1850, the following. But history has shown us too to have been wrong, has revealed our point of view at that time as an illusion. It has done even more. It hasn't merely dispelled the erroneous notions we then held, it has also completely transformed the conditions under which the proletariat has to fight. The mode of struggle of 1848 is today obsolete in every respect, and this is a point which deserves closer examination on the present occasion. History has proved us wrong, and all who thought like us. It has made it clear that the state of economic development on the continent at that time was not, by a long way, ripe for the elimination of capitalist production. It has proved this by the economic revolution, which since 1848 has seized the whole of the continent and has caused big industry to take real root in France, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and recently in Russia, while it has made Germany positively an industrial country of the first rank. All on a capitalist basis, which in the year 1848, therefore, still had a great capacity for expansion. What do these excerpts mean? They mean that Marxism was wrong. History had completely disproven several fundamental original Marxist assumptions. The revolutionary predictions of Marxism had collapsed, and its methodology had failed entirely to adequately forecast historical development. Engels acknowledges that capitalism, contrary to Marxism's predictions, was not by now collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions, but instead flourishing, industrializing vast parts of Germany, Austria, Russia, and Poland. Engels' admission that the proletariat was too underdeveloped and that capitalism was still incomplete by the 1890s means that the Communist Manifesto's initial urgency wasn't only premature, but outright false. Engels further confesses that the Marxists were entirely incorrect in their attempts to apply the revolutionary models of the 1789 and 1830 bourgeoisie revolutions to the proletarian revolution, and even that revolutionary methods such as sudden uprisings, insurrections, and barricades against the capitalist order were now obsolete in every single respect. This is a striking admission by Engels that the revolutionary tactics which had been at the heart of Marxism were no longer viable whatsoever. The materialist conception of history laid out in the Communist Manifesto should have explained history scientifically and been able to predict future social development. Yet Engels admits now, 4 months before his death when writing this, that Marxism had ultimately misjudged the unfolding of history entirely, as well as the complexity of economic change. This was nothing short of a call to rethink the entire system on Engels' part, but it was too late, and he would die by August of 1995, a failure with a fracturing pseudo-intellectual crowd of anti-Western factionalists as his legacy. In the end, it wasn't capitalism, but Marxism that collapsed under the weight of contradiction. Animals collectivized, bringing an end to their ancient way of nomadic life. It could have been true that the deaths of the Kazakh peoples weren't something which the Stalinist government was foaming at the mouth to achieve, but simply, as many scholars say, a price which the state was willing to pay for total control over the nation's agriculture. That could have been true if it weren't for the large number of Ukrainians in the region which had been deported there, which the Soviet government sought to eradicate. Some may view this as Western propaganda. However, it should be noted that the Ukrainians in Kazakhstan had the second highest mortality rate after the Kazakhs themselves, losing 36% of their population by 1933, as opposed to other ethnic groups, which lost only about 10% of their general populations. Over the course of the entire Kazakh famine, redistribution of damages led to the death of 1.5 million Kazakhs, again demonstrating the worthless and destructive nature of Stalin's reforms in their entirety. As Nicolo Pianchiola in The Collectivization Famine in Kazakhstan 1931 to 1933 states, quote, what was officially described as the expropriation of the property of approximately 700 owners of large animal herds acted as a cover for the indiscriminate pillaging of the entire rural Kazakh population. Moving our discussion away from the economic and towards the political front, it is undeniable that when one speaks of Stalin, one can't go without mentioning the Great Purge. The Great Purge killed hundreds of thousands of citizens of the USSR at the very least, a horror which none deny. The only question regarding the Great Purge pertains to its necessity, its efficiency, and its scale. It can be demonstrated without reasonable doubt that Stalin's Great Purge was the product of a substantive deal of paranoia, not material evidence of disloyalties or subversive elements in almost all cases. For example, 98 of the 139 Central Committee members elected to the 17th Party Congress of the Communist Party were executed during the Great Purge, hardly numbers that instill confidence that the Stalinist government was simply purging only corrupt officials. Supposedly this was necessary, the Soviets said. Of the armed forces, 81 of the 103 generals and admirals within the USSR were executed. At least 700,000 members of the Communist Party were killed. Notably, the primary victims of these killings were original members of the Communist Party, such as Nikolai Bukharin. The official reasoning for the execution of Bukharin provided by the Soviet state was that he had aided in organizing a plot against the USSR's government. Bukharin was executed for this supposed conspiracy, which he was claimed to have admitted to, while those closest to Bukharin, such as his wife, denounced this confession as an absolute forgery. Anna Larina, Bukharin's wife, stated, "But the most amazing thing is that despite everything, the time of shining hopes had not passed for him. He would pay for these hopes with his head. Moreover, one reason for his preposterous confessions in the dock, incomplete but sufficiently egregious confessions, was precisely this. He still hoped that the idea to which he had dedicated his life would triumph." Nonetheless, without anything to confirm this case, the conviction of Bukharin was based solely upon confession, if that. This isn't how real court cases work. Evidence is needed beyond verbal affirmation or even eyewitness to confirm that a crime did or did not in fact occur. Confession without corroboration doesn't matter, and corroborating evidence wasn't present within Bukharin's trial. After Bukharin's execution, Anna Larina, his wife, was sent to a labor camp. Stalin found humor in the deaths of many of the other members of the Communist Party, such as Grigory Zinoviev. Zinoviev's execution was recreated as a play and portrayed to Stalin, who laughed in the theater as Zinoviev's character met his demise while begging for mercy. A frequent talking point among the modern Stalinists attempting to defend the legacy of their dear leader is that the Gulag was far less bloody and held far less prisoners per capita than the United States prison system did throughout the 1930s to 50s. This is a very stupid opinion, as the Gulag was but a single branch of the USSR's entire prison system, and so to compare the entirety of the United States prison system with that of only the USSR's Gulag is just pathetically moronic. But let's entertain this idea. Even so, at their height, the Gulags held 2,500,000 individuals, 100,000 persons more than the entire United States held at the height of their entire prison system's activity in 2008, when the United States held some 2,400,000 individuals at once. These may seem like similar quantities, but when the size of the prison system is compared to the size of the general population, the disparity in active inmates becomes alarming. Most people know that the Gulag was a bloody system far less desirable than that of the United States. However, some members of the far left don't understand this simple truth. The following statement is for them. At the height of the U.S. prison system's number of active inmates, between 2007 to 2010, 17,358 individuals died while in custody. On the other hand, within the Gulag, 61,796 individuals died per year on average. What's supposed to be impressive about failing even more brutally than a modern neoliberal hellhole in prison statistics? I'm not quite sure. Let's not forget about the Katyn massacre, in which the Stalinist government slaughtered 21,857 prisoners of war, and then proceeded to blame Nazi Germany as having executed the prisoners which they themselves killed, a position which cowardly scholars who hope to vindicate the brutal legacy of Stalin, such as Rover Fur, have taken back up, arguing that official Soviet documentation regarding the massacre is forged. Fur doesn't make any real argument as to why this document is forged. He only has the spine to point out oddities in the document, such as a new date being added at a later point. He lays forward no further argument for forgery. He proceeds to then, throughout his work on Katyn, misrepresent documents regarding prisoners of war and internees to attempt to back up his points. These lies should not be surprising from a pro-Soviet propagandist. However, it should be noted that in 1990, the USSR itself admitted to the massacre and apologized. To attempt to refute the USSR's own admission is a futile effort, I'm afraid. Many communists and Russian sympathizers nowadays deny the occurrence of the Holodomor by stating that the intentional mass starvation of the Ukrainian people didn't occur, or, on the other hand, that it did occur and simply was a mistake due to miscalculations in economic distribution. Both of these positions are equally as uninformed. The Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the Communist Party demanded that requests for seed loans from Ukraine in September of 1932 should be denied, reasoning that apparently the government knew that there should be more than enough agricultural production in the region to ensure food sufficiency. One telegram reads, "First, refuse all requests concerning seed loans. Second, forewarn the Soviet and collective farms that they will not be provided with seeds for winter or spring sowing." They were wrong, of course, as we all know that even the USSR officially reported starvation during this period. An exodus of peasants from Ukraine to Moscow and Belarus was reported in early 1933, and in response, Stalin demanded that the flights of the peasants from the countryside should be prohibited in all instances, stating, "The CCAUCP and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR have received reports on the mass flight of peasants for bread to the Central Black Earth Oblast, Volga, Moscow Oblast, Western Oblast, and Belarus. The CCAUCP and the USSR Sovnarkom ordered the Regional Council and the official OGPU representative in the Northern Caucasus to prevent the mass departure of peasants from the Northern Caucasus to the other regions and entry into the region from Ukraine. The CCAUCP and Sovnarkom order the CCCPBU, Ukrainian SSR RNK, Belitsky, and Redens to prevent the mass departure of peasants from Ukraine to other regions and entry to Ukraine from the Northern Caucasus. The CCAUCP and Sovnarkom ordered the official representatives of the OGPU in Moscow Oblast, Central Black Earth Oblast, Western Oblast, Belarus, Lower Volga, and Mid-Volga to arrest peasants fleeing north from Ukraine and the Northern Caucasus, and after the filtration of counter-revolutionary elements, return the remainder to their places of residence. The so-called rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union during the late 1920s and early 1930s remains perhaps one of the most interesting economic developments of the 20th century. Many communists praise the industrialization effort of the USSR as a socialist economic miracle. The facts, however, are far less charitable to Stalin's economy. Far from practical opposition to capitalism or independent economic development, the USSR in fact leveraged foreign corporate capitalism to accelerate its own industrial development by engaging with American companies and utilizing credit arrangements, technology transfers, and managerial know-how. The Soviet state was only then able to modernize its military and heavy industry. Contrary to popular knowledge, the most important aspects of Soviet industrialization were its engagements with American corporations, which brought with them decades of experience in mass production and industrial management. Firms such as General Electric and the Ford Motor Company provided machinery, technical expertise, management practices, and training programs which were foundational to the Soviet Union's industry. On May 31st of 1929, a landmark contract was signed for assistance in building an automobile plant near Nizhny Novgorod. The agreement projected an annual capacity of 70,000 trucks and 30,000 cars. Ford not only supplied vehicles and spare parts, but also technical assistance through personnel exchanges and training programs that introduced American mass production techniques to Soviet industry. Under the leadership of corporate elites such as Solzhenitsyn Braun at the Amtorg Trading Corporation, which was a quasi-private enterprise that functioned as the intermediary between American firms and Soviet industry, the Soviet state was able to secure contracts for the supply of equipment, technical blueprints, and even on-site supervision for factory construction, which was also aided by the American Austin Company. This collaboration jump-started projects in sectors such as automotive production and electrification, while introducing the Soviet Union's modern industrial processes that gave shape to their manufacturing for the next 2 decades. Through the efforts of the Amtorg Trading Corporation, Soviet imports of American industrial and agricultural equipment increased several-fold, enabling the USSR to purchase state-of-the-art machinery that would have otherwise been completely inaccessible to it. Given the restrictions imposed by the US government at the time upon the USSR, direct foreign investment in the country was limited, so instead the Soviets benefited from indirect investment, mainly through long-term credit arrangements. These credit lines, extended by private American firms on favorable terms, were what allowed the USSR to finance the procurement of its industrial equipment. These engagements often involved staggered payments and low interest rates and provided sufficient capital to build the Soviet Union's new factories, its power plants, and infrastructural projects without the need for direct equity investment. When Solzhenitsyn Braun assumed leadership at the Amtorg Trading Corporation in 1927, Soviet goods constituted only 0.3% of American imports, and Soviet purchases were a mere 1.15% of all U.S. exports. However, under Braun's management, by the end of March of 1928, total trade between the United States and the USSR had been increased to approximately 80 million USD, which was worth more than double the previous 6-month period. Within a year, the fiscal year 1929 to 1930 saw Soviet-American trade reach about 128.8 million USD. By March of 1930, Amtorg had facilitated transactions with 1,700 American firms, with over 400 companies involved in ongoing trade, and of note, 104 technical assistance contracts were active in Soviet industries. The most apparent sector of the economy impacted by foreign capitalism was in the revitalization of Soviet transport. Prior to private initiatives aiding the USSR, the Soviet automobile and tractor industries were basically non-existent. Through negotiated contracts with American companies like Ford, however, the USSR was only then able to construct its modern assembly plants, such as the one in Nizhny Novgorod, which would later become known as Russia's Gorky automobile plant. These plants imported American-designed vehicles and received technical drawings, production methodologies, and even personnel exchanges, which allowed Soviet engineers and workers to acquire the skills that they needed for mass production. General Electric, yet another private corporation, not only supplied advanced electrical equipment and motors to the Soviets, but also established technical bureaus in Moscow, which supervised installations and maintenance. The infrastructural improvements essentially given to the Soviets by General Electric and other American corporations ranged from prefabricated steel elements for construction to improved transport networks. In a contract signed on October 9th of 1928, General agreed to supply equipment with a 5-year credit arrangement, allowing purchases up to $26 million USD with a 25% down payment. By June of 1930, even the British government had guaranteed $150 million USD in credits for trade with the USSR over the following 2 years, and British corporations flooded to aid the Soviet economy with Imperial Chemical Industries, supplying fertilizers, Armstrong-Vickers providing tractors, and Associated British Machine Tool makers entering into the trade agreements as well. After the World War was brought to an end, the Soviet Union experienced a rapid rise in birth rates, some might call it a baby boom, as its government prioritized industrialization. Its attempts to retain the appearance of strength in the eyes of the post-war international community led it to reduce eligibility for ration cards that Soviet citizens relied on the year after the war ended, while raising the prices of foodstuffs. In order to project its strength, the USSR exported goods to its partners, I have 4 children as dependents. 3 of them are in school. My husband died at the front. In October, I didn't receive bread cards for the children. What do I do? We have enough vegetables to last us a month. Commercial bread and produce are impossible to get. What do I do? Quit my job as a pedagogue, having 11 years of experience? It would be sad. It's a pity. I worked in the Urals for 6 years without arrest, forging victory, and now I have to die of hunger in my home village. Success. The company town, a settlement built, owned, and controlled by a single corporation, was one of the most defining characteristic features of the 19th and early 20th century industrial economies. Employers in remote coalfields, steel valleys, rail works, and textile hubs often built entire villages to manage their workers. In the United States alone, there were roughly 2,000 such towns. These communities ranged from New England mill villages to Appalachian coal patches, and from British model estates to the various European mining camps. By design, these towns combined the factory or mine with company-owned housing, stores, schools, and churches, placing the workers' lives under total corporate control. But what was life like on these patch towns, and why does it matter today? In 1820, Lowell, Massachusetts was founded along the Merrimack River as America's first large-scale planned industrial community. Textile mills there recruited thousands of farm girls and young women from New England by promising unusually high wages, payable in cash. The feminist Harriet Robinson recalled how troops of young girls were brought from distant states and even Canada to fill Lowell's mills. Once in Lowell, they lived in company boarding houses, were required to attend church, keep a strict schedule, and obey a male matron's authority. Today, Lowell is a museum town, but 19th century photographs show the dense mill complexes that dominated the town for what they were. In Pennsylvania's Johnstown and many Appalachian valleys, the boom in railroads, coal, and steel created a frenzy of economic growth. Mill and mine owners rushed to take in new migrant workers. Companies like Cambria Steel in Johnstown built rows of frame houses to rent to mill workers. Rent and even utility charges were simply deducted from paychecks. Cambria proclaimed that it had solved the housing problem by deducting rent from workers' wages. As in other company towns, in coal patch towns, as they were called, often in the middle of nowhere, the company would build the whole village down to the last school and church. Not even a single independent shop would exist. In Johnstown's late 1800s steel mills, men lived in crowded tenements or boarding houses near the works, and company pay flowed straight back to the company via rent and scrip. The quintessential example of company town exploitation was Pullman, Illinois, founded in 1880 by railroad car maker George Pullman. Pullman was advertised as a model town. And a model town it indeed was, but not in the way that it portrayed itself. When George M. Pullman built his model town in 1880, he boasted of a beautiful, clean community for his workers. But the very next decade proved Pullman to be a merciless autocrat. The company owned everything. The homes, the shops, the churches, even the ballot for local issues was effectively in Pullman's hands. As reformers later documented, the workers thought the Pullman Company exercised too much control. governing town affairs instead of an elected council. Company policy forbade anyone to buy a house. The town newspaper was a company organ. Labor meetings were banned, and company spies were everywhere. These were the recollections of observers of Pullman's rule. In other words, Pullman attacked both the independence and the privacy of his own laborers. Every movement was watched, every word reported. When the economy slumped in the Panic of 1893, Pullman cut wages dramatically. But he kept rents and prices fixed, squeezing his families to the point of starvation. Seamstress Jenny Curtis, who had lived in Pullman for years, testified under oath of how devastating it was. She and her co-workers worked as hard as they possibly could, but by early 1894, the most experienced of them could only make 80 cents per day, and a great many of the girls could only average 40 to 50 cents per day. These women could barely feed themselves on that money. Meanwhile, the company sold essentials at huge markups, earning their money from the workers' misery. The union's account bluntly noted, water which Pullman buys from the city at 8 cents, he retails to us at 500% advance. No dollar of a worker's wage escaped Pullman's grasp. One striker complained that Pullman pays out with one hand and takes it back with the other. The Pullman Palace Car Company wages and the Pullman Land Association rent. In practice, not a single cent of wages left the corporation. Families were broken by debt. Jenny Curtis described how, after her father died still owing back rent, the company made me, out of my small earnings, pay rent due from my father. When she could not scrape together the full weekly payment, Pullman's clerks publicly humiliated her. I was insulted and almost put out of the bank by the clerk for not being able to pay, Jenny recalled, describing how even a clerk would stand by to snatch up whatever spare cents a widow could manage. All around Pullman, workers felt this hammerlock. One man, after 2.5 years of service, lamented in a letter home, I find myself in debt for a common living. Something must be wrong. A Pullman laborer with a wife and 4 children explained that he struck not for luxury, but simply to feed his family, having finally decided there was no way to pay the rent for one of his houses on the paltry wages any longer. Another voice wrote in despair, we could see plainly it was either work and starve or strike and depend on charity until we could win. Pullman's so-called utopia had become a death trap, either keep toiling for crumbs or rebel and risk starvation. The workers appealed to the National American Railway Union Convention, stating, we struck at Pullman because we were without hope. Some 20,000 men, women, and little ones in the company town lived in dark despondency under Pullman's rule. While the company squeezed its workforce to the bone, it paid out dividends to investors. By 1894, the George Pullman utopia was locked in its final act of tyranny. When the workers, 4,000 of them, went on strike, Pullman called in the cavalry. Reporters told of how, within days, Pullman and Greater Chicago were occupied by 6,000 state and federal troops, 3,100 police officers, and 5,000 deputy marshals. Urban streets were occupied by bayonets and bullets, and the town became a military zone. For the Pullman workers and their families, this meant fear and violence as the norm. When they tried to draw bread or relief for their children, armed guards would line up at their homes. The full fury of corporatocracy and the state bore down on them with no mercy. Afterward, a bitter unionist would describe the town's legacy in a single image. By 1894, it had erected a merry war, the dance of skeletons bathed in human tears, where landlords and tycoons profited while humans starved. The company town's promise of care was exposed to be a hollow mockery and a sham. Pullman's nightmare was mirrored in the coalfields of West Virginia and beyond. There, 2 remote mountain towns were built and run by local coal companies as totalizing fiefdoms. Every house had the company's name on the rent card, every purchase charged by company script, every church committee appointed by the boss. As the historian Lou Martin stated, the company owned the houses, the only store in town ran the church, and controlled every aspect of the miners' lives. To live in Matawan or Cabin Creek was to have the company microscope on your doorstep, inspect your home, your comings and goings, even your church going. Any hint of disobedience brought eviction squads. The system treated people not as citizens, but as atomized economic units. As one organizer, Mother Jones, wrote, West Virginia was nothing short of medieval, with its tent colonies on the bleak hills, with its grim men and women, ghostly rows of shacks on mountainsides, families living at starvation's edge under martial-like company control. In this medieval setting, the company's word was law. Miners who dared unionize were immediately targeted. They could be fired on the spot, and their wives and children thrown onto the streets. Strikers were evicted from their company houses en masse, as if the very roofs over one's head were conditional on submission. In Matawan, when Baldwin Felt's detectives moved to throw union families into the street in May of 1920, Mattawan pro-union police chief Sid Hatfield rallied armed miners to defend them. A gun battle erupted on Main Street in which 10 men died. The daily life of miners under company rule was suffused with fear and indignity. As veteran miner Terry Steele once recalled, local wisdom was blunt. If you got a mule killed in the mines, you could lose your job. If you got a man killed, he could be replaced. Miner families endured daily abuse under the company town. Children went without shoes, mothers cooked on smoky stoves. Fathers worked until they collapsed. Resistance in the coalfields grew until violence became inevitable. By the spring of 1920, thousands of armed coal workers marched 60 miles to free jailed Union men, an uprising that climaxed on Blair Mountain and became the largest labor insurrection in American history. They faced machine guns on the hill, private airplanes dropping homemade bombs, and a federal army in the gaps. The company town laws and the very state had colluded to label these miners as criminals. William Blizzard, a union leader, later noted that the company tactics made the miners feel like they truly had nothing to lose. By the end of the fights, dozens of miners sat in prison cells, some convicted of murder for defending their homes. In the words of Mother Jones at the time, "There is never peace in West Virginia because there is never justice." Throughout all of this, ordinary families suffered breakdown after breakdown. Wives who once naively trusted the company would grow bitter watching their husbands beaten or jailed. In Mattawan and dozens of little towns like it, every bungalow was a potential battleground. Your curtains might catch a bullet, or your child might have to watch a stranger drag off a neighbor for joining a union. People would speak of nights cowering as Baldwin felt detectives roamed the streets, guns drawn on boys accused of union sympathy. They endured grueling 10-hour shifts underground, only to pay 80 cents for a company meal at the grimy company restaurant. As if it hasn't been made clear already, in these company towns, corporate domination extended into every aspect of life. Workers would earn scrip or credit instead of cash pay. This scrip could only be used at the company store, where prices were inflated. The famous folk song 16 Tons was written to capture this never-ending cycle of into perpetual debt to the company. Not only were schools in town often built and funded by the company, but even the curriculum was shaped by the owner's own values. As one Smithsonian account would recall, in many mill towns, children went to company-built schools where the boss's perspective was king. Churches, libraries, and saloons, if any were allowed, were likewise under company supervision. Boarding houses for single workers had strict rules, bed checks, church attendance, and curfews. These towns were closed systems. Outsiders, like traveling salesmen, were sometimes banned from entering, and even leaving town required settling debts to the company, a relationship which was, in essence, nothing short of a glorified feudal serfdom. The theme was generally that company-owned, company-assigned housing held the company's workers, who were paid in a currency only redeemable at the overinflated company store. The workers would adhere to company-ordained family rules and send their children to company-based schools. That was it. With time, by the 1920s to 30s, such towns went out of style. As automobiles, public transportation, and labor laws became widespread, the working class gained more mobility and regulatory protections. In the New Deal era of the United States, where higher wages were demanded for workers, a final death blow was dealt to the traditional company town, though the idea of the company as landlord never fully disappeared. That fact leads into the final part of this video, which is, why does any of this history matter? In recent years, hopes of reviving the company town model have resurfaced in newer forms. High-tech giants facing housing shortages near their big campuses are building their own company towns once again. Facebook, or Meta, has unveiled Willow Campus in Menlo Park, California, a 56-acre mixed-use development including 1,500 apartments, a grocery, pharmacy, retail space, and even a hotel. The company touts Willow as a neighborhood center, providing housing and community services, but it explicitly expects its residents to be Facebook employees, and only 15% of the units are designated as below-market affordable housing. These projects, intentionally stamped with innocuous names like Middlefield Park or Willow Village, have been jokingly dubbed Google City or Zucktown. Other tech firms have also stepped into housing. Amazon doesn't build its own dorms yet, but it has pledged $2 billion toward affordable housing near its huge campuses in Seattle, Nashville, and Arlington. Microsoft gave millions to affordable housing funds in the Seattle area. Even Tesla founder Elon Musk has floated his own ideas about building master-planned living communities for employees. The stated goal is to mitigate the very housing crisis that these companies helped to create by extending their reach into the everyday lives of their employees. Despite the polished marketing of these new developments, in December of 2023, Business Insider observed that Google, Facebook, Disney, and others are using their sway and resources to build modern company towns, mini-cities that will feature all the trappings of traditional civic life, including housing, shops, and public spaces, nothing short of a corporate solution to a corporate-driven housing crisis, where giant multinationals have first created a problem to which they now offer a dystopic solution. From 19th century New England to the present-day Silicon Valley, the pattern is very much the same, and today's tech and corporate campuses are showing the fact that the company town is no longer a mere relic of the past. It's evolving. So please stop just watching videos and complaining on your short-form content feeds. If this is a problem to you, the viewer, as it should be, join a union, organize with your coworkers, neighbors, and local tenants associations to demand a solution that won't push you into the claws of modern company towns. And if your workplace isn't unionized, join or make one. People are stronger together, a collective voice is the most powerful one, and history shows that when individuals stand united against tyranny and corporate control, they can reclaim their livelihood. Who was Thomas Jefferson? The third president of the United States has become somewhat of a controversial figure in modern American history, with some viewing Jefferson as the greatest president of all time, a brave revolutionary, a progressive visionary politician, while others have come to see him as primarily an imperialist, racist slaver. But who really was the man behind all of the myths, and what can we learn from him? To answer these questions, we will be discussing what Thomas Jefferson stated that he believed, what he did, and finally, what he inspired. First, we will be covering what Jefferson believed. I will start this video out with a quote from Thomas Jefferson's original rough draft of the Declaration of Independence. Quote, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these ends, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government shall become destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness." The belief system of Thomas Jefferson was centered around the freedom of the individual within society. For Jefferson, the freedom of the individual to express himself was the greatest method by which the civilized world could move forward. Due to this, Jefferson fought heavily against the centralizing federalist forces of his time, a political movement spearheaded by figures such as Alexander Hamilton, who desired a centralized model of government ran by a select few individuals. As Jefferson states within the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal and therefore require an environment which may maximize their sovereign self-expression. However, Jefferson did not believe that freedom was always by definition at odds with the state. The attributed quote, "the government which governs best governs least," was never in fact stated by Jefferson, and only attributed to him posthumously by Henry David Thoreau. In fact, Thomas Jefferson called for a graduated income tax to be levied by the state, which was not intended to create absolute equality, but rather to ensure a more equal distribution of property ownership among as many citizens as possible. At the bottom of society, where the poorest and most disadvantaged citizens resided, taxes were to be completely abolished in Jefferson's ideal republic, while progressively increasing to the highest income bracket. As Jefferson stated to James Madison, "I'm conscious that an equal division of property is impracticable, but the consequences of this enormous inequality producing so much misery to the bulk of mankind, legislators cannot invent too many devices for subdividing property. Another means of silently lessening the inequality of property is to exempt all from taxation below a certain point, and to tax the higher portions of property in geometrical progression as they rise." Jefferson famously upheld Republican governmental principles which demanded that the state ought to represent all members of society equally. A state which did not do as such was considered in heresy of Republican principles, as Jefferson expressed to Samuel Kercheval in 1816. Jefferson was also staunchly opposed to the values held by the traditionalist religious conservative politicians of his time, as Jefferson viewed tradition as having no binding obligations for society to uphold. Decisions to be made within society were solely to be decided between the contemporary generation, keeping future generations in mind rather than caring what dead men in centuries past believed. In his own words, But the dead have no rights. They are nothing, and nothing cannot own something. Where there is no substance, there can be no accident. This corporeal globe and everything upon it belong to its present corporeal inhabitants during their generation. They alone have a right to direct what is the concern of themselves alone, and to declare the law of that direction, and this declaration can only be made by their majority. Thomas Jefferson upheld secularism as among the nation's most important values. An open deist warm to agnosticism, Jefferson upheld the sect or religion neutral value of America's political system, even entertaining and encouraging the possibility of atheism to his nephew, Peter Carr, stating, "Do not be frightened from this inquiry by any fear of its consequences. If it ends in a belief that there is no God, you will find incitements to virtue in the comfort and pleasantness you feel in its exercise, and the love of others which it will procure you." Within his secular conception of the Constitution, as he elaborates in his letter to Mr. Dumas, Jefferson believed that freedom of religion was integral to his ideology. Jefferson was adamant that the domination of one sect or religion over another was inadmissible within society, as all members of the nation needed to retain equal power in Jefferson's concept of republican government. Initially, Thomas Jefferson solely found interest in the agricultural sector of the U.S. economy, as most are aware, hoping to build the United States on the basis of small local farming rather than large-scale industry. This was heavily related to Thomas Jefferson's predisposition on emphasizing the importance of localized government rather than centralized national management. Although Jefferson's preference for a decentralized model never changed, over time, Jefferson began to realize the importance of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the manufacturing industry to ensure that the U.S. was not left behind in the past as the Industrial Revolution raged on around the world. After the War of 1812, it became clear that the U.S. could not keep up with the global stage simply on the basis of agrarianism, and Jefferson lent perhaps not full but notable support to the growing manufacturing sector, stating in a letter to Benjamin Austin in 1816, "As relates to manufacturers, I have less repugnance, because there is perhaps a degree of duty to avow a change of opinion called for by a change of circumstances, and especially on a point now becoming peculiarly interesting. We must now place the manufacturer by the side of the agriculturalist. The former question is suppressed, or rather assumes a new form. Shall we make our own comforts or go without them at the will of a foreign nation?" Thomas Jefferson believed that economic warfare, including the embargo, was a far more effective tool in combating enemy nations than outright ground warfare. This led him to pass the Embargo Act of 1807, realizing that, although America was far weaker than England or France in military power, it could utilize economic pressure to coerce Western Europe into falling in line with its demands. The Embargo Act would eventually be repealed and replaced by the Non-Intercourse Act, banning trade with only France and the UK, though the power of the embargo would remain important to American international relations for the centuries to come, ensuring international compliance with the United States' national interests, though it was initially a measure solely utilized to maintain its own national sovereignty. Although Jefferson put faith in electoral institutions and believed that the will of the people was best represented via democratic institutions for the stability of the republic, Jefferson believed that a forceful and rebellious overhaul of systems which entertain corruption and negligence was the only way to ensure the long-lasting quality of the nation. In 1787, he expressed to William Stephen Smith, "What country before ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? And what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." For Jefferson, it wasn't just that rebellion was a positive force. He went even further, arguing that armed rebellion was a fundamental aspect of healthy politics which kept the state in line with the democratic will. As he states in a 1787 letter to James Madison, "I hold it that a little rebellion now and then is a good thing, and as necessary in the political world as storms in the physical." Jefferson, throughout his life, proved himself to be a man of the people. He upheld the most important civilizational values of his time, representing a departure from the superstitious and outdated views of reactionary feudalists who sought to drag the world back into darkness and chaos. He upheld the necessity of freedom, the popular will, and the importance of granting support to the most fundamental and productive bases of society, rather than large private interests, rendering Jefferson to be among the most authentic and sincere revolutionaries in American history. In keeping with his consistent understanding of universal equality, which all men shared in common, Thomas Jefferson rejected a large portion of the standard racist misconceptions which most Americans held during his lifetime, including those theories which believed the indigenous to be inferior. In response to this prevalent racist attitude, Jefferson replied, stating, "I believe the Indian, then, to be in body and mind equal to the white man." He goes on, "I have supposed that the black man in his present state might not be so. But it would be hazardous to affirm that equally cultivated for a few generations, he would not become so," explicitly identifying his belief that given an equal environment, the African American could be equally as equipped for civilization as his European contemporaries. This was indeed a controversial attitude at the time, as grim as that fact is. As all men were created equal in the eyes of Jefferson, slavery was an abomination. As early as the 1770s, Thomas Jefferson made it his avowed goal to end slavery, stating in 1774 that the abolition of the institution of slavery was his object of great desire. In 1785, Jefferson hoped that in the near future there would be no slaves, at least northward of Maryland. Even during Jefferson's later years, he remained a staunch and vocal advocate for the abolitionist movement, stating in 1814 to Dr. Thomas Cooper, "I am not advocating for slavery. I am not justifying the wrongs we have committed on a foreign people. On the contrary, there is nothing I would not sacrifice to a practicable plan of abolishing every vestige of this moral and political depravity." Responding to a young Virginian man who sought his advice on ending slavery on August 24, 1814, Jefferson stated regarding the slaves, "The love of justice and the love of country plead equally the cause of these people, and it is a moral reproach to us that they should have pleaded it so long in vain." The next year, he would go on to state, "We must sacrifice the last dollar and drop of blood to rid us of that badge of slavery." Writing on August 7, 1825 to the abolitionist Francis Wright, Jefferson stated, "The abolition of the evil is not impossible. It ought never, therefore, to be despaired of. Every plan should be adopted, every experiment tried which may do something towards the ultimate object." Even 3 months before his death, Jefferson would write again on April 8th of 1826 to Edward Everett, stating, "On the question of the lawfulness of slavery, that is the right of one man to appropriate to himself the faculties of another without his consent, I certainly retain my earlier opinions." The astute reader would then ask, if Jefferson loathed slavery so much, why did he not attempt to bring it to its end? The answer is that he did. In 1769, at the age of 26, as a Virginia burgess, he co-sponsored a bill to let masters free their slaves at will. It was defeated so thoroughly that his colleague was branded an enemy to his country. In 1777, Jefferson worked with his mentor, George Wythe, on an emancipation amendment to Virginia's new laws, freeing all children born to slaves, but the proposal was never presented to the legislature because the public mind would not yet bear it. In his 1821 autobiography, Thomas Jefferson claims authorship of the 1778 bill to prevent the importation of slaves into the state of Virginia, a bill which would have banned the international slave trade in that state entirely. Some have argued that since Jefferson did not hold a seat at this time in Congress, that therefore he couldn't have passed this bill, thereby implying that his claimed authorship of the 1778 bill is fraudulent. However, this critique blatantly overlooks the fact that Jefferson introduced multiple bills for bodies in which he held no seat, such as his 1779 bill concerning escheats, or his 1776 proposal for Virginia's Constitution. The introduction of this bill also aligns, of course, with his earlier condemnation of the slave trade in the Declaration of Independence and his argument in 1770 Howell versus Netherland case, where he argued that all men are created equal. In fact, on a side note, as a young lawyer, Jefferson had taken up 6 freedom suits on behalf of enslaved peoples. The 1778 bill also fits his writing style, including a preamble style unique to Jefferson's authorship, as well as the fact that Jefferson later would in fact succeed in his goal of abolishing the importation of slaves into the USA after being elected for his second term as president. As the governor of Virginia from 1779 to 1781, Jefferson eroded slavery's economic foundations by discouraging the cultivation of tobacco, Virginia's labor-intensive slave crop. Instead, he promoted the cultivation of wheat, rice, sugar maples, olives, and grapes, which required far fewer enslaved workers. With his initial 1778 bill shot down under immense controversy, Jefferson later introduced the Ordinance of April 3, 1784, which hoped to abolish slavery altogether in all of the northwestern states ceded to America in 1783 by 1800. However, the clause abolishing slavery in the new states was shot down in Congress by but a single vote. In 1785, in his Notes on the State of Virginia, Jefferson introduced a plan to gradually abolish slavery, although the plan was never adopted into law. In 1788, Jefferson congratulated Edward Rutledge for banning the importation of slaves into South Carolina, and in 1807 he would sign the Act prohibiting importation of slaves, finally succeeding in accomplishing what he had set out to do all those years ago in 1778. Let's review some basic facts. First and foremost, Jefferson repeatedly expressed both in public and private consistent and intense moral opposition to slavery. Secondarily, he pursued laws not only to end the importation of slaves from Africa and abroad, but to end slavery as an institution altogether in the new states gradually. With this being said, why did Jefferson himself own slaves? Is this not utterly and indefensibly contradictory? On its face, the answer would appear to be yes. However, Jefferson's situation was incredibly complicated, to say the least. The Virginia plantation economy, including Jefferson's inheritance, which he was born into, was built on slave labor and indebtedness. From his very birth, this left Jefferson with limited alternatives to maintain his livelihood as he inherited his family's generational debt. This unfortunate predicament stood for many other Virginia planters in the era of Jefferson who knew that slavery was a moral wrong, but acknowledged its legitimacy as a cruel economic necessity, as in the colonies there factually wasn't enough labor available from the small American colonial population to maintain economic growth on these plantations, which required an extremely vast labor force. Slave labor provided the only viable alternative to economic stagnation in agriculture during this period. Tobacco farms, for example, required hundreds of people to survive, or else the farms simply would fail to grow crops. The colonial population itself couldn't support this, as not only were there not enough people living in the colonies, but landowners such as Jefferson and Washington, who were so deeply entrenched in debt, could not conceivably abandon slavery at that specific juncture. When Jefferson inherited 175 slaves and became their master, wherever he could, he minimized the brutal elements of slavery seen elsewhere across Virginia and the Americas overall. Rather than selling slaves outright, Jefferson would often mortgage slaves to friendly creditors and lease them with the intention that the enslaved families could not be separated or torn apart, thereby protecting them from slave owners elsewhere in the United States, who were nothing short of brutal and harsh towards their subjects. Jefferson viewed the sale of slaves as a last resort, as according to his own reason, if he sold them, they were most likely to be sold to the South, where they would be worked under only the harshest conditions. This prospect horrified Jefferson. On the rare occasion that he did sell slaves, Thomas Jefferson always did so as a punishment for those who had committed serious crimes. For example, his sale of his slaves, Hercules, Gawain, and Billy, was only done so after the three had stabbed one of their overseers, while a slave named Carey was sold only after having murdered a fellow slave named Brown Colbert with a hammer in cold blood. Furthermore, Jefferson simply could not have freed his slaves, as it's entirely unreasonable to believe that the creditors who he was so deeply indebted to would have allowed this to happen. These creditors, who under Virginia law were permitted to confiscate private property to satisfy owed debts, would not have allowed Jefferson to free his slaves, just as they would not have allowed this man, who owed them so much money, to sell his own plantation either. To make matters worse, after 1806, under Governor William H. Cabell, freed slaves in Virginia were not allowed to reside in the state for any period longer than a single year, throwing a serious wrench into any notion of Jefferson freeing these slaves and allowing them a comfortable existence as free men, whose lives would have to be uprooted no more than a single year after they were emancipated by their owners. Jefferson commented on these laws in 1814, stating, "My opinion has ever been that, until more can be done for them, we should endeavor to feed and clothe them well, protect them from ill usage, require such reasonable labor only as is performed voluntarily by freemen, and be led by no repugnancies to abdicate them and our duties to them. The laws do not permit us to turn them loose if that were for their good, and to commute them for other property is to commit them to those whose usage of them we cannot control." After Thomas Jefferson's death, the families which he had worked to protect from being owned by malicious planters were ripped away from each other as they were sold on the auction block. There are many memoirs which demonstrate the kindness with which Jefferson treated his slaves during his lifetime, such as his former slave Peter Fawcett, who remembered living his childhood as though he had been a free boy, never even realizing in his youth that he was in fact born into slavery. Only when Jefferson died, and Fawcett was put up to the auction block in 1826, as the late Jefferson slaves were being sold, did the boy finally learn that he was in fact one of them. He was a slave. Fawcett recalls in 1898, decades after the death of his former owner, Jefferson, Sorrow came not only to the homes of two great men who had been such fast friends in life as Jefferson and Adams, but to the slaves of Thomas Jefferson. The story of my own life is like a fairy tale. It passes through my mind like a dream. Born and reared as free, not knowing that I was a slave, then suddenly, at the death of Jefferson, put upon an auction block and sold to strangers. Mr. Jefferson allowed his grandson to teach any of his slaves who desired to learn, and Lewis Randolph first taught me how to read. Fawcett then recalls what life was like under the next few years after Jefferson's death at Fawcett's new home. When I was sold to Colonel Jones, I took my books along with me. One day I was kneeling before the fireplace spelling the word Baker when Colonel Jones opened the door, and I shall never forget the scene as long as I live. Quote, "If I ever catch you with a book in your hands, 39 lashes upon your bare back." Unquote. He took the book and threw it into the fire, then called up his sons and told them that if they ever taught me, they would receive the same punishment. Fawcett was one of many slaves who, after being sold from Jefferson's Monticello estate after his death, would never see their mothers or fathers ever again. However, there is no commentary on Jefferson's life which is complete without mentioning his most infamous scandal, his affair with the slave woman Sally Hemings. It is likely true, with some narrow room for doubt, that Jefferson had relations with his slave Sally Hemings. It is likely true, with some narrow room for doubt, that Jefferson had relations with his slave Sally Hemings. A Y chromosome haplotype DNA study in 1998 proved that Eston Hemings, Sally Hemings' son, was fathered by a Jefferson male, which, although could indicate relation to Jefferson's brother, most likely points to Thomas himself. Given Jefferson's presence throughout Sally Hemings' life, it is highly unlikely that any other Jefferson male was consistently at Monticello with her. To corroborate this, Madison Hemings, Sally Hemings' son, professed that Jefferson was his father. This is supported by oral traditions from both Hemings' and Jefferson's descendants, such as Israel Jefferson. To put the nail in the coffin, uniquely all of Sally Hemings' children were freed by Jefferson, either explicitly in his will or permitted to leave Jefferson's estate nominally. Many argue that Jefferson was a rapist for his relationship with Hemings, as Madison Hemings, Sally Hemings' son, reported that Sally's first daughter with Jefferson was at the age of 16, while Jefferson would have been a 46-year-old. Madison Hemings also reports that this infant died soon after being born. The story would be somewhat disturbing if it were demonstrably true. However, there is no documentary or corroborating evidence to support Madison's claim that Hemings' first daughter was with Jefferson at the age of 16. To take his word for it is a matter of personal choice and not entirely unreasonable to believe. However, Sally's first confirmed child was in fact years later at the age of 22. There are many things to say regarding this topic, including the fact that Sally Hemings willingly returned from Paris, where slavery had been abolished and where she was a free woman, to the United States after negotiating extraordinary privileges for herself and any future children she might have on Jefferson's estate, including the guaranteed right for their emancipation, which Jefferson agreed to grant to her and would later hold up in his will. However, this would all be to ignore the brutal fact of the reality of Hemings' relationship with Jefferson, that being that Jefferson's relationship with Hemings was not, in fact, unique whatsoever. All women, slave or free, had essentially equal privileges during Jefferson's lifetime, that is, none. Because no women, white or black, enjoyed legal agency over their own bodies or personal relationships in the 1790s. Any sexual relationship between a powerful white man and a woman of that era, regardless of race or class, existed within a system that stripped her of any practical consent. A white woman, once married, could not refuse her husband without legal abandonment or economic destitution. An enslaved black woman could not refuse her owner under any circumstances either. In both cases, the woman's will was effectively erased by law. A woman could not withhold sexual access without triggering legal or extra-legal penalties. Thus, as horrific as this system was indeed, Jefferson's interracial involvement with Sally Hemings was simply one manifestation of how all women in colonial America were legally powerless. From this perspective, it's hard to view the relationship between Hemings and Jefferson as uniquely repulsive at all, considering the broader stance of women's rights during this time period. Under coverture laws, men controlled their wives' wages, property, legal decisions, etc. It wouldn't be until long after Jefferson's death, in 1826, that in 1839, coverture laws would finally begin to be overturned, starting in Mississippi, where the Married Women's Property Act was introduced, allowing women to own properties for the first time in the United States. Only in 1871, under Fulgham v. State, would the first court cases appear in which the right for husbands to beat their wives into submission would even begin to be questioned by the states. As it is generally considered immoral that relations with Hemmings and Jefferson occurred due to the immense power imbalance between the two, this objection can be reasonably nullified by pointing out the fact that all relationships between men and women during this period had not only a personal but a systemic imbalance which occurred across the board unanimously. Jefferson was a slave owner. This much is true, but to leave this on its face is to ignore the nuance of history. Jefferson was born into a brutal system, which he, for much of his life, had no meaningful control over, though he was the first United States president to attempt to change the system. Even our founding president, George Washington, would never fight slavery at any point in his lifetime, nor will you find any statements from the beloved Abraham Lincoln in revulsion against slavery before April of 1854. Meanwhile, Jefferson, while against slavery both in words and in policies, inherited a number of slaves who could not be set free and who he would be doing an immense disservice by selling. He simultaneously accomplished everything in his power to ensure their well-being, including preventing them from falling into the hands of incredibly racist slavers who believed the black man to be biologically inferior by their very nature. Nothing is more clear. Jefferson was a dedicated abolitionist, a progressive man of his time, and an incredible icon who Americans of today would do well to look up to. If Jefferson was such a great guy, then what was America like during its Jeffersonian era? Let's take a look. From 1801 to 1825, America experienced an unprecedented era of Jeffersonian politics known as the Virginia Dynasty. Jefferson, upon displacing power from the Federalists in 1801 and taking office, embraced a vision which he called the Empire of Liberty, a vision in which America would not only consolidate its democratic gains at home, but expand them politically, territorially, and culturally to an ever-growing population and geography. Jefferson's election to the presidency marked the first peaceful transfer of power between rival parties in U.S. history, a transformation which contemporaries would dub the Revolution of 1800, and later the Second American Revolution. Unlike the imperial conquests of Europe, Jefferson's expansionism was founded upon republicanism. Every acre annexed by the United States meant new families were empowered to own new farms, vote, and educate themselves and their children in civic virtue. Jefferson pledged in his inaugural address to curate a wise and frugal government designed to perform only constitutionally enumerated tasks while protecting the civil liberties of the American people. Within weeks, Jefferson pressed Congress to repeal the suppressive Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798 and collaborated with Congress to repeal the 1798 direct tax, alleviating a heavy financial burden from American farmers. In May of 1801, the Regency of Tripoli in North Africa declared war on the United States for refusing to pay annual tribute for a safe passage of American merchant ships, and in response, Jefferson dispatched the Navy. This conflict would later be known as the First Barbary War. April 1802, Jefferson abolished Hamilton's whiskey excise and other internal taxes and eased the naturalization process of migrants from 14 all the way down to 5 years, encouraging the assimilation of newcomers. From 1802 to 1803, Jefferson's territorial policy reached its apex. In 1802, Georgia ceded its territorial claims on the Yazoo lands to the federal government, and Jefferson signed the Territory Enabling Act, which empowered the Indiana Territory to seek admission as a state among equals. A month after that, Washington, D.C. was formally incorporated, while in April of 1803, all of the Louisiana Territory, 828,000 square miles, was purchased from France by the U.S. government. Overall, Jefferson's acquisitions doubled the size of the USA and secured navigation of the Mississippi River, providing invaluable farmland for future generations of Americans. Jefferson sponsored the Lewis and Clark expedition, which began in 1804, charting over 8,000 miles mapping rivers, mountain passes, and indigenous territories. Jefferson won a landslide re-election in November 1804, securing 73.2% of the vote and being inaugurated on March 4, 1805. Meanwhile, the conflict with Tripoli reached its climax. In April of 1805, the Marines captured Derna, marking the first time the American flag flew victorious on foreign soil. Concurrently, the Lewis and Clark expedition reached the Pacific Ocean in November of 1805. Their journals provided the first comprehensive accounts of Western flora, fauna, and indigenous cultures. Jefferson's fifth year focused on enabling commerce and connectivity across America. On March 9, 1806, Congress authorized construction of the National Road, or Cumberland Road, which was the first federally funded highway which extended from Cumberland, Maryland, to the Ohio River. In response to the British barring neutral ships from European ports in April of 1806, Jefferson banned many British imports into the States, a move which acted as a precursor to economic protectionism. In December of 1806, Thomas Jefferson urged Congress to ban the international slave trade on the grounds that it violated Enlightenment principles and threatened social cohesion. Congress complied on March 2, 1807, outlawing the importation of enslaved Africans effective January 1, 1808, the earliest possible date allowed by the Constitution. In response to a British attack upon the USS Chesapeake off the coast of Virginia in June of 1807, President Jefferson endorsed the Embargo Act of 1807, which closed all U.S. ports to foreign trade, attempting to coerce Britain and France into respecting American neutrality. By early 1808, however, the U.S. came to realize that the embargo had failed to sway European policy, leading Congress to repeal it shortly before Jefferson's departure from office, though trade with Britain and France was still restricted. Throughout his presidency, Jefferson slashed military expenditures, eliminated internal taxes, and utilized customs revenues and land sales to fund the state. By 1807, the national debt had fallen by nearly 50% from its 1801 levels, enabling the administration to pay interest punctually while avoiding large-scale borrowing. Though he favored private enterprise and locally led experimentation, his administration did not for a moment shy away from supporting national projects, including roads, militia improvement, and scientific expeditions. The republic that Jefferson helped steward emerged from his tenure ready and primed for new challenges that would await it, such as the tension between slavery and freedom, the march toward continental union, and the evolution of a national identity that balanced liberty with order. 1809, James Madison, who Jefferson more or less ruled through, was inaugurated as President of the United States of America. In October of 1810, Madison issued a proclamation effectively annexing West Florida, and on February 21st of 1811, Madison blocked 2 church and corporation bills invoking the separation of church and state. By summer, he viewed war with Britain as likely, convening a special Congress in July to strengthen the armed forces. He would steer not only Louisiana into becoming an official state, but he would also guide the United States through the War of 1812 against Britain, also known as the Second War of Independence, in which British forces burned Washington, D.C. to the ground. Nonetheless, American victories at Baltimore would inspire the Star-Spangled Banner, while the 1815 victory at New Orleans under General Andrew Jackson would revive America's morale and military unity as the troops decisively secured America's sovereignty without ceding a single inch of ground to the British. President Madison chartered the Second Bank of the United States in 1816 to stabilize the dollar, signing the Tariff of 1816, which was America's first protective tariff on imports to protect new American industries such as textiles, iron, etc., as the president furthered federal subsidies for canals, roads, and bridges. In March of 1814, General Jackson defeated the Red Stick Creeks, annexing vast territory in Alabama and Georgia, paving the way for new states and even more independent farmers. Madison's 7th annual message in December of 1815 advocated for a new national bank, more protective tariffs, and further internal improvements. Indiana was admitted as the 19th state in December of 1816, and James Monroe, Madison's Secretary of State, was elected in November of 1816. In March of 1817, James Monroe took office, marking the beginning of America's era of good feelings. Monroe, all the while still directly influenced by Jefferson's hand behind the scenes. Domestically, Monroe oversaw westward expansion, admitting Maine as a free state, as well as Missouri in the 1820 Missouri Compromise. In his General Survey Act of 1824, he authorized American Army engineers to map potential canals and roads, investing personal funds in the Chesapeake and Delaware Canal project. The Erie Canal in New York was completed in 1825. In 1819, he negotiated the Adams-Onis Treaty, in which Spain ceded East and West Florida to the U.S., and the Americans relinquished claims to Texas in exchange. The Rush-Bagot Treaty of 1817 had disarmed the Great Lakes, and the Convention of 1818 had fixed the U.S.-Canada border at the 49th parallel, bringing peace to America's frontiers. In 1823, Monroe proclaimed the Monroe Doctrine, declaring the Western Hemisphere closed to new colonization, warning Europe that any attempt to reassert colonial control over Latin America would be viewed as hostile to American interests, establishing the United States as a protector of independent American republics. Following the inauguration of John Quincy Adams in 1825, Thomas Jefferson passed away. While Quincy Adams was generally politically independent and not a Jeffersonian by any stretch of the imagination, he did have some overlap with Jefferson, approving of Jefferson's own notes on the state of Virginia, as well as his opposition to slavery and his support of infrastructure programs, high protective tariffs, as well as the establishment of scientific institutions. In 1828, Andrew Jackson, whose Jacksonian democracy built upon Jeffersonian foundations, was elected as president. By Jackson's era, almost universal white male suffrage had arrived, a culmination of Jeffersonian egalitarianism. In the early 1800s, only a few states allowed all white men to vote, but by 1828, property qualifications were abolished in nearly every state. Jackson's presidential victory was made possible by this expanded electorate. He billed himself as the champion of the common man, the yeoman farmers and ordinary citizens, against the aristocratic elites. President Andrew Jackson attacked entrenched privileges, vetoing the 1832 recharter of the Second Bank of the United States. He instituted the rotation in office to democratize the seats of unelected bureaucrats. In 1830, Jackson orchestrated the voluntary migration of the Choctaw, Creek, and Chickasaw Indians, and the partially voluntary, partially forced factional migration of the Cherokee and Seminoles, whose chiefs agreed to migrate in opposition to the broader opinions of their tribes. The Choctaw would then forge their own path to Oklahoma freely and independently. In 1837, Martin Van Buren, the final Jeffersonian president, took office. Martin Van Buren was the consummate Jeffersonian engineer, documenting and completing the battle against the Second Bank. Van Buren, like Andrew Jackson, battled against the bank due to the fact that though it was chartered under good intentions, by the 1830s it had become an anti-national identity that is no longer functioning as an instrument of the people's government, but rather serving as a powerful private monopoly under a single man's direction. Van Buren's long-hidden 1860 manuscript, finally published in 1920, laid bare the bank's reckless credit expansion, noting loans ballooning from 40 million USD to over 70 million between October of 1830 and May of 1832. Even according to Andrew Jackson, it was Van Buren's brains and persistence alongside Jackson's popular prestige that ultimately wrestled national credit from private hands. Confronted with the panic of 1837, Van Buren established the independent treasury, making Treasury free of private bank deposits. Throughout his presidency, Van Buren ensured that the de facto one-party Jeffersonian system endured through Jackson's 2 terms as well as his own, preserving popular sovereignty and restraining federal power well into the antebellum era. At the close of Van Buren's administration, which had been undermined by the Panic of 1837 and Van Buren's loss to William Henry Harrison in the campaign of 1840, Jeffersonian dominance gave way to the Whig Party. In November 1840, Harrison carried 234 electoral votes to Van Buren's 60, as voters embraced the Whigs' promise of a more active federal role in economic development. William Henry Harrison's death just a month into office elevated John Tyler, a man without any Jeffersonian convictions, to the presidency. Tyler refused to recharter the Second Bank of the United States, yet he likewise spurned the Whig-sponsored National Bank Plan. In effect, the balanced government of the Jeffersonian era had given way to a series of erratic policy experiments under a president whose allegiances now shifted between parties. The ensuing decades were a holiday in which the earlier developmental trajectory of the United States was interrupted, more or less, by a massive parenthesis in which black chattel slavery was abolished and America was plunged into an era of mass unconsciousness. The Civil War and Reconstruction upended America's political institutions, sidelined the state-limiting vision of Jefferson and Van Buren in favor of expansive governmental expansion, all excused by the abolition of slavery and Southern Reconstruction. After the post-Civil War Reconstruction, real power increasingly retreated into the hands of financiers, industrialists, and behind-the-scenes political operatives. This marked the true end of the Jeffersonian era, characterized by recurring financial panics, corporate control over legislation, and a federal apparatus far larger and far more interventionist than anything our first few presidents would have ever recognized. President FDR would, in 1932, praise his own New Deal as a continuation of Jeffersonianism, stating, "Jefferson realized that the exercise of the property rights might so interfere with the rights of the individual that the government, without whose assistance the property rights could not exist, must intervene, not to destroy individualism, but to protect it." The Jeffersonian era stands alone as one of the most ambitious and idealistic chapters in the American story, an era born not just in conquest, but in patriotic conviction. It was an age when democracy matured beyond rhetoric, expanding across territory and class. Under Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Jackson, and Van Buren, America dared to imagine itself not as an empire of riches, but as an empire of liberty, a land where armed yeoman farmers, not kings or barons, held the keys to power. It was a vision that rejected the tyrannies of old Europe, the predations of monopolies, and the arrogance of plutocracy. These leaders slashed taxes that crushed the lower classes, they paid down the nation's debt, curbed military adventurism, and believed deeply that the government's purpose was to be a steward, not a master of the people. For nearly 4 decades, from the Revolution of 1800 to the end of Van Buren's presidency, this vision held strong. The Jeffersonian legacy expanded the map of the U.S. by more than twice its size, welcomed new migrants, fought for educational expansion, and held fast to the belief that liberty and civic virtue could coexist in such a diverse and vast nation as the United States. These were not perfect men, nor was it a perfect age, but they attempted with clarity and resolve to align power with principle. Today, as America wrestles once again with the true meaning of freedom, the scale of the government, and the soul of its democracy, the Jeffersonian ideal remains a lodestar. It reminds us that Republican virtue is not merely a relic, it's a responsibility. If we can remember what Jefferson and his heirs once built through humility, courage, and faith in the common citizen, modern man may yet proclaim the Republic not as it once was, but as it was always meant to be. Who was the American revolutionary known as Thomas Paine? Thomas Paine was born on January 29th, 1737 in Thetford, Norfolk, England, the son of Joseph Paine, a Quaker artisan, and Frances Cock Paine, an Anglican. Raised in modest circumstances and educated only until age 12, Paine was largely self-taught, apprenticing first to his father and later working as a corset maker as well as a schoolteacher. By age 15, he had already flown the coop, first to sea, then to London's free-thinking lecture halls. By 1759, he married Mary Lambert, who tragically passed away in childbirth, leaving him mourning yet financially able to refocus on his intellectual pursuits. By the 1760s, Paine was active in the literary and theological circles of London, and he published his first political pamphlet, The Case of the Officers of Excise, in 1772, a writing arguing in favor of a wage increase for customs officers. Despite a heavy debt, job losses, and 2 failed marriages, Paine's mind and persuasive pen had started attracting attention by this time. In September of 1774, with a letter of recommendation from Benjamin Franklin, Paine embarked for the American colonies, crossing the Atlantic while suffering from typhus. Landing in Philadelphia in November 1774, Paine immediately immersed himself in America's revolutionary circles. His first Pennsylvania essays already targeted slavery and welfare, declaring that the heir of America disagrees with the constitution of foreign vices, urging state-funded support for widows and orphans. As editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine, he witnessed that many colonists still held out hope for some sort of reconciliation with the British Empire. Determined to oppose this sentiment and crystallize popular support for independence, he began writing a piece known as Common Sense in late 1775 under the working title Plain Truth. Published anonymously on January 10, 1776, the 47-page pamphlet delivered a brilliant and easily accessible argument for complete separation from Britain. Within this article, Paine discussed a number of topics, such as how society arises from our needs and brings happiness by drawing us together, while the government arises in response to our faults and at best restrains vice. Hence is a necessary evil in Paine's view. In a simple community, imagine a handful of settlers, for example, informal rules suffice until people's natural selfishness invites abuses, at which point you need a system to protect all people fairly. The simpler a system, the less likely it is to malfunction, and the easier to fix. England's constitution, born in darker times, a mix of monarchy, aristocracy, and superficial republicanism, had become so entangled that when things went awry, no one knew whether to blame the king, lords, or the commons. Paine also discusses within Common Sense the fact that monarchy and aristocracy by inheritance were in effect independent of the people, and the commons, though supposedly a check against these forces of monarchy and aristocracy, were themselves overpowered by the king's own veto power. England had locked out the people. From real power while holding that their representatives, commons, must oversee the monarch.
you.